flickering in and out of view. Walk slowly. Keep beating. It was easier said than done, but, nevertheless, slowly, step by step, he made his way deeper into the baglan, beating his rods together as much as possible. In a short time, the line of beaters became separated by trees and undergrowth. Sometime later, his belly rumbled. How long had he been walking and beating now? One thing he had learned about the forest was that time passed very quickly once you were inside it. He looked around, searching for somewhere to sit and eat. He heard the clacking of sticks somewhere off to his right. Farrell, he called out to a boy who had been nearest as he'd entered the baglan, not wanting to eat on his own. Aye, came the response, closer than he expected. Over here. He moved in the direction of the voice. Soon they found each other. Hungry? Asked Corban. Starved, said Farrell, the son of Anwath, whom many called Coward. Farrell was tall, broad, and thick-limbed, a shock of spiky brown hair framing a handsome though sullen face. Corban had seen him in the Rowan field, wielding a practice sword like a hammer. He sat on a flat, moss-covered stone, Corban with his back to a thick-trunked tree. Bored yet? Asked Farrell, through a mouthful of bread and cheese. No, I like being in the baglan. But how long till we turn back? Corban asked. Oh, we'll hear the horns. Why don't we walk together? Line's broken, anyhow, and one of us could beat while the other uses both hands to make a path. Less blood for the thorns. Makes sense, said Corban with a grin, and they set off soon after. Corban took the lead, Farrell behind him. He saw deer tracks in soft earth near a stream, and further on, the marks of something larger, but he could not tell what. Wolf, maybe. He looked around, suddenly wary. Deeper than I've ever been before, even when I got lost, Corban thought. Still, he was not alone this time. Farrell had done this before, and soon he switched with him. They came to a small stream cutting across their path. They jumped across, then Farrell pulled to a sudden stop, and Corban ploughed into his back. What's wrong? Corban began. Then a low, deep growl silenced him. Farrell took a step backwards, turned and bolted into the thicket, heedless of the thorns. Come on! He yelled at Corban, grabbing his shirt and pulling. Corban staggered back and became tangled in the thorns as Farrell lost his grip. Then Farrell was splashing through a stream, leaving Corban snared, staring at what Farrell was running from. Wolfen. Half a dozen, at least, were in the glade before him, snarling at him, baring dagger-long teeth. Each was easily as big as a pony. One of them growled. Terror, mind-numbing, icy-cold terror flooded him. He opened his mouth to scream, to call for help, but nothing came out. In the distance a horn called. Hounds bayed in answer, closer. Behind him he heard movement, felt a presence. Farrell had come back. You should have kept running, Corban whispered. What? You stand while I run? Don't think so. I'll not be called coward. Better than dying. Not to me. Before them was a small clearing, bordered heavily with thorn bushes and densely packed trees. In the centre of the glade reared the wide trunk of an ancient tree, in and about which were the wolfen. Most were pacing, agitated by the sounds of the hunt, ears flat to their skulls, twitching. One was still. All were staring at him with their copper eyes. Then Corban saw movement on the ground. Cubs. On the forest litter, gathered together between two widespread roots, squirmed a handful of cubs. Above them stood their mother, her belly still loose, coat dull grey and striped bone white, teeth dripping saliva as she snarled at him. He looked into her copper eyes and remembered, although then she had been covered with thick black mud and her belly had been swollen, heavy with pup. She was the wolfen he had dragged from the bog. She took in a deep, long sniff, holding his scent. Another wolfen, huge and black, snarled and took a step towards Corban. Muscles bunched as it prepared to spring, but the she-wolfen snapped at it, a short staccato bark. Corban's eyes remained locked with the wolfen standing over the cubs. Then the trees opposite exploded as hounds, men, and horses poured into the clearing. Corban saw Evnis, tall on his horse, a heavy spear in his hand. Behind him rode his son. Next came Helfach the huntsman, his hounds about him. Warriors followed them, 10, 15, more pouring in all the time. There was a single moment of stillness. Then the wolfen threw themselves at the intruders, meeting Helfach's hounds with a snarling collision of flesh and bone. There was blood everywhere. Corban saw a hound thrown through the air to crash against a tree, the sound of bones snapping as it slid lifelessly down the trunk. A wolfen wrestled a horse to the ground, jaws clamped around its throat. Spears punctured the beast's side, the rider screaming as his horse collapsed on him, its eyes bulging white. Elsewhere, a wolfen stood over a warrior's body, canines dripping red, the man's face and throat a red ruin. Hounds circled another of the great beasts, snapping at its hindquarters. One jumped in, squat and grey, clamping its jaws around the wolfen's throat. Razor-sharp claws opened the hound's belly, spilling its guts. Other hounds leapt in, and the wolfen sank to the ground, snapping, twisting, biting, taking life even as its own bled into the forest floor. A man screamed, a wolfen biting into his arm and shoulder, blood spurting as he fell, the wolfen on top of him shaking his body like a rag doll. Helfach leapt upon its back, a long hunting knife rising and falling. Then suddenly, it was over. The sound of a man groaning, a dog whining, everyone taking deep, ragged breaths. Evnis slid from his horse and ran to the fallen rider, still pinned beneath his dead horse. It was Von. "No," mumbled Evnis, as he cradled his son's head in his lap, the face pale, eyes closed. "I will not lose another. Come, help me!" Men around him lurched into life to drag Von's body from beneath the horse's carcass, his leg broken. "There's another!" cried a man, and all heads turned to look where he was pointing. In between two thick roots of a tree, crouched amongst the leaves of the forest, was the last wolfen. She crouched over her cubs, almost blending with the foliage around her. With a snarl, Evnis flew back into his saddle, taking up his spear and threw his horse towards the beast. She growled and stood, then bunched her legs and sprang at the onrushing horse and rider. Her growl suddenly became a whine as Evnis's spear pierced her, pinning her to the ground. She spasmed and then lay still. Evnis continued his charge, guiding his horse towards the huddle of cubs, trampling them, fur and blood flying around his horse's hooves, squeals and yelps cut sickeningly short. He reached the far end of the clearing and turned his horse. Then others were entering the clearing. Corban saw Pendathran, Marek, many others. Amongst the matted fur that had been the wolf and cubs, a flicker of movement drew his eye. Before he even realized what he was doing, Corban's feet were moving. He staggered over to the base of the tree. One cub still lived, nuzzling feebly at the body of one of the other dead pups. Instinctively, Corban swept it up, cradling it like a newborn child. Then he looked around. All eyes were upon him. Eventually his gaze fell on Evnis, who was staring at him. His eyes narrowed. "Put it down, boy," he said quietly, though all in the glade heard him. Corban said nothing. "Put the cub down!" shouted Evnis. "No," Corban heard himself say. Evnis breathed deeply, closed his eyes for a moment. "Put the cub on the ground and move away, or so help me, by Elyon above and Aseroth below, I shall ride you down as well." Corban saw movement out of the corner of his eye. A man had taken a step towards him. Gar. Evnis clenched his reins. "Hold!" shouted a loud voice. "Hold, Evnis." It was Pendathran. "But these beasts may have taken my son from me. That cub must die." Pendathran frowned at Corban. "He speaks true, boy. Let it live, and it will grow, maybe take more lives amongst our people. Besides, its mother is dead. It is going to die anyway. Put the cub down, lad. Corban hugged the cub closer to him and shook his head. Do as you're told, Pendathren snapped. Corban looked frantically around the glade, but no one spoke or came to his aid. Gar watched him, his face an unreadable mask, but made no move to help. Pendathren clicked his horse forward. I claim King's justice, Corban blurted, looking defiantly between Pendathren and Evnis. Pendathren pulled his horse up, scowling. You have the right, but you're only delaying the inevitable, and angering me into the bargain. He pinned Corban with a glowering look. Are you sure? Corban nodded. So be it, Pendathren growled, and turned his horse away. Evnis rode back to his son, staring at Corban all the way. The wolfen cub whimpered and nuzzled its nose into the crook of Corban's arm. Chapter 27. Castell. It took Castell almost a moon to reach the borders of Tenebral, even though King Romar set a fast pace and the roads were good. Slowly, the oak and chestnut woodlands of Tenebral were giving way to pine and fir as they climbed higher into the mountains that marked Helveth's border. Eventually, they left the trees behind completely, cantering through lush meadows. Snow-capped peaks reared above them as the warriors rode into a narrow valley. They clattered across an ancient, time-worn bridge spanning a great chasm, a rent in the earth's fabric. A reminder of the scourging, Makin muttered to him as they crossed, when Elion's wrath near destroyed the world. Castell peered over the bridge, saw sheer rock disappear into darkness. How deep it was, he could not tell. Not long after, they made camp for the night. The following day, as they rode through deep valleys and around dark lakes of Helveth's southern border, King Romar called Castell to ride with him. Do you believe in fate, lad? Destiny? The will of Elion? Call it what you will, Romar asked him. I don't know, said Castell. I suppose so. Good, Romar grunted. I do. The gods, Elion Asaroth, the coming of the dark sun. I could not explain it to you, but in my heart, when Aquila spoke of these things at the council, I knew it to be true. I felt it. Castell grunted, not quite sure what to say. He had felt something too, but he could not explain it. Did not understand it, even. And I believe you were meant to be here, nephew. It was no accident that I found you moments from death by giants as I traveled to the council. No accident. He looked at Castell and smiled, creasing his broad-lined face. I'm glad your feud with Jael is at an end. I saw it when you were young, but was loath to intervene. He frowned, shaking his head. I was worried. So I was glad for you when you left home with Makin. But now you're back with us, and your feud is at an end. Fate. Maybe Elion is taking a hand, even now. He smiled at his nephew again. I am proud of you. Not even seeing your 18th name day and you are a giant killer. Your father would have been proud. Castell winced. He did not feel proud or brave. Mostly, when he thought about the giants, all he remembered was terror. There are many here named Giant Killer now, was all he said. That is true, lad. Myself among them. Although I must confess, when I crested that ridge and I saw the Hunen running at you, my guts turned to water for a moment. But we rode them down, true. But 'tis also true that it's easier to be brave when you've got fourscore hard men riding at your shoulder. He laughed loudly, and Castell could not help smiling at that. He was inclined to agree. Romar examined his nephew. You have changed, lad. Grown. What I said to you back at Aquilas' stronghold is true. I have plans for you. I have been talking with Brasta, king of Helveth. We have agreed to strike out against the Hunan, to break the giant's strength once and for all. Why now, uncle? All this talk of the council, it rings true with me. The giants have been a curse since the dawn of time. Elyon should have finished them at the scourging. To end the Hunan will be a good start. I would leave my kingdom safer for my son. Hell is only 8 summers, but a king must look ahead. And besides, they have my axe, and I want it back. When will you act? Roma shrugged. Soon. Not this year, but maybe next spring, summer. I have a mind to involve Aquilus in this. He proposed that we give each other aid, after all. If we are to venture into Fawn Forest and give battle to the Hunan on their own ground, the more warriors the better, eh? Into Fawn Forest? Aye, lad. I hardly think the Hunan will agree to march out and fight us on an open plain. We will have to go and root them out. Castell nodded slowly. There are dark and dangerous times ahead. Of that, I have no doubt. I will need men about me that I can trust. Men that can lead and not shrink from what must be done. You are one of those men. Stunned, Castell stared at his uncle, mouth open. King Romar laughed again. Nah, don't worry, lad. I don't mean today. But I don't think there are many men that would be happy taking orders from me. You'd be surprised. You are my bloodkin. If you give orders, men will listen. Until now, you have not chosen to do so. But that can change quick enough. Look at Jael. He's been practicing ever since he came to Mikil as a boy. Castell grunted. Also, Makin is good company for you. A more loyal shieldman you'll never find. But he could be more. He could be a leader of men. I see it in him. You could learn much from him. He is my friend. It felt strange saying that out loud. I know, for which I am glad. They rode again in silence. Soon after, Castell dropped back down the line, thinking over all that his uncle had said. Then, as dusk began to settle, Jael fell back, leading a pack horse laden with many empty water skins. Making camp soon, he said to Makin, ignoring Castell completely. Take the horse and some extra hands, find water and fill the skins. And don't take too long. I'm thirsty. He pressed the pack horse's reins into Makin's hand and kicked his horse back to the head of the column. Makin gathered a handful of riders about him, including Castell. Turning away from the column, they rode down a gentle slope into the woods to a stream they'd spotted. 3 warriors had joined him and Makin. An owl hooted amongst the trees. Makin knelt beside the stream and slipped on a moss-covered stone, falling back with a splash into the water. There was a moment's quiet, and then everyone was laughing. Makin held a hand up. Come, help an old man up, Makin said to the nearest warrior, Ulfalas, holding a hand out. When I called you old man, I got a fist in the eye, the warrior said. He gripped Makin's forearm, hoisting him out of the stream. Makin slapped him on the back in thanks. My uncle is right, thought Castell. He is a natural leader. The owl hooted again, closer now, and Makin paused, cocking his head as he stared into the twilight of the forest. What's wrong? Said one of the other warriors. There was a hissing sound, a thud, and a spear point burst through the warrior's chest. He toppled into the stream. The forest erupted around them, figures leaping out of the shadows. They were lean, desperate-looking, covered in fur and leather. Iron glistened in the rain. Castell saw spears, swords, long knives, an axe. Makin and Ulfalas had drawn their swords, while the other warrior with them was wrestling with one of the attackers. They tumbled into the stream, arms flailing. There were screams, the clash of iron on iron. Castell lurched to his feet, slipping on moss. He reached for his sword as he stumbled towards Makin and Ulfalas. A spear point lunged at Makin's side. Ulfalas swung his sword hard, chopping the spear in two, and Makin's sword buried itself in the spearman's neck. He slumped to the ground, falling on top of other motionless shapes. Many others ringed them, too many to count. Castell reached the 2 men fighting midstream, water foaming. He raised his sword, but couldn't make out friend from foe. Makin yelled, and he looked up. Men were moving towards him slower than the first rush, taught caution. A savage-looking man lunged at him. Castell ducked and barreled forward, stabbing wildly. He felt his sword punch through leather and flesh. His momentum buried his sword up to its hilt. Dark blood pumped over Castell's hands, the slumping weight pulling him off balance. With a great heave, he pushed the corpse away and leapt sideways as a spear plunged into the space where he'd been. He staggered, sweat falling into his eyes, saw a blurred movement and raised his sword instinctively, catching an axe blow aimed at his skull. Sparks flew as the axe and sword grated together. His eyes cleared, a grimy face filling his vision as his attacker leaned into him, shoulder to shoulder. Sour breath washed over him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone circling him. Bellowing, he thrust the man with the axe back to the stream's bank. The man stumbled, tripped, and Castell's sword hacked down, chopping between neck and shoulder. His blade stuck. He wrenched, but it would not pull free. Makin and Ulfalas were still fighting back to back, standing knee-deep in the stream. Then Castell heard splashing behind him. Desperately, he tugged at his sword again, but it would not pull free. He let go of his blade and twisted away, pain lancing up his side as a spear point grazed his ribs. Another fur-clad man stood in front of him. Through the chaos, he heard Makin shout his name, saw the man before him pull his spear back and set his weight for a killing thrust, saw the knuckles whiten as the man's grip tightened on the shaft and the twitch of muscles in the shoulder as the spear jerked forwards. Then, with a soft thud, the man stopped, a black feathered arrow sticking from his throat. His spear slipped from his fingers, and he dropped to his knees in the stream, toppling backwards, surprise on his face. More figures appeared from the tree line. Faces twisted, inhuman. They wore baggy breeches, their upper bodies bare, heads shaven, apart from thick warrior braids of black hair, intricate tapestries of scars covering them. The Sirak. With high-pitched howls, they came out of the forest, short, curved swords rising and falling. The men that had attacked Castell and his companions screamed in terror, their wall around Makin and Ulfalas collapsing as they ran in every direction, trying to escape the sudden death flowing from the trees. None did. Makin and Ulfalas still stood, exhausted, leaning against each other in the stream. Makin's face was covered in blood, a gash across his forehead, and Ulfalas dropped to one knee, blood seeping from a wound in his thigh. He saw Makin lean over one of the corpses, fingers moving quickly at the man's belt. Then a sound in the distance caused them all to turn and look. Riders appeared, Roma and Jael at the head of a dozen warriors. Jael levelled his spear upon seeing the Sirak and spurred his mount forwards. Makin leapt into his path, waving his arms frantically, calling out, "Friends! Friends! They are friends!" Roma reined in his horse, crying out in a loud voice. Jael lifted his spear point, pulling his horse up in a spray of forest litter and mud. There was silence a moment. The only noise the blowing of horses, the patter of raindrops on the stream. "What goes on here?" Roma growled. "We were set upon," said Makin, wiping blood out of his eyes, "by these." He gestured around him at the dead bodies strewn along the stream bank. "We were outnumbered, then these men came to our aid. They saved our lives." Roma looked at the strange rescuers. One stepped forward. "I am Temel of the Sirak," he said, in a guttural accent. "I am Roma, king of Isiltir, and I know you from King Aquilus's council." He glanced at the dead bodies all about him. "My thanks for your aid here. Please, our camp is not far. Come, eat with us so we may express our thanks." The Sirak nodded, a sharp, economical movement. "We will go to our horses, meet at your camp," he said and turned away, the other Sirak disappearing into the darkness behind him. "Search their bodies," Roma commanded, gesturing at the dead scattered around. "I would know who they are." The attackers' corpses were piled together, the bodies of Isildur's fallen warriors draped across horses. Castell knelt by the water and washed blood from his hands. His side was throbbing. He lifted his shirt, saw a gash across his ribs, blood trickling from it. Mackin knelt beside him. "Still alive then, lad? Someone must be smiling on us, eh?" "Doesn't feel like it," Castell muttered, wincing as he doused the cut. "That doesn't look good." He pointed at a cut on Mackin's head. "It's not deep, but I'm bleeding like a stuck pig. Scalp wounds always do. Looks worse than it is, though." He ripped a strip of cloth from his shirt, soaked it in the stream, wrung it out and bound it around his head. "Ah, by Elion's teeth, but it's good to be alive." Romar called for them to mount up. There were no clues amongst the corpses as to their identity. Quickly, they made their way back to the road and joined the camp. Soon the Sirac cantered in on small ponies, less than a score, Castell counted. With Mackin and Ulfalas, he went to have his wound tended. Then, at last, he sought out meat and drink, thankful to be alive. The Sirac was sitting around a fire with his uncle and a handful of others. They had saved his life, those strange, fierce, terrifying-looking men. He wanted to give them his thanks, but he could see Jael beside Romar. One of the Sirac rose and left the group, walking towards the fringes of the camp. Castell watched him a moment, then stood and followed, still clutching a skin of watered wine, something he'd acquired a taste for while in Tenebrae. The Sirac stood beside an oak, relieving his bladder. When he had finished, Castell approached him. "You saved my life," he said. The Sirac just stared at him, black eyes gazing out under a jutting brow. "At the stream, you saved my life." "My thanks," he said haltingly, holding out the wineskin. A smile split the warrior's many-scarred face, making him appear even more gruesome in the firelight. He took the wine and drank. "Bodil," he said, coughing liquid from his chin. "My name, Bodil." "Castell, how did you find us?" "A strange place to meet, no?" Bodil laughed, a short abrupt sound. Castell nodded. "We had been following those men. They were travelling same path that leads us home," Bodil said, passing the skin back. "We left Geraldine a day after you. We rode hard. We have been away from Arcona." He paused. How would you say it? Sea of grass. My homeland. We have been away too long." Castell concentrated on the Sirac's words, his strange accent hard to follow. The Sea of Grass was the land to the east of Fawn Forest. He had heard tell of the realm that sat upon a steep-sided plateau of rock, rising high above the trees of the forest, stretching for leagues without number. "Not far back, maybe a league," Bodil said, waving his hand at the forest. "We saw tracks lead away from the road. My father is not very trusting, and he is not one to ignore someone else's trouble, so we followed. The rest, you know." Wolfen howled somewhere in the forest. A voice called out from the campfire and Bodil stiffened. "I must go," he said. "My father is calling." Castell nodded. "I just wanted to say thank you for saving my life." Bodil smiled again. "You are welcome, Castell of Isildir." He walked back towards the fire. Castell leaned against the oak, sipping slowly at his wine. There was not much left. Mackin loomed out of the darkness, a clean bandage tied around his forehead. Here you are, lad. I've been looking for you. I think you should see this, Mackin said, pulling out a pouch from inside his shirt. He shook it gently, coin chinking. Where did you get that? Asked Castell. Off one of the corpses at the stream, Mackin said quietly, glancing around. I don't know what you think, but they seemed a ragged gang to me, not the kind to be carrying coin like this. What do you mean? Hold your hand out, lad. And Mackin poured some of the contents into Castell's open palm. They glittered in the firelight. Gold, frowned Castell. Aye, lad, and that's not all. Take a closer look. Castell held one up, twisting it so that the light from the campfires illuminated it. I don't understand, he stuttered. He was looking at the imprint on the coin, a jagged bolt of lightning. It was the crest of Isiltir. No? Then let me help you. We are a long way from Isiltir, are we not? Castell nodded. And even if we were in Isiltir, who would have coin like this? The king? His kin? JL, whispered Castell. Aye. I don't think what happened by the stream was an accident. Those men were paid, and paid well, to do a job. Castell glanced at Mackin, face serious. Joining the Gadre looking more attractive now? Asked Mackin. Chapter 28. Corban. What in Azroth's other world is the king's justice? Asked Farrell, as he munched on a cold leg of chicken. Corban was sitting in the back of a large wain, bumping along the Giant's Way, sitting with about a dozen other boys. All of them were eyeing him, or more accurately, the bundle of fur that poked out from under his arm, with varying degrees of curiosity and caution. Farrell was the only one that had actually spoken to him since he climbed into the wain, although all of the others were listening avidly to their conversation. It's an ancient law, said Corban. If you invoke it, then your grievance can only be judged by the king. Azroth's teeth, I've never heard of that before, whistled Farrell, spitting food everywhere. As I said, it's an ancient law. I don't think it's been used since Ard's reign. How do you know about it, then? Brenna told me. That witch, spluttered Farrell. She's a healer, Corban muttered distractedly. Dark clouds sat on the horizon, and a strong, sharp wind was swirling about him. Glancing down at the bundle of fur nestled in the crook of his arm, he sighed. What am I doing? He thought. I must be going mad. He remembered Evnis shouting at him in the glade and knew he had to do this. The dead and wounded from the glade had been bound to horses and led slowly out of the Baglan, a rider sent ahead to fetch Brenna and any other healers that could make it to the fortress that night. Von had fainted when lifted from the ground. Corban remembered his limbs hanging limply as he was carried from the glade. So, what are you going to do with it? Farrell said, nodding at the cub. I suppose that'll be for Queen Alana to decide. Aye, Farrell nodded. I suppose so. Thank you, Corban said, for coming back. Farrell grunted. The fortress of Duncarrig appeared in the distance. Iron-grey clouds were sweeping in from the sea, causing the day to darken early. The taste of salt was on Corban's lips, this far inland, and gulls were swirling along the coastline, white specks in the sky. A storm was coming. Chapter 29. Cohen. Cohen paced across the courtyard behind Stonegate. Something was wrong, very wrong, and no one would tell her what. It was maddening. A steady stream of riders had been returning to the forest for a while, most of them grim-faced and stern. She had rushed to the stables, leaving her self-imposed post at the gates, where she had been waiting for Corban's return. The place was heaving with activity, horses whinnying, harness clattering, voices thrumming in low, muted conversation. That was different. Usually the clamour was deafening, warriors boasting of their feats in the hunt and looking forward to the evening's feast. As she entered the stables, what little conversation there was seemed to stutter and die. She set about unsaddling a warrior's horse, asking politely how the hunt had gone, but received a frosty silence and a hard look in answer. No answers were forthcoming, so soon she gave up and returned to the gates. The line of returning riders was thicker now. Then she saw the dead and wounded draped over horses being led by weary-looking riders. Her breath caught in her throat. Da, Corban, Gar, where are they? She saw her Da ride through the gates on Steadfast, his huge workhorse, then Gar, stony-faced as usual, upon Hammer, Budai padding along behind. She breathed a deep sigh of relief and rushed over to them. "Where's Ban?" she said, as she fell in beside them. Thanon looked down, grim beneath his beard. She took a step back. "He'll be along soon enough," Thanon said. "He is well, then? When I saw some of those return—" "Aye, Kerr, he's well, for the moment." He passed a big, calloused hand across his face, relaxing slightly. "What has happened?" Cohen asked. "Not now, girl," he muttered, glancing about him. "But—" He gave her a look that would have stripped bark from a tree. Her protest died on her lips. "Go home, girl. We'll be along soon enough." He fixed his eyes ahead, dismissing her, and she dipped her head meekly, turned, and left the courtyard. Once out of sight, she retraced her steps and peered into the courtyard, checking that Thanon and Gar had ridden from view. Then she ran back to the gate. It was some time later that the wains carrying the beaters came into view, rattling across the bridge. Daylight was fading quickly, thick black clouds churning overhead, so she could not make out Corban in the press of shapes. Then she saw him, sitting by the tailgate of the second wain. One hand on the rail, he jumped to the ground, holding his left arm tight to his side. "Ban! What's going on?" she called, as she ran over to him. "Are you all right?" Then she pulled up short. Something had moved in the crook of his elbow. She saw a flash of pale, white fur flecked with black. He did not answer her, just took a deep breath and began walking. She fell in beside him, almost trotting to keep up. "Ban, what's wrong? Where did you get that pup?" He sucked in a deep breath. "It's not a pup," he said, holding his arms out. Cohen gasped as she saw a long muzzle, fluffy furred cheeks, and copper eyes. 2 sharp canines protruded from its lips. "It's a wolfen cub, Kerr. I found it in the Baglan." "Oh." For a moment she could not think of anything else to say. Then a flood of questions welled up in her mind. It must have shown on her face, for Corban stopped. "Please, Kerr, wait, or I'll have to give the same account scores of times. I just want to go home. I'll tell you all when we get there." A warrior strode up. Marek. He saw Corban and hurried over. "The Queen would speak with you. Now." Without waiting for an answer, Marek turned and strode away. Corban followed the disappearing warrior in silence. Cohen hurried after them. It was dark now, and fat raindrops were starting to fall. Sharp gusts of wind sent them stinging into Cohen's face. She pulled the hood of her cloak up. Soon the feast hall loomed out of the darkness, and they marched through its doors. There was a spitted deer turning above a fire. They trod stone corridors for a while, then Marek walked through another doorway. Alona was sitting in a dark wooden chair, draped with furs. Standing before her were Cohen's parents, Thanon and Gwyneth, along with Gar. "Are there any more from your hold that will be joining us, Thanon?" asked Alona. The smith flushed. "No," he muttered, shifting uncomfortably. "Ban is not of age, and this is a serious matter. I should be present." "Most certainly, as should the boy's mother," she said, with a quick glance at Gwyneth. "The presence of his sister and my stable-master is debatable, however, but—" she held up a hand to ward against the bubbling protests. "I will allow them to stay. We will not be discussing any secrets of the realm, I think." Corban moved forward, standing immediately before the Queen. Cohen stood next to her mother. Corban began to say something, but Alona raised her hand. We must wait for one more, she said in cold tones. Corban nodded and looked at the floor. Long moments passed until footsteps were heard in the corridor. Evnis swept in, dirt and dried blood smearing his pale face. Evnis, she said. Pendathren has told me some of what has happened. How is your son? He is alive, my queen. Brenna is tending him. She met me on the road, has insisted on caring for him at her cottage. That is why I have been so long. He took a deep breath, as if to say more, but then decided against it. So, Corban, you have claimed King's justice. Corban lifted his gaze from the floor and nodded. Yes, my queen. Unfortunately, as you know, the king is not here. Are you content to settle for your queen's justice? Of course, yes, he said quietly. You are King Brenin's voice while he is away. Good. I shall hear all that is to be said, and when I give my decision, it shall be final. Is that understood? Yes, my queen, said Corban. Evnis? Of course, the councillor said. First, Corban, tell me, how did you come to know of King's justice? Brenna has told me of it. Brenna? Really? Alana raised an eyebrow. I help her sometimes, gathering herbs, doing chores. I see. She looked at Corban thoughtfully. Evnis, may I hear your account of today's events? There is little to tell, my queen. A while after high sun, the party that I was leading in the hunt entered a glade deep in the Baglan. There were wolfen there. And this lad, he said, with a gesture at Corban. The wolfen attacked us. We killed them all, sustaining grievous losses and injury. My Von, he paused, a tremor in his voice. Von was injured, though he lives. There were cubs in the glade. I killed them all, except the one that the boy holds. He refused a command from me to relinquish it, counsellor to the king, and then he refused an order from your brother, battle chief of Arden. It is a simple matter. The cub must be destroyed, and this insolent child requires some disciplining. Cohen could not believe what she was hearing. With a conscious effort, she closed her mouth. How had Ban got involved in this? And defied Evnis and Pendathren, two of the most powerful men in the kingdom. Marek, how is it that this has come to pass? I have never heard of a confrontation with wolfen like this in our generation or any other. Marek stepped forward. Old scars he had received from wolfen livid on his cheek and neck. I'm not sure, my lady. My experience with wolfen is limited. But from what I know, they're from the old days, if we are to believe the tales. The giants bred them as another weapon in their war of treasures. Heb could tell us more. I know that they are wolf-like, though larger, of course, and said to be extremely intelligent. They are trackers, hunters, killers. I would hazard a guess that the cubs played a large part in making the wolfen attack today. I looked at the glade. There was a large den, dug beneath a great tree. Usually cubs would not be moved until they were much older, and without the cubs, I suspect that the wolfen would have simply left. He looked at the bundle of fur in Corban's arm. My guess is that the wolfen would not move the cubs out of instinct, and so chose to stay. Then, when they were discovered, they fought like demons to protect their young. And these wolfen, they live their whole lives in a pack. Their bonds, I would guess, must be very strong. Alana nodded. Then, slowly and deliberately, she turned her gaze upon Corban. Well, she said, what have you to say? Corban looked uncertain, and for a moment, Cohen thought he would just hand over the wolfen cub. But then she saw him stand a bit straighter, recognized his stubborn expression. It is difficult to explain, he said. Well, you must try, or the cub's life is most certainly forfeit, Alana replied, stonily. He nodded. To understand what I've done, and why I've done this, I must... He paused. Cohen saw fear or worry in his face. He took a deep breath. To understand what I've done, I must tell you of the last time I entered the Baglan forest. Alana waved a hand in the air. Proceed. Corban told of his foray into the Baglan, of his hearing the howling, of finding and saving the wolfen, and of being found by Gar. Cohen glanced around, saw shocked expressions on her mam and Dar's faces. Even Gar's normally steely demeanour was troubled. When I stood in the glade today, facing those wolfen, I was scared. More than scared, terrified, frozen with terror. I thought I was going to die. Then she looked at me, the wolfen, and I knew her, and she knew me. She remembered the swamp. Evnis snorted and Corban blushed. It's true, she did. And what happened to them? They were protecting their young, only what any here would have done. 8 men died, 3 horses, almost my whole pack of hounds, Evnis growled. I'm just saying. It was not the cubs' fault. They were innocent, you trampled them. Corban paused, gritting his teeth. When it was all over, when they were all dead, I saw this cub was still alive, so I grabbed it. I didn't really think about it, it just happened. But when I looked at it, held it, felt it wriggling, it felt right. It is right to protect the innocent, isn't it? Yes, Cohen whispered. If I'd have let Evnis kill it, I don't know, it just would have all been for nothing. Pulling the mother from the bog, getting lost, all of it. Alana bowed her head. Silence settled in the room. The Queen stirred, gripping the arms of her chair. What would you do with this cub? She asked Corban. Evnis's eyes bulged. Something, hope, danced across Corban's face. I would care for it. Raise it. My Dar has bred and raised the finest hounds. No one would be able to do it better than he. Whoa, boy, spluttered Thanon. That is no hound you have in your arms. But what if it was raised like one? Corban enthused, carried along by the idea. What if you could raise it as you would a hound? They are not so different, just bigger and with longer teeth. The corners of Alana's mouth twitched. Your enthusiasm is compelling. Marok, is this possible? Evnis made a disgusted sound in his throat. The huntsman shrugged. I could not say with any certainty. Maybe. It's quite a risk. But... He tapped the hilt of his sword with one finger. But perhaps this lad, with Thanon's help, is equal to the task. He shrugged again. Evnis opened his mouth, but Alana spoke before he did. Yes, it is a risk. She held Corban with a stern gaze. But I feel inclined to grant this request. We need examples of mercy as well as harsh justice in these difficult times. Thanon, as head of your hold, are you willing to assist your son in this? Thanon glanced at Gwyneth, who gave a quick nod. I am, my queen. Good, but, she said, stern and cold again, if there is one incident where a subject of mine is harmed by this creature, it will be destroyed, immediately, with no chance of reprieve. Those are my terms. What? Choked Evnis. How can you even countenance this? These beasts are killers. Letting it live dishonours my son. How can you do this? That cub did not savage your son, Evnis. And the others were trying to protect their young, nothing more, according to my huntsman. Nevertheless, Evnis began. Might I remind you that you swore to abide by my decision? It is final. Evnis stood there a moment, struggling to master himself. He bowed his head. If that is all, my queen, I would tend to my son. Alana nodded, and Evnis left abruptly. Cohen shared a shocked look with her mother and father, then Corban surged forward, dropped to his knees before Alana and kissed her hand. He stood slowly, not knowing quite where to look. My thanks, he stuttered. You will not regret your decision. Time will be the judge, Alana replied. She gestured towards the door and, recognizing the dismissal, Corban left. Cohen followed her mam, and for the briefest of moments saw Alana's gaze lock with Gwyneth's. Then they were in the stone corridors again. Gwyneth broke the silence as they bustled out of the rain into the warmth of their kitchen. "I'll fetch some goat's milk. 'Twould be a shame for the cub to die of hunger after all you've done for it." Corban put the cub down on the floor where it stood quite still, legs straight and stiff. He sat down beside it, holding his hand out near its muzzle. The cub stretched its neck out, sniffing, ears twitching. It was covered in thick white fur, darker stripes zigzagging its torso. Budai uncurled from his spot before the fire, stretched, padded over to the cub, and pressed his wrinkled black muzzle hard into its fur, taking deep, snorting breaths. The cub nipped Budai, who shook his head. All watched to see what the hound would do. He collapsed onto the ground, pawing at the cub with his huge, heavy pads. The wolfen cub pounced at one of his ears, growling. Thannon laughed. "Fool hound," he snorted. "Still thinks he's a pup. Well, lad, if Budai is happy for the cub to stay, so am I. Is it a dog or a bitch?" Corban shrugged and lifted the cub's back leg. "Bitch." "What are you going to call her, Ban?" asked Cohen. Lightning flashed above the fortress, thunder rumbling almost immediately behind it. The kitchen door blew open, banging against the wall, rain sheeting onto the stone floor. Gar closed the door. "Storm. I shall call her Storm." Chapter 30. Veradis. Veradis sat in the chamber where his father had greeted them. Now the table was cleared of maps. Instead, jugs and cups were laid out. King Lamar sat with Krullis and Ector either side of him, Prince Nathair and Veradis opposite. They had shared a meal in the great hall, all going well enough except for one incident with Nathair. He had made to sit in the chair beside Lamar, the one that always remained empty, Veradis' mother's chair. Of course, his father had blamed him for not explaining the tradition to Nathair, and Veradis was inclined to agree. He had been distracted, in conversation with Alicia, the stablemaster's daughter, at the time. His father had been in poor humour ever since. "Aquilus honours me by sending you, Nathair," said Lamar. The prince inclined his head. "My father values you, Lamar. He knows your loyalty." Lamar leaned forward. "So, news of the council, I believe you said earlier." "Aye, the council. We are on the brink of momentous times. As you know, my father sent messengers to all corners of the banished lands, and most honoured his call. Only a handful did not come." Veradis watched his father's and brother's faces as Nathair spoke of Aquilus's council, of Michael and the writings he discovered by the giant Halvor. He told of the claims and mysteries spoken of in his book. Nathair finished with a proposal of an alliance of kings against the times ahead, and of the debates that raged back and forth. Lamar's face gave away nothing, but he asked many questions, especially regarding the arguments made for and against the alliance, and particularly about who had spoken against Aquilus. Krullis exclaimed often, audibly muttering whenever Nathair described someone speaking against the king. Ector said nothing, but was intent throughout. "This Michael," said Lamar. "I've heard his name before, but never seen him. Tell me of him." "He is counsellor to my father, but rarely found within the realm. He has been absent for many years, gathering the information I have told you of." "What does he look like?" Ector interjected. "He's tall, very tall, dark-haired, battle-scarred," Nathair said with a shrug. "There is little more to tell." "What of his eyes? What colour are his eyes?" Dark? I do not know for sure. Why?" "Probably nothing," Ector said, waving his hand. "Is there aught else you can tell me of him?" Lamar asked. "Aye, my father trusts him utterly. It was only after his return that the messengers were sent out heralding the council." "And what of you? Do you trust him?" Nathair leaned back in his chair. He is my father's counsellor, not mine. We do not confide in one another. But I bow to my father's wisdom. If my father trusts him, then I see that as good reason to do the same. Aye. Well spoken. Aquilus is no fool, that is one truth I know for certain. Lamar looked weary as he leaned forward. So, this is news indeed. A god war, fought before our eyes. More even, with us as their pawns. The evidence of the scourging is left in the scars of the land, but still, it is hard to imagine, eh? Gods, angels, and demons here. He clenched a fist, knuckles popping, and winced. But not before the coming of this black sun. He frowned. I would like to see a copy of this book. As would I, said Ector hungrily. Lamar placed a hand on Ector's shoulder. My son is most learned, and we have a collection of ancient manuscripts here, in this very tower. Ector may be able to help in the understanding of these predictions. I have heard of Ector's reputation, said Nathair. And Veradis saw something flicker across his brother's face. Pride? I am sure that can be arranged. So then, what would Aquilus have me do? Lamar asked. Prepare. Train your warband for the coming war and begin this alliance, helping those that stood with him at the council. And how are we to do that, exactly? My father will let you know. There is talk of a force needed to deal with the Hunan, the remnants of a giant tribe causing some kind of mischief in Helveth. It may be that my father will send a warband. Nathair shrugged. It is only talk at present. You have given me much to think on, Lamar said. If there is no more to tell, I think I will retire now. We shall speak more on the morrow. Nathair dipped his head and began to rise. My apologies for earlier, he said. Apologies? Aye. About the chair? Veradis has since informed me of your custom. It would have been well if he had informed you before the meal, Lamar said. I have apologized, father, muttered Veradis. Apologized, said Lamar, quiet and cold. Not to me. But anyway, how can you apologize for forgetting your mother? No amount of words can undo that. He rose. You should not be so harsh, Lamar, said Nathair. Veradis has risen far in Tenebral, far indeed. He is my first sword, and captain of my warband. You have much to be proud of. Why not think on those things instead of dwelling on some petty mistake? Lamar tensed. Petty. He took a deep breath. Importance is oft a case of perspective. Risen far, you say. Maybe, but maybe too far, too fast. A child does not become a man overnight. No, true enough. But perhaps your eyes expect a child where a man now stands. Lamar gripped the back of his chair, hands whitening. Do not seek to instruct me in my own hall on how I treat my own kin. You are not king yet, Nathair. You are young, but your years are poor excuse for such arrogance. There was a moment's silence, Lamar's words hanging in the air. He calls you a child, Veradis' thoughts whirled, and insults Nathair, the one man to believe in you. Anger flared deep within. You owe Nathair an apology, he growled, finding himself rising in turn. He is your prince and is due your respect. His heart was pounding, and suddenly Krellis was standing too. Lamar's gaze shifted from Nathair to Veradis, and for long moments they all just stood there. Respect, Lamar eventually said. A pity you know so little of it. He turned and left, Ector rising quickly and following him. Krellis lingered a moment, then left too. Veradis rode at the head of his small column of warriors, Nathair beside him. The prince had made the decision to leave at sunrise. I have said all my father bade me. My duty is done, he had said. So at first light, Veradis had headed for the stables, ready to ride. There was more than one red-eyed, sore-headed warrior amongst his small band, but, nevertheless, and much to Veradis's pride, they were all soon gathered in the courtyard before the main gates. As soon as they were ready, Nathair had walked from the hall, deep in conversation with Ector. Crelis loomed through the doors behind them. He walked straight to Veradis. "Farewell, little brother," he said, offering his arm. Veradis had leaned forward in his saddle and gripped it. "Last night, father," Crelis began, then shook his head. "I think I will visit you soon. Until then, have a care." His eyes flickered briefly to Nathair, and suddenly the anger of the previous night had gripped Veradis again. "Have a care," he said. "I would remind you that I was sent to Geraldine and have returned the better for it. I'm no child, Crelis. I serve the Prince of Old Tenebrel." "Aye, you made that clear enough last night," Crelis said, his voice quiet, meant only for Veradis. "Is it a crime to serve your prince?" Veradis said tightly. "It is father who should have a care. His words bordered on treason." Crelis's eyes narrowed and he quickly released his grip on Veradis's arm. "Be very sure you mean the words that come out of your mouth. You cannot unsay them." Before Veradis was able to reply, Crelis had taken a step back and raised his hand in farewell. He raised his own arm, fist clenched, and led his band of warriors from Ripper. He had not looked back. They were cantering along a worn track, skirting the northern fringe of the forest. Nathair had insisted, saying that he would explain later. Veradis was not overly concerned. His mind kept returning to his brother's face and their harsh words. Never had he been at odds with Crelis before. Never. They made camp before sunset, within sight of the broken walls of Balara, the old giant ruin. "Leave your horse saddled. You and I will be riding out soon," Nathair said. Veradis just nodded and helped the other warriors settle their mounts and make camp. He ate a bowl of fish stew as the sun sank into the forest, high clouds glowing a soft pink. Soon after, Nathair called him. "If we are not back by first light," the prince said to Rauka, pointing to the outline of the giant ruins, "take everyone here, ride to that tower, and kill anyone that you find there. Do you understand?" Rauka frowned, but nodded. "We are going to meet Kalidas of the Vinthalan and another, his master, Lycos," Nathair said, as they rode into the darkness, the ground rising gently as they passed among the first trees of the forest. "Is this safe, Nathair?" The prince shrugged. "I believe so. Sometimes risks must be taken if the rewards are great enough. Tonight I will further my father's cause." "But what if they mean to kill you or take you prisoner and ransom you?" "Aye, there is that. But they could have done that already. Kalidas made that point quite clearly, remember." "Still," grunted Veradis, not liking it at all. Nathair reined in his horse and dismounted. "First I would talk with you of something else." Veradis slipped from his saddle and faced Nathair. His face was mostly shadow, eyes reflecting liquid starlight. "My father's cause. Our cause. Do you believe it to be true?" "Aye, Nathair." The prince stared at him in silence, so Veradis continued. "I am not a thinker, like Ector, but I am, I guess, a fair judge of people. I know King Aquilus. I know you. I follow your lead. I trust my king. And these are strange times, there's no denying. Stones weeping blood, white worms roaming the land." Nathair shook his head. "No. Following my lead, my father's lead, it is not enough, Veradis. I must know what you believe." He poked Veradis in the chest. "Halvor's book. What it predicts. About the God War. Do you believe that?" Slowly, deliberately, Veradis nodded. "I do." And he was surprised, for saying it out loud, he realized that he did, completely. Nathair smiled, ran a hand through his hair, the silence growing. Eventually he spoke. "My dreams, the ones I have told you of? I think I have some understanding of them. The voice that I hear, always the same. I believe it to be Elyon, the All-Father. He paused. Do you think me mad? No, Nathair. The one spoken of in the prophecy, the bright star, Elyon's champion. I believe I am that man. That through my dreams, Elyon is summoning me. When we met, Calidus, when you leapt through a wall of fire for me. Afterwards I talked with Calidus a long while in his tent. He knows. He spoke of the God War. He told me I am chosen. Veradis shivered. My father has been telling me of these times, warning me of them, preparing me for them. We are on the brink of the abyss, Veradis. I must have good men around me, great men. You are the first of those. Already we have stood for each other's lives, you and I. You leapt through the fire for me when no one else did. And I saw your loyalty to me last night, before all else, even your own kin. Veradis was silent. He wanted to look away, feeling suddenly awkward, but Nathair's gaze held him. The prince drew a knife from his belt. It glinted in the starlight. I would make a blood oath with you. You are Elyon's gift to me, the brother that I never had, my first sword, champion, battle chief, and friend. Bind yourself to me now, and Elyon will take us on to glory you have never dreamed of. We shall face Azroth's black sun and change our world. What say you? Everything that had happened over the last turn of the moon flashed through Veradis's mind. He saw his father's face, heard his words of the night before, a child does not become a man overnight. He saw Krelis's face, Ector's, but above them all, Nathair's words resonated. Somehow, utterly, he knew that Nathair was destined for greatness. He felt it, could almost hear a voice whispering it in his mind, urging him to bend his knee. But more than that, Nathair believed in him. Suddenly he was overwhelmed by this man before him, prince, leader, friend, and he sank to his knees. I would swear this oath gladly. I would bind myself to you and your cause, Nathair, now and until death. Then stand, brother, for that is what you are to me now, and let us seal this oath with our blood. He drew his knife across his open palm, then offered the hilt to Veradis. With a quick motion, Veradis did the same, and they gripped each other's hands, standing there long moments in the darkness. We are blood-sworn now, bound while blood flows in our bodies, Nathair smiled. Come then, let us go meet our destiny. He swung back into his saddle and urged his horse forwards. Veradis stood there a moment, clenching his stinging palm. Then he scrambled onto his horse. The ruin of Balara rose up, a dark shadow framed in the starlight. Veradis felt a pang, being this close to the place of so many childhood terrors, but Nathair was determined to enter. The gateway was blocked with fallen rubble, so they rode around the walls and soon found a section that had collapsed. There was no path for the horses, so they dismounted and hobbled them amongst a stand of trees, then entered the ancient fortress of giants. Nathair strode along a wide street, Veradis a step behind, eyeing the deep shadows to either side suspiciously. He saw a light up ahead, filling an arched doorway, and above it reared the broken tower, rubble littering the ground around it. A man stood beside the door, a long spear in his hand. Veradis gripped the hilt of his sword, but Nathair walked past the man and through the open doorway. The spearman was Dynon, the Vinthalan he had taken to Geraldine in chains. The corsair dipped his head to Veradis, who grunted, and followed Nathair into the tower. Torches burned around the room, which was wide and round. Crumbling stone and rotted wood were scattered across the floor. A stone stairway wound around the tower wall until it abruptly ended, stars shimmering beyond the jagged outline of the shattered wall. 3 people stood before them. 2 he instantly recognized, the thin, grey-bearded face of the Vinthalan Calidus, and his giant companion, Alcyone. The other one stepped forward. He wore a plain leather cuirass, sharp eyes staring out from a weathered face, all deep lines and brown skin. He extended a hand towards Nathair, a jewelled ring of office glinting in the torchlight. "Welcome, Nathair. I am Lycos. I've waited long for this moment." Nathair gripped his arm. "Lycos, I have come as you asked. I am glad of the treaty between us." "There was a time when it would have been impossible, where no one man could speak for the Vintalon," Lycos said, a voice smooth but with an edge of gravel. Veradis thought of wolves. "But now the warlords of the three islands have bowed their knee to me. We are no longer a fractured people. We are a force, rather than an annoyance to greater realms." He tugged thoughtfully at a braid in his beard, streaked with grey. Iron rings bound in it chinked together. "I wanted to meet you. Thank you for your part in the treaty. I am sure that without your efforts, it would not have come about." Nathair dipped his head. "And for what else? What other reason are we meeting here, in the dead of night?" Nathair asked. "You do not know?" "I think perhaps I do," Nathair said quietly, almost a whisper. "But I would hear you say it." "So be it." Lycos drew a breath. "For decades, I have known that I would serve you, and I have been preparing the way. You are set apart, Nathair. Chosen." Nothing differed in Nathair's expression or bearing, but suddenly Veradis sensed a change, a tension filling the room, setting his skin tingling. "Why would you say such a thing?" Nathair whispered. "Because I have dreamt it. And in my dreams I have been told of a coming darkness. But more than that, I have been told of a man who will change the world we tread. Someone who will unite the whole of the banished lands under one banner. I have been told that man is you, Nathair." Suddenly Lycos dropped to his knees. "I am at your command, Nathair, and along with me the three islands of the Vintalon, and a fleet the likes of which the banished lands has not witnessed since the coming of the exiles to these shores." Chapter 31. Corban. Corban checked again the list of herbs and plants that Brenin had sent him to collect. Goldenrod, heartsease, meadowsweet, poppy, monkshood, elder. They were all in the sack he had slung over his shoulder. "Keep them separate," she had warned. Before he had been able to clench his mouth shut, he had asked why. Some days Brenin would answer half a dozen whys before her patience snapped. Other days, like this day, he could tell there would be a sting in the tail of any answer, even for a single why. "Because some are for a poultice and some he needs to drink," she had snapped. "Now get you gone before the lad dies of waiting," she'd finished, as she held her cottage door open. "Get you gone!" Kraft the crow had screeched as he left. He really hated that crow. Now he was trudging back to the cottage, a knot of fear germinating in his belly at the thought of having forgotten something. Goldenrod, heartsease, meadowsweet poppy, monkshood, elder, he recited out loud. Storm cocked her head at him as she trotted through the long grass nearby. She had been stopping frequently to pounce at butterflies or leap around clumps of grass, slowing his return, but he'd been quite glad of the distraction. He and the wolf and cub had hardly left each other's side since his return from the hunt, a 10-night gone. The only time he did leave her was during his trips to the rowan field. Thanon had insisted. "Let them get used to the idea before she's paraded before them," he had said. "There'll be warriors in the field that were close to those killed or hurt." When Thanon decided on something, it very rarely changed. And anyway, his dad was right. Men had died in the Baglam forest. If it had been one of his kin, he might not have been able to think of Storm without distrust. He bent down, rustled the grass in front of the cub. She crouched, pounced, grabbed his wrist, and shook her head, Corban yelping. Her teeth were sharper than his mam's bone needles. He twisted his hand free, caught some of the fur of her cheek, and tugged it playfully. Looking up, he saw a thin line of smoke rising from Brenner's cottage, tall alders shielding it. He didn't want to go back. It was bad enough having to be around Von, Evnis' son, although now that the fever had taken him, he didn't have to put up with his scornful comments every time Corban was in the cottage. Adding Brenner's foul mood to the brew made lingering outside tempting, but he was sure that the longer he delayed, the worse the tongue-lashing would be when he returned. "Come on," he said resignedly to Storm, setting off again. 2 horses were grazing on the lush grass around the cottage, a man sitting with his back to a wall. He rose as Corban approached and moved in front of the door. It was Evnis' guard, his nose crooked from when Tull had broken it. His name was Glyn, Corban had learned. Corban tried to move around him, avoiding eye contact as he reached for the door handle, but the warrior blocked him. "None may enter." "Was Brenner—" stuttered Corban. "None," Glyn snapped, cutting Corban short, poking him hard in the chest with a stubby finger. Corban took a step backwards, looked at the ground, not sure what to do. Storm made a noise somewhere between a hiss and a growl. "Should put this spear in your pets," the warrior muttered, prodding the butt into the wolf and cub's ribs. "Don't you touch her," Corban heard himself snarl. Glyn prodded Storm again, harder. She whimpered, jumped away, snapping. Corban's hand snaked out and grabbed the spear shaft. Glyn tried to jerk it free, but Corban held on with strength he had not known he possessed. There was a moment's silence as boy and warrior glared at each other. Then the cottage door opened suddenly. Brenner appeared, a larger form behind her. "Under my feet," Brenner was saying. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Corban and Glyn, Corban still clutching the warrior's spear shaft. She poked Glyn with a hard, bony finger. He recoiled, as if bitten by a snake. "Get out of the way, you oaf," she snapped at him, "and let my apprentice through." "Apprentice?" Corban's eyes widened. "He has herbs vital to Von's recovery. I hope that you haven't hindered him," she added, with a sharp look. Glyn took another step back. "Enough of this," Evnis said from behind Brenner, emerging into the sunlight. "I will leave Glyn here. If there is any change in my son's condition, send him at once." "I have told you I do not want someone else littering my cottage. It is overcrowded as it is. And besides, there is no need. I have someone here that I can send if necessary." Brenner gestured towards Corban. Evnis looked disdainfully at him. "Glyn will stay," he said. "Well, he will stay outside," said Brenner. She grabbed Corban by the shoulder, dragged him in, and slammed the door, Storm just managing to avoid her tail being crushed as she darted through behind. "Well?" Brenner said, rounding on Corban. He stared at her blankly a moment, then hurriedly passed her his bag. Muttering, she turned to a pot suspended over the fire. She emptied the bag's contents, quickly separating them into 2 piles. Breaking some up, she began dropping herbs into the bubbling pot. Kraft squawked, hopping from foot to foot, beating his wings. "Potion?" he muttered. "How is it," Corban said hesitantly, "that Kraft speaks?" Brenner and the crow looked at him, appearing unnervingly alike for a moment. "That is a question I had expected from you some time ago," she said. "It is one I have thought to ask many times," he admitted. "Then why did you not?" Corban shrugged. "It seemed rude." Brenner threw her head back and laughed, a throaty, unsettling sound. Kraft squawked and ruffled his feathers, flapped his wings once. Storm hissed and hid behind Corban's legs. "How is it that Kraft speaks?" Brenner repeated, when she'd recovered. "When the world was young, things were very different. You know this already, or should do," she added, frowning. "Before the scourging, there was a harmony to the land amongst and between the races, giant, human. There was a balance. Elyon set an order into nature, into us. To the giants and mankind was given a gift
a responsibility. We were the overseers of this world with a duty to care for it and all that dwelt in it. You have heard the term elemental, I would guess.
I have, though I do not really understand what it means. Magic, I think.
Magic,
Brenner snorted.
Magic is a word the ignorant use to explain what they do not understand. An elemental refers to those that have some kind of command, or authority, is maybe a better word, over the world around them. It is an ability to use the elements, earth, water, fire, air, and command them to some extent. The giants still claim some knowledge of this, though it was not solely their province. Once, when the world was young, all were elementals. It was part of the pact, part of the way of things. Elyon gave us authority so that we could better care for the world in which we were placed.
What? You mean I could...
Yes, that is exactly what I mean. And along with this was the ability to communicate with animals. It was part of the order.
But then, Corban said, how is it not so now? It's just a tale, surely.
Brenner shrugged. If it is only a tale, then how is it that you hear Craft speak?
Her eyebrows beetled as she stared intently at him.
I don't know, he said.
Brenner snorted. What happened then? He asked a little grudgingly.
You know of the other world?
Aye, though again...
Yes, you are unclear of the details, she said with a scowl. The other world is the realm of Elyon and of Azeroth. Some say we can see it, at times even visit it in our dreams, a world of spirit.
Corban felt a vague tugging at the back of his mind, a distant memory struggling to break through.
As you know, Azeroth and his Kadoshim are not best pleased with their being confined to the other world. Azeroth would like nothing more than to walk the land we tread.
Why?
Because he hates us, Corban. Hates all creation. It is the joy, the crowning glory of his enemy, you see. He is too cunning to fight Elyon directly, not again. So he would destroy Elyon's creation instead. Destroy me, you, all of us. A type of revenge, if you like.
Corban felt suddenly anxious, as if watched. He looked about the cabin.
Before the scourging, the giants were different, Brenner continued. They were not so warlike, more inquisitive. But still the usual happened. She twirled her hand. Greed, corruption, jealousy, the thirst for power, as always. The giants made things, great things, from a star that fell from the sky. Somehow the things that they forged from it, a spear, a torque, a cauldron, other things, all was somehow linked to the other world. Some amongst the giants, tempted, swayed by Azeroth, I don't doubt, began to explore this link. Some kind of doorway was made between our world of flesh and the other world, the world of spirit. That was when Elyon stepped in, decided enough was enough, I suppose. And you most certainly do know the rest. The scourging of fire and water, where the world was changed, giants, mankind virtually destroyed, our ancestors fleeing, being washed up on the shores of the Isle of Summer.
She ran a finger through Craft's feathers, smiling sadly at Corban.
So, you see, once all animals spoke, all people were elementals and lived in balance with this world. Much has been lost. What we have now is but a pale reflection, a fragment, and even that is fading with the passing of time.
She sniffed.
That is the way of the world, I suppose. No point fighting it.
How do you know all this? Corban asked.
I learned my letters. I read. I listened. I still do. You should try it, boy. History is of value. If more of us took heed of the mistakes of the past, the future could be a different thing.
Mum and Dad teach me and Cohen our histories, he said. But you know so much. And about giants.
Sometimes, boy, you ask too many questions for an old woman to keep up with, she said. It is hard enough answering your questions, let alone answering the same one twice. I just told you I learned my letters, I read, I listened.
Von groaned, twisting in his cot. Brynner returned her attentions to the pot in front of her.
You can go now, she said over her shoulder. I have no more need of you this day. Return on the morrow.
Corban met Cohen on the Giant's Way, near the paddocks.
I've been waiting for you. Ma'am wants us to fetch her some eggs, she said. Our chickens aren't laying.
What's wrong with them? Corban asked.
Ma'am thinks Storm has scared them half to death.
She stopped chasing them, Corban said defensively.
Yes, now she just stares at them, hungrily.
Cohen grinned.
All right, let's get Dath. I want to show him Storm.
They found Dath sitting against the door of his house, gutting and boning a barrel full of fish. Corban made him give Storm a slice of one. Dath's hand shook a little as he offered it, but the wolf and cub snatched it and swallowed it in a heartbeat, licking her lips and canines, which were already starting to protrude visibly.
Everyone's talking about you and Nat, Dath said.
He was staying perfectly still as Storm sniffed his hand, licking a finger.
She's beautiful, he whispered. But is she? You know, safe? Yes, Corban said. Da's helping me train her, just like a hound. She's doing well. More importantly, can you train her to bite Rafe?
Dath asked with a grin.
I'd like to, but Alana said if Storm hurts anyone, she'll be killed. Shame,
Dath frowned.
Corban sat down beside his friend. Not out fishing, then?
No. Dath's frown shifted to a scowl.
You dar inside?
Cohen kicked his foot.
Why don't you come down to the shore and find nests on the cliffs with us? Climbing's about the only thing you're good at.
Dath looked up at them, sighed.
I'll check on Da.
A stale smell leaked out of the gap in the doorway as Dath slipped into his house. Corban heard muffled snoring, Dath's footsteps, then his friend was back.
Come on, then,
he said brusquely, setting off towards the beach.
He won't be waking up any time soon.
How is your Da? Corban said, catching up with his friend. Dath shrugged.
Not good.
A slight tremor shook his voice.
I don't know what to do, Ban.
He blinked hard.
What does Bethan think? Bethan? She's never home anymore. When she is, she and Dar just argue. I think she's in there.
He pointed towards a row of smokehouses that lined the path to the beach.
You should come live with us,
Cohen said.
Couldn't leave Dar,
Dath replied.
He needs me. What is a punch post? You don't know what you're talking about, he snapped.
They walked in silence a while, following the winding path down to the beach. Dath glanced to his right, to where his Da's skiff was beached, slumped on the stones. They turned towards the cliffs that Duncarrick was built on. The tide was out, so they splashed through the shallow surf, fist-sized crabs scuttling out of their way, and stopped beside the cliff's foot. Corban stared into a large cave at the base of the wall of stone. The sea filled it, surf echoing out of the blackness, sounding otherworldly, booming. A narrow path disappeared into the gloom, slick with seaweed. Dath saw him gazing into the cave's mouth and screwed up his face.
No eggs in there, Ban.
Corban nodded.
All right, we'll do the cave another time. Not likely, that cave's cursed. Dath, are you scared of everything?
Corban scoffed.
Say that to me when we're up there,
Dath said, pointing at the nests perched high above on rocky outcrops. He began to climb the cliff face, his slight wiry frame easily scaling the slick pitted rock.
Wait here with Storm for me,
Corban said to Cohen. She grinned, watching the wolf and cub stalking a huge crab. Corban began to climb, much slower than Dath. He had never been as good a climber as his friend, though he thought few probably were, Dath seeming to possess an unnatural ability to scale anything effortlessly. As he climbed higher, the breeze that had been refreshing when his feet had been on the ground seemed far more malevolent, now clutching at him, trying to snatch him away from the rock. At last he reached a cluster of nests and filled his small bag. Then a voice drifted up to him, calling his name, and his stomach lurched as he realised how high he was. Cohen was jumping about, waving her hands at him. He shouted for Dath, then began the climb down, and in a short time he was standing at the foot of the cliffs, his legs and arms shaky from his exertions. Dath was right behind him. "Storm's gone!" Cohen almost shouted at them. "I tried to stop her, went after her away, but it was too dark to see. I kept calling, but she wouldn't come." Tears welled in her eyes. "Where?" Corban interrupted. She pointed into the cave. "Oh, no," gulped Dath. Corban strode in, calling Storm, but the sound of waves crashing on rocks drowned his voice. Cohen was right. In only a few steps, all was darkness. He went on a little way, hands grasping cold rock walls, but his foot slipped on slick stone, and he nearly fell into the channel of seawater, so he turned back. "Where's Dath?" he said, as he emerged, blinking onto the sand. "Going to get a torch." Soon Dath flew back across the beach to them, quickly sparked a torch of dried rushes to flame. Corban entered first, Cohen behind him. "Ban," Dath called, hovering at the cave's entrance. He was pale, looking as if he was about to vomit. "What's wrong, Dath?" I don't think I can come in there," he muttered. "Why not?" Cohen snapped. It's cursed." Cohen snorted. "Take our eggs, Dath. Take them to my mum." "Thank you," Dath said, taking Corban's bag of eggs. "Tell her we're helping Brenna with something," Cohen added. "I will," Dath called over his shoulder. The cave burrowed further than Corban would have thought, narrowing as they went deeper, though the ceiling was too high for the torchlight to touch it. They found Storm standing over a rock pool. Even as Corban watched, her paw snaked into the water and scooped out a fat, silvery fish. It flopped about on the rocks for a moment before the wolf and the cub pounced on it and crunched into its head. "Think she likes fish?" Cohen said, relief dripping from her voice. "Aye," Corban grinned. Storm saw them, picked up the fish, and backed into the darkness. They gave chase, their torchlight sending shadows flickering up glistening rock and across the dark swell of the sea. The path narrowed to almost nothing, winding and curling about tall rock formations. Suddenly, the cave ended, walls closing in. Storm was crouched at the end of the path. The half-chewed fish lay discarded beside her. She seemed to be growling at nothing, just a wall of pitted rock. "What's wrong with her?" Cohen added. Corban swept the cub up. She twisted, hissing at the wall in front of them. "Don't be stupid," Corban said. "There's nothing there." He tapped the torch against the wall, suddenly gasped as the torch and half his arm disappeared. He staggered forward a few steps, off balance, felt a pressure building in his head and chest, heard a humming. Then it was gone. He looked about. A massive chamber opened in front of him, his back seemingly to a rock wall. Cohen nowhere to be seen. Distantly he could hear a voice, calling his name. He reached a hand out to touch the wall behind him, saw it sink into the rock. With a gasp, he snatched his hand back, then did it again. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the wall, the pressure and humming building again. Storm spitting and growling, then he was through. Cohen before him, mouth open. "Follow me," he said, and stepped through the wall again. He walked into the chamber, and in a few moments Cohen emerged from the wall, eyes wide. "What was that?" she said. "A glamour," Corban whispered. "Must be. All the tales tell of giants doing them. They built Carrick. They must have built this as well." They were in a massive chamber of rough-hewn rock, damp and dripping. A large archway was at the far end, stone steps leading upwards. Storm was still hissing at the glamour wall, ears flat to her head, so he took a dozen steps away from it before putting her down. She growled at the wall one last time, then set to sniffing about the cavernous chamber. "Where do you think those steps go?" Cohen muttered. "Up," Corban shrugged. Only one way to find out. They climbed for a long while, an endless spiral. Then they spilled into another hall where a shape drew Corban's attention. Motionless at the centre of the chamber lay a coiled mass. The three of them approached cautiously. It was the carcass of a dead snake, huge, its body thicker than Corban and Cohen together, its skin a pallid white. Its head was gone. A pool of black, dried blood soaked into the rock floor. Storm sniffed at it and backed away.
I don't like the look of that,
Cohen whispered. Me neither, said Corban, glancing about at the shadows. What killed it? Do you think there are others? He'd heard of snakes growing huge in far-off fawn, but never imagined anything like this. He knelt, prodded the carcass with the butt of the torch. The skin was thick, a layer of something slimy coating it, mucus, jelly-like.
What could have killed this?
He muttered.
I'd rather not hang around to find out, Cohen said. Let's get out of here.
Corban frowned. The beast's head was gone, the cut looking clean, no signs of tooth marks or tearing. Chopped off. By a weapon? Agreed. But let's go up, not down. They've climbed so far, we must be near the top. Cohen looked at him dubiously, but nodded. Another archway led out of the chamber, ever up. They took it. Passages branched off it now, smaller ones, twisting into darkness. Corban stared into each one, imagining white snakes coiling in the gloom, waiting to strike. He ran his hand against the tunnel's wall in case they passed another glamour and increased his pace. Eventually, the passage came to a dead end, the rock all about them hard to touch. What's that? Cohen said. It was an alcove, fist-sized. Corban held the torch close and peered in. There was some kind of handle inside. He reached in and turned it. With a hiss, an outline appeared in the rock, a doorway. Cohen pushed against it, and it swung open. They crept through and found themselves still underground, a dark pit opening up before them, with a path around it. We're in the well house, Cohen said. The well house was where most of Duncarig's water was gathered, and a short passageway led up to the fortress. Pale light, dusk, Corban realised, marked their way out. Cohen pushed the door closed and it snapped shut, its outline disappearing, just a rock wall. There must be another handle this side, Corban said. They searched long and hard, eventually finding it in the actual well. Cohen had to hold Corban's feet while he lay on his belly and wriggled over the edge to reach the alcove, just a darker shadow in the well shaft. He tried it to make sure it worked. As soon as he turned it, the outline of the door appeared in the wall. Let's get home. The moon's almost out. Mam's going to skin us, Cohen said. Corban closed the door. Even its outline disappeared. They crept into the fading daylight, the well's courtyard empty before them. Then they heard voices, footsteps, and darted into the doorway of an empty building. Chapter 32. Camlin. Camlin stared at the wall, watching as moisture pooled slowly into a single droplet. It rolled down the rock face, its course changing as it encountered pits in the surface until it eventually reached a horizontal edge. Here, it hung a while, suspended, clinging to the rim until another droplet rolled into it. Swelling, it tore away from the edge and tumbled through the air to burst on the stone floor. Camlin sighed. He hated it in here, just rock and stone, no trees or wind or sky. Grunting, he stood from his cot, stretching his arms overhead. He winced as skin pulled tight around his wound, reached down, tentatively stroking it, reassuring himself that it had not torn open. Although she had a sour tongue, he had to admit the healer had done a fine job. He'd seen men die of much less, especially once the fever took them. That was not an end he wished for himself. He grimaced. Made me well so they can kill me properly, most like, he muttered quietly, pacing around the large stone room that had become his cell. Still, alive is alive. he tutted. Talking to yourself, you old fool. First step to madness, that is. He frowned, suddenly remembering Goran's face staring lifelessly at him from amidst a framework of wildflowers and meadow grass. That had happened a lot of late, remembering faces from the past. His mam and big brother Cole, both long gone now, other nameless faces he'd killed in combat or ambush, and especially those of the Crofters family near the Baglan. He shook his head, as if to dislodge the memory. Stretching out on the floor, he began doing push-ups until sweat was staining his linen shirt. Eventually, when his arms were quivering and he could do no more, he rolled onto his back and stared at the roof. It had been difficult at first, forcing his body to exercise, trying to regain his strength. He had been as weak as a baby, but solid hard work and stubborn determination were starting to pay now. His wound and fever had sheared what little fat had been on his body, along with a good portion of his muscle. It was the reflection of his face, which he had seen on his first walk past the well pool, that had shocked him most, like a wax doll left out too long in the sun. Still, the effort was working. He was definitely stronger now, even if he had not put much of the weight back on yet. Given time, it would come, especially if they kept feeding him so well. As his breathing returned to normal, he heard noises filtering through the window above him. People were shouting, and feet were echoing on stone. Clenching a fist, he banged on the thick oak door of his cell. "What's happening?" he called. No answer. He resumed his banging, paused, and then called out again. "Be silent," a muffled voice shouted from the other side of the door, none too pleasantly. He smiled to himself and pummeled the door some more, pausing periodically to call out. There were no more answers, so he sat back down on his cot, set his eyes back on the tiny channels of water gathering into droplets on the stone. "One," he breathed out, as the first droplet plummeted to the floor. He had to do something in this cursed room of rock to aid the time in its passing. It was still daylight when the door to his room rattled and creaked open. Inside his cell it was semi-darkness, torchlight making his eyes sting. He resisted the urge to leap up and forced himself to remain lying on his back, his only movement to link his hands behind his head. A hulking shape was first through the door. He recognized the man immediately. Pendathran. He had visited before, soon after the fever had left him. Camlin had answered none of the big man's questions, and he had left soon after, cursing and splintering the door frame as he punched it on his way out. Next through the door was Connell, the man who had felled 2 of his men back in the Baglan. Nevertheless, he respected the man, and he had been one of Camlin's regular guards on walks around the fortress. Light and air, the healer had said, and he needs to move, or he'll die before you have a chance to try him. One last figure stepped through the doorway, tall and broad, though not so much as Pendathran, fair hair bound in a single warrior braid. Apart from a thick gold torque twisted around his neck, he was dressed simply in a white linen shirt and breeches. This man was a leader. Camlin knew it immediately, the way Pendathran and Connell fell in behind him, the way the man stood and looked at him, blue eyes clear and piercing. There was something of Braith about him, although they looked nothing alike. This must be Brenin. "Stand before your king," growled Pendathran. Camlin turned his head to look at the bear of a man and rolled up into a sitting position, trying to hide the effort it required, and looked intently at his thumbnail, picking out imaginary dirt. "He's no king of mine." Pendathran stepped forward, pulled his arm back. Camlin tensed for the blow, but it did not come. Looking up, he saw Brenin had laid a restraining hand on the bear's arm. "True enough," said Brenin, "but I am still ruler of this land, and all that choose to enter it. And now you find yourself in the heart of my power, in a cell surrounded by my shield men." Camlin leaned back on his cot and said nothing. "I will not deceive you. On the morrow, you will be tried before my people. The likely outcome is that you will die soon after." Brenin stared intently at Camlin, and the world seemed to shrink to just the two of them. "I would have answers from you." It is your choice whether you cross the bridge of swords and meet your maker with honest words or falsehood upon your lips. And let this be a further incentive for you to tell the truth. You have not felt the questioner's tools because my healer has deemed you too weak to take the strain of it. That is no longer the case. And if I am not convinced that you are answering true, then you will be put to the question tonight. You'll still die on the morrow, but it is yet to be decided how you will spend your last night. So then, an execution. And before that, torture. He had known it was likely, and that each day of breath was a gift, but still, hearing it spoken aloud, he felt cold. "What would you know?" he said, glad that his voice remained firm, did not betray the fear gnawing in his gut. "Is Braith your lord?" Camlin drew a deep breath, the word "no" forming on the tip of his tongue. But Brenin's words had sunk deep. He did not want to meet Elyon branded a deceiver. He had done things, aye, hard things, but right oft depended on whose side you were on. His chief gave orders, he followed them. There was no more to it than that, and no shame. He owed Braith his life. "Aye, Braith is my lord. But know this," he said, raising a hand. "I will tell you nothing that may bring him harm." For over 10 years now, Braith had ruled in the Darkwood, built them up into something much more than just masterless men waylaying travellers in a wood. He could remember clearly the day Braith had appeared, brought in by scouts. Cassalou still their chief back then. Braith had been popular from the first, having a way of making men feel special, as if they counted. It had not been long before the camp had started to split, Braith's supporters growing steadily. Cassalou had gotten wind of a change and started sending Braith on the most dangerous jobs, but he had kept coming back. Eventually, Braith had challenged Cassalou. They decided it the Darkwood way, tied to each other's wrist in a knife fight. Braith became something different when he fought, something cold, savage. He had near taken Cassalou's head off. No one had challenged him as chief in all the years from then till now. "I thank you for your honesty," Brenin said, dipping his head to Camlin. "Your lord tried to kill me." Camlin raised an eyebrow. "In the hills that border Carnatan and Arden. Yester eve." Camlin shrugged. "Maybe," he said. "Braith does not take me into his counsel. Though, how are you sure?" "They were woodsmen. Like yourself. It was an ambush using bows." "Cowards," muttered Pendathran. "But, as you can see, they failed." "How do you know it was Braith?" Camlin repeated. "We captured one of them. Tull, no doubt you have heard of my first sword, can be very persuasive when he sets his will to it. The captive confessed." "Aye. Well, what of it? You've been trying to kill Braith for years. Only fair he gives like for like." "True. But do not think to judge us the same," said Brenin, an edge of iron in his voice. "I have hunted him only because he raids my lands, steals from my people, burns their homes, murders men, women, children. Would you accuse me of the same? Could you?" Brenin's eyes bored into him. Camlin tried to meet them, but found that he could not, and looked away. "A good man, Braith, you say? Well, maybe to those who follow him. But he has little honour." Camlin wanted to answer, his dead man's face flashing through his mind, his murdered brother. But he could find no words, so he just glowered at the king. "Why did you come to the Baglan forest?" "The Darkwood is getting crowded. Me and some of the lads fancied a change of scenery." Brenin's eyes narrowed. "Please, answer fair or not at all." Strangely, Camlin felt a flush of shame. "Answer's obvious," he muttered, looking at the floor. "Braith told us to come here." Why? There's truth in the answer I just gave. Darkwood's filling up. Braith's band has grown of late. Too many mouths to feed. So, he decided it was time to branch out. We're woodsmen, and the Baglan is the nearest large span of trees to the Darkwood. He shrugged. There was more to it than that. Much more. But he'd be damned if he would betray Braith. Not now. Not ever. There's more you're not telling me, woodsman, said Brenin. Like I told you, Braith does not take me into his counsel. If there was more, he did not tell me. This time, Camlin raised his chin, met Brenin's gaze, and did not look away. Finally, Brenin sighed and nodded. One last thing, then. There was someone, either here or in the village, that was helping you. Who? Camlin's mind raced. Brenin could not know for certain, yet he did not feel inclined to lie to this man. Half-truths were well and good, but not outright lies, not after this man in front of him had put the fear of Elion into his bones. There was someone, but I don't know who it was. Is there anything you can tell me about this contact? It is likely to be in your favour. They may not be happy that you are still breathing, you being someone that could incriminate them. Camlin thought of the men that had ridden up to him in the meadow, the one with the broken nose. He thought of Goran, stabbed in the back by them. He should not have died like that. But these were Braith's contacts. It was for Braith to deal with their betrayal. Aye, he said, I know that. But you're going to do their work for them. If I lose my head on the morrow, you'll most likely be putting smiles on their faces. So, I should keep you alive, you think, to cause them sleepless nights? The king's lips twitched at the edges, some amusement lurking there. I've heard worse ideas now that you mention it, Camlin answered. Brenin's face changed, became stern. You played a part in killing, murdering people under my care. Men, women, lads too young to sit their long night. He took a deep breath. I think the morrow will be your last day of breath. The words stung. He had known what he had done, and this was not the first time he had done it. But it was part of a cause, a necessary evil. Many such evils were undertaken in war for the greater good. But it still did not sound right, hearing it said so straight and clear. And he had not ordered the deaths of women and children. That had been an accident. No point saying any such thing, though. As if these men would believe him. He'd made his choice a long time ago, right or wrong, the day Cole and his mam had died. He'd take the consequences. He gave a curt nod. Brenin rubbed his face, looking suddenly tired. My thanks for your help. He looked around the cell. You have been treated well? Aye, grunted Camlin. Well enough. On your healer's orders, I even got walked once a day. I've the makings of a good hound. Only Connell smiled. Have you walked today? Asked Brenin. Nay. Brenin looked at Connell. They should be coming for him soon enough. My watch is almost up, said the warrior. Brenin looked back at Camlin. Enjoy it, he said, leaving the rest unsaid, but clear enough. It will most likely be your last. Camlin sniffed and Brenin swept from the chamber, Pendathrun following, giving Camlin one last glower. Connell winked at him as he pulled the door to, the key rattling as it turned. Camlin sighed and lay back on his cot. So that was Brenin. He'd heard much about the man, growing up in a village in Narvan within sight of the Darkwood and then joining Braith's crew, back in the days when there were only a handful of them. Not much of what he'd heard of Brenin had been good. Couldn't say he'd seen anything to fault just now, but they'd only shared a few words. Still, he'd always prided himself on being a fair judge of men, and he hadn't seen anything that stood up fault in Brenin. Not liking that thought, he chose not to pursue it, instead rising and pushing his body to more exercise. Work the body, rest the mind, he told himself. Not long after, he heard the slap of footsteps in the corridor outside, then muffled voices. "Ready for our stroll?" he said to the man in front of him. It was Marek, nephew to Pendathren. He knew that much. Camlin knew the procedure by now. He fell into step behind Marek, hearing the footsteps of the other warrior, one that he had not seen before, echoing softly behind him. Soon they were outside the keep as dusk fell, walking a road that Camlin had come to know very well. He took a deep breath, tasting salt on his tongue. The street before him twisted and turned, the sounds of people in the fortress fading. Finally, the stone courtyard with the great pool opened up before him. The courtyard was silent, as always. "Got your king back from the Bagland, then?" he said to Marek, as they paced around the edge of the court, mostly just to break the silence. "Aye, no thanks to you," grunted Marek. "I can't take the praise for that, not as I've been enjoying your hospitality here. You and your kind is my meaning, which you well know," said Marek, giving Camlin a sour look. Camlin was near to the pool now, so he took the final steps needed to reach it, scooped up the ice-cold water in cupped hands, and splashed water in his face. As he blinked, he saw the shadow of a movement behind a building. Frowning, he took a step towards it. "Stand, woodsman," Marek snapped, "or you will feel my blade, no matter what the morrow has in store, and I promise you there will be a lot more pain involved than you will feel from the headsman's weapon." Camlin froze. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound, and then 2 arrows were sprouting from the nameless guard, one from his throat, the other his chest. Blood fountained outwards, spraying Camlin's face. The warrior plucked feebly at a feathered shaft, then fell forwards. Marek twisted as more arrows flew from out of the shadows. One caught him high in the left shoulder, sending him spinning, crashing to the floor. Figures appeared, 1, 2, both wearing dark cloaks with hoods drawn. Dark iron was in their hands. Marek lurched to one knee, reaching awkwardly to pluck the arrow from his shoulder. With a grunt, it pulled free, and he dropped it clattering onto the stones, grasped his sword hilt. What is this? Camlin thought. Rescue attempt or an assassination? All of a sudden, death on the morrow looked far more appealing than death now. One of the hooded men reached Marek, kicked his sword arm viciously, the weapon flying out of his grip as he fell backwards, hitting the stones. The hooded warrior stood over him, sword raised, and placed a foot on Marek's chest. "Stop!" cried a voice behind Camlin. He spun on his heels. 2 lads and a pup stood on the far side of the pool. No, 1 lad, 1 lass. He blinked, shook his head. And it wasn't a pup, it was a wolfren cub. This night was getting stranger by the moment. If not for the sense of death breathing down his neck, he would have laughed. The hooded men shared a look, unsure what to do. The lass reached to her belt, a knife appearing in her hand. One of the hooded men strode forward, pushed his hood back. "You're skinny as an ice here, Cam," he said. Camlin's mouth moved, but nothing came out. The man that had spoken to him was tall, fair-haired, a neat scar running from eyebrow to chin. "Braith," Camlin breathed. "Why have you come?" "To save your fool hide, of course. What else? I heard you got yourself in a spot of trouble." They both grinned. The lad, lass, and cub were still standing in the same spot, the other hooded warrior training an arrow on them. "Can't have any witnesses," Braith said. Fear sparked in the boy's eyes, but nevertheless he stepped in front of the lass. "Hold," Camlin heard himself saying, moving between Braith and the lad. "What, man? We can't just walk away. If you'd forgot, we're in the middle of Duncarrick, and we've still got a fair bit to go before we can breathe safe. It's the only choice." The faces of his mam and Cole swam before Camlin's eyes, along with the crofter and his family. "No more innocent blood," he said. "This is not the time to grow a conscience, Cam," Braith grunted, his companion's arm starting to quiver under the pressure of his drawn bow. "Just look away." "No, Braith." He drew a ragged breath. "I am thankful for your coming, More than I can ever show, but I'd rather walk right back to my cell and face the headsmen on the morrow than see their blood spilt." "Braith," muttered their companion, his arrow still trained on the lad. "Leave it," snarled Braith, lowering his own bow. "So, what would you suggest we do?" he asked Camlin in clipped tones. "Good question. You there," said Camlin, walking towards the youths. "Seems we have a situation here," he said quietly, for only their ears. They were both staring wide-eyed at him. "I'm about to leave here pretty sharpish with my friends, see, and they're not inclined to believe that you're just going to walk away, not say a word to anyone about what's gone on here." "You're not supposed to leave," said the lad, still standing in front of the lass, though he'd had to put an arm out to hold her there. "You killed Dylan. You're to be judged." "Hush, lad," said Camlin, raising a hand. "Talk like that'll get you killed." A long, drawn-out groan filled the courtyard. It was Marek. He was crawling towards his sword, face pale, blood pumping steadily from the wound in his shoulder. Instantly, Braith and the other woodsman trained arrows on the wounded warrior. "No!" This time it was the lad, stumbling forward, arms waving. "That there's Marek," Camlin said, low and quiet to Braith. "Marek, Ragor's boy." Braith eased the draw on his bow slightly. Camlin felt the stirrings of a plan. "Let's take him." Braith just looked at him, waiting for him to say more. "Marek, as hostage. He's held in high regard here. Ragor's son, nephew to Alana and Pendathran." Braith nodded slowly, the idea growing in his mind. "Aye, might be useful, especially if we find ourselves in a tight spot. Sometimes, Cam, you surprise me." He lowered his bow, covered the ground between him and Marek speedily, lithely, like a cat. "Bind and gag him," he ordered his companion, "and treat his wound quick, for he bleeds to death." "Aye, Chief." Camlin moved to help as well, checking behind him as Braith approached the lad and lass. "Boy," said Braith, "you know this man?" "Of course," nodded the dark-haired lad. "I will have your silence, or his death will be on your hands," Braith said, gesturing towards Marek. "I want your word on it. If you hold your silence, I will release him." "Alive?" "Aye, alive." "When?" said the boy, bracing himself before the large man. Braith's eyes narrowed. "You're in no position to haggle, boy. If it weren't for my friend's attack of morals, I'd have killed you already." "When?" the boy repeated, trying to hide the tremor in his voice. Braith rolled his eyes. "When we are far enough from this cursed place. By sunrise ought to do it." The lad looked between all gathered there. The wolf and cub were still at his feet, regarding Braith with fierce copper eyes. Eventually, the lad sighed, knowing he had little choice. "You have my word." "Good." Braith spat onto the palm of his hand, stared at the lad, who looked at him blankly a moment, then spat into his own palm and gripped the woodsman's outstretched hand. Braith smiled. "It's a bargain," he said, "Darkwood style. Break it, and you'll have Azeroth snapping at your heels, along with the dread legions of his Kadashim." The boy went pale, and Braith smiled again, not kindly. "I'll see you again," he said. "Let's go." It was dark now as Braith, Camlin, and the other woodsman steered Marek into a side street. "You sure you only came back for me?" Camlin said to Braith, who glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, quick as a viper, Braith had Camlin pinned against the wall, knife pricking under Camlin's chin. "What have you said, Cam? What have you told? About me, the Darkwood?" "Nothing, Braith, nothing, I swear. Nothing they don't know anyway." "Have you told who my contact is here in the fortress?" Braith's eyes were cold, suddenly dead, a killer's eyes. "No!" He tried to shake his head, felt the knife cut into his flesh, felt blood trickle down his neck. "If I find out you're lying to me, you know it'll go bad with you. Best all round if you tell the truth now." "I swear it, Braith." "Have you been put to the question?"
No. Think they've made him incoming later tonight. Brenin's only just returned.
I know. Braith took a step back, sliced open Camlin's tunic, checked his torso. He lifted Camlin's hands, counted fingers, looked for fresh scars or burn marks. Then suddenly, he smiled.
Had to ask, Cam, he said. Come on then. We haven't got all night. How do we get off this rock?
Camlin whispered with relief, his fear receding.
The fun is only just beginning,
Braith said, flashing a smile.
Braith often won men over with that first smile. It said you are the only person here and seemed to hold all the charm and power of a blood oath. Camlin found himself smiling in return. Fortunately for you, I have friends in unlikely places. We've got a long walk in the dark ahead.
Braith gripped Camlin's shoulder.
You know, my friend, he whispered, sometimes you can be a great deal of trouble.
Chapter 33. Veradis. Veradis whistled through clenched teeth. He was standing in the main stable block at Geraldine, huge pillars of black stone rising high above him, braced by lengths of timber wider than two men standing back to back. Birds flittered in and out of view, chasing each other around the beams. He was with Nathair, both of them staring admiringly at a huge white stallion which reared and neighed, ears back. A tremor passed through the floor as its hooves thudded down to the ground.
He's fair, I'll say that,
said Valin, the stable-master.
Fair? Laughed Nathair. Tell me he's not the finest animal you've ever laid eyes on. Not many could match him, the stable-master admitted, though one that equals him is stabled here right now. Not as big-boned, mind, but a little taller and faster, I'd wager.
What? Said Nathair, genuinely shocked.
Aye. Belongs to your father's friend, that my cow.
He nodded towards the stable. Veradis could see the glimmer of a silvery mane, but nothing more.
Even he's not this stallion's better, though,
Valin said, seeing Nathair's face darken.
And in truth, apart from my cow's horse, I don't think I've ever seen this animal's equal.
He stepped forward, held his hand out for the stallion to sniff, a decidedly flustered-looking stable boy holding onto its bridle.
So, come on, Nathair. How have you come by him? Said Veradis. He wasn't bred hereabouts. He's a gift from Jael of Isiltir.
Veradis was blank a moment. Then a dark-haired, handsome face appeared in his mind's eye.
Ah, the nephew of King Roma. I remember him.
He thought of Castell, kneeing the man in the knackers in front of the best warriors in the banished lands. He smiled, but did not share his memory.
You must have made an impression on him, he said instead.
Nathair smiled.
It would seem so. Easy, lad, said Valin,
resting a hand on the stallion's chest, running the other down its foreleg, coaxing him to lift his hoof. He did, but as Valin bent low for a closer look, the stallion's head darted back, Valin only just managing to jump out of reach of its snapping teeth. He was laughing as he rejoined Nathair and Veradis.
Well, he's got spirit, that's for sure.
You're not going to let him get away with that, said Veradis. He prided himself on his knowledge of horses, and backbiting was one habit he'd always been taught to master as soon as it appeared.
I've a mind to let him off, said Valin. He's come a long way. New surroundings, the best of us act up sometimes. Besides, attitude like that can suit what you're looking for, he said to Nathair. I think you found yourself a warhorse. The best ones aren't often the most easy-going. Time will be the judge.
Valin's attention shifted, Veradis and Nathair following the stable-master's gaze. Michael was standing in the stable entrance, a dark form outlined by the sunshine. He nodded to Valin, strode towards where his horse was boxed.
Can I help you?
Valin called. Michael shook his head. Then he saw Nathair.
Your father has sent runners for you. He wishes to see you in his chambers. Now.
Nathair walked across the stable, following Michael. Veradis, make sure there are no ears nearby. I would have some privacy with Michael. Nathair opened the box. Inside, Michael was adjusting a saddle rug on a tall, dapple-grey horse. Its dark, liquid eyes regarded the prince. Valen was right. The animal was impressive. Regal, almost. More fine-boned than the white stallion from Isiltir. Veradis positioned himself by the open gate, with a good view of the stable, as well as Nathair and Michael. There was something about Aquilus's counsellor that he did not like. Michael paused as the prince entered the box, eyes flickering across Veradis, then back to Nathair. Not for the first time, Veradis was struck by the counsellor's height. He must be taller even than Krellis, he thought, though not so wide, and he had thought Krellis easily the largest man he had ever seen in all of Tenebral. He remembered his father's and brother's questions about Michael back in Ripper, and Ector asking the colour of Michael's eyes. He looked, but the stable light was poor. They were dark, of that he was sure, but he could not tell more. "How goes it with the giant's book?" Nathair asked. Michael stared at Nathair. His face was clean-shaven, battle-scarred, though otherwise unlined. Something about him whispered age. Long black hair was pulled back from his face, tied with silver wire high at the back of his head. "Slowly," Michael said. "Do you know who the Black Sun is yet? Where he will strike from?" Michael regarded him with his dark liquid eyes. "I cannot say yet." "Cannot or will not? I am the Prince of Tenebral, your ally. You can talk to me of these things." You are Prince, not King. Your questions are best asked of your father." "Who are you?" Nathair whispered, "that my father trusts you so?" Michael returned his attentions to his horse, lifting a saddle onto the animal's back. A dismissal. A shiver ran through Nathair, then he turned and walked away. Veradis' eyes lingered on Michael, who returned the gaze, unblinking. Veradis was the first to look away. Quickly, he followed his prince from the stables. He caught up with Nathair as he entered the keep. Veradis felt he had come to know Nathair well, and there were times to ask questions of him. Looking at his face, this was not one of them. They climbed a staircase and passed into a short corridor, heavy tapestries stirring in their wake. Nathair rapped his knuckles on a wooden door and pushed it open, not waiting for an answer. King Aquilus was within, sitting on a carved oak chair. Peritus, his battle chief, stood before him. Fidele was there also, half-clothed in shadow as she gazed out of a narrow window. "Father, you sent for me." "Mother?" he added with a glance to the queen. Fidele smiled. "Peritus has returned to us," the king said. "I would speak with you both of the way ahead." He smiled at Veradis. "You have become my son's shadow, so much so that I almost forget you are here, Veradis ban Lamar." Veradis returned the smile, liking the sound of his words. "I am sure I do not have to remind you that the things we talk of remain between us only." Veradis nodded. "Good. Now, Peritus, tell us of your journey." Peritus was a slight man, dark-haired, thinning on the crown, with sun-darkened skin. Despite his size, Veradis knew he carried a fierce reputation. The hem of his cloak was dark with mud, as were his boots, his clothes dusty and travel-stained. "I have travelled in northern borderlands, stopping longest at Baran," Peritus said. "Marcellan was a good host, as always. He bids me to tell you his oath stands till death, and that your will is his." "Good," said Aquilus. "The rest of my journey was much the same. All of the barons that I spoke with pledged their loyalty to you and your cause." Aquilus nodded slowly, then looked to Nathair. "And you, my son, for Peritus' benefit, tell us of your journey." "My tale is much the same as Peritus, as you know. Lamar of Ripper agreed to prepare for war and renewed his oaths to you. The barons that I met with, well, they are more concerned with crops, weather, the extension of their lands, and lawless men, but their oaths to you stand. They will come at your call. Tenebrel stands united behind you. That is as it should be. But we must not sit idly by and just wait for midwinter's day. Many will join us then, I am sure, though not all. Aquila stood and began to pace around the room. The king's eyes were sunken and dark, and Veradis noticed much more grey in his cropped hair and beard. He carries a great burden. Astaroth's champion is a mystery to us, Aquilus continued. Who is he? Where? We know not, so we must do all that we can in the time that is left to us. Nathair, how does your warband fare? Well, father, they train hard every day. Numbers are growing. Nathair looked to Veradis. How many? Just short of 1,000 strong. Aquilus's eyes widened. He laughed and slapped Nathair's shoulder. Well done, my son. You have taken my words seriously. Aye. It is no wonder our barns are emptying quickly. No matter. But we must find work for them to do, to earn their keep, and to cut their teeth. Tenebrel is as peaceful as I have ever seen it, said Peritus. Aye, that is so, particularly as the Vinthalan have kept their agreement within our borders. Aquilus's eyes flickered to Nathair. So we must look elsewhere to give your men some experience of combat. What do you mean, father? The alliance that was forged in the council. There were only a handful that stood with us outright, but already I have had requests for aid from Brasta of Helveth, Romar of Isiltir, and Rahim of Tarbesh. Brenin of Arden spoke to me of trouble on his border. I think he would welcome help, said the king. Brasta and Romar share a border with each other, marked by thorn forest. They have agreed to join forces in crushing the Hunan, a giant clan that lives within. They have asked me to be a part of their endeavour, to send men to aid them. I am of a mind to do so. When would this happen? Asked Nathair. Not this year. Next spring, most likely. And Brenin's realm is not much further than Isiltir, so we could send a warband and then split it. One to fight against these giants in Thorn Forest, one to help Brenin against the lawless men that trouble his border. Trouble lurks in the dark places, Peritus muttered. So it would seem, said Aquilus. And King Rahim of Tarbesh? Asked Nathair. He, too, is having trouble with the remnants of a giant clan. There is a band of land stretching across his kingdom that has become too dangerous to cross. No forests, though. He smiled at Peritus. And when would you send aid to Rahim? Nathair persisted. Perhaps this year, Aquilus said, tugging gently at his short beard. Perhaps soon. Their land is to the southeast, much of it desert, so winter would not hinder our warriors as it would in a northern campaign. I would be proud to lead men to Tarbesh, to represent you, to further the alliance and our cause, Nathair said eagerly. It is a strange land, I have heard, Aquilus said. Blistering heat in the day, nights of bitter cold. I was thinking to send a more experienced warband to Tarbesh, with men who have sat a campaign before. I thought to send you north come spring, Nathair, to Isiltir. Do you doubt me? Do you doubt my men? We are more than equal to the task, said Nathair. Aquilus looked at him searchingly, then shifted his gaze to Peritus. Perhaps. I will meet with your men, watch your training, of which I have heard much. He raised an eyebrow. Then I will decide. Nathair bowed his head. As you wish. Peritus, said Aquilus. You still carry the dust of your journey. Please, relax this day. Join me on the morrow. we shall view my son's warband together."
"As you wish," said the battle chief, and with a nod to Nathair, left the room.
"Nathair, there is another matter that I would speak of with you."
The king frowned.
"A messenger came this morning from our border with Carnatan. He had interesting news. There have been more raids by the Vinthalan."
Nathair said nothing.
"Over the last moon, the Vinthalan have caused more death and destruction than ever before."
"What of it, father?" Nathair said with a shrug. "They have kept their word to us. No raids have taken place within our borders."
"Aye, true."
The king took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
"But the Vinthalan are raiding as far west as Carnatan. That has never happened before."
The king's fingers tapped on the arm of his chair, the room otherwise quiet and still.
"If you looked hard enough, you could almost see a pattern emerging here," Aquilus continued. "The lands raided during the last moon, only Carnatan, a realm that opposed me in the council, and Mandros of Carnatan, louder than most. And what of Tarbesh? A realm that stood with me in the council, but that has oft been raided by the Vinthalan in the past. Nothing."
Aquilus stood suddenly.
"Tell me true, son. Have you played a part in this?"
Father and son stared at each other.
"Nay,"
said Nathair eventually, holding Aquilus's gaze. The king sighed, looked away, the tension dissipating.
"Good. That is good. But if I have thought of this, others will not be far behind. Mandros, most certainly. He mistrusts all at the best of times, and it is no secret that you have championed the Vinthalan and our treaty with them. They could be trying to sow discord here, to undermine the alliance before it truly begins."
"Surely not, father."
"In the past I would have agreed with you, but their new leader, this Lycus, I have heard troubling things of him. It was quite a feat of itself to unite the islands, eh? Panos, Nerin, and Pelset were always a thorn in the side of the mainland kingdoms, but no more than that. Now that they work together, they are capable of considerably more."
Veradis was growing increasingly uncomfortable. He knew that things had been hidden from Aquilus, but lying outright was a greater step. He swallowed. "It is for the greater good," he told himself. His eyes touched on Fidele. She was watching Nathair intently, studying him. "Father, why is it that you care so much about the opinions of such as Mandros? They are beneath you. We do not need him or any like him. We are the instrument of Elion's justice. We will take the war to Asroth, and the likes of Mandros will matter not at all." Aquilus shook his head.
"Nathair, you are young, your principles fixed, but you have much to learn of politicking. You still possess the naivety of youth, and the pride," he sighed. "Asroth's champion, this Black Sun, will not be some mountain brigand that can be swept aside in a day's combat. We must marshal all of the strength available before he reveals himself. We need the likes of Mandros. Every realm that does not stand with us will most likely stand against us."
Nathair snorted. "I do not agree, father. Mandros and his ilk are more trouble than they are worth. I have a feeling about Mandros. He is wrong, somehow. Have you considered that he could be in league with this Black Sun? Could even be him? Asroth is cunning incarnate. The tales tell us he would not be likely to let you raise this alliance unhindered."
"You are not listening to me."
Aquilus pounded the arm of his chair. Then his voice dropped. "I am not so interested in your agreement or your theories.
It is your loyalty that concerns me. I will not have you opposing me thus at every turn. I am King Nathair, and my word is law. Remember that."
He now looked weary, bowed his head and walked to the open window beside his wife.
"And my word on this matter is that you will distance yourself from the Vinthalan. I do not want you linked to them in any way. Is that clear to you?"
Nathair's shoulders tensed. "Aye, father. Your will is clear to me."
Aquilus grunted. "That is all. I will see you on the morrow." Chapter 34. Corban. Corban grunted as Gar's practice sword cracked his knuckles, his weapon dropping into the hard-packed dirt of the stable. "What's wrong with you?" Gar asked, as Corban bent to retrieve it. "Nothing," muttered Corban, wincing as he flexed his hand. The knuckles were red and already swelling. He grimaced. In truth, there was much wrong. He had slept little, wondering all night if he had done the right thing, allowing the brigands just to walk away. Cohen had made her thoughts on the matter clear before Braith and his companions had even disappeared from view, scolding him for a fool. But what else could he have done? Died a warrior's death, yes, but Cohen and Marek would have done so too, and the outcome would have been the same, the brigands slinking off into the darkness. They had talked about going straight to King Brenin, or their Mamandar, but eventually decided against it. Telling any adult would most likely result in the alarm being raised and Marek being executed. He did not doubt for a moment that Braith would do it. At least this way there was a chance that Marek would live. He sighed, gripped his practice sword, and faced Gar again. Trying to clear his mind, he inhaled deeply, held his breath, feeling pressure build in his chest, then blew out slowly, as Gar had taught him. The stablemaster nodded to himself, watching. He misses nothing, Corban thought. Then all else was banished from his mind as he set about determinedly attempting to keep his knuckles from further harm. "There's something on your mind," Gar said, breaking the silence as they rested after their training session. Corban looked up but said nothing. Gar shrugged. "Your business is your own, but you must try harder to focus. It's affected your training today." Corban dipped a ladle into the water barrel and took a long drink. "Easy for you to say," he muttered under his breath. "Aye, it is," said Gar. Corban blinked, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "Most things of worth don't come easy," Gar continued. "And anything that can save your life on the battlefield is of worth. But you got the better of your distraction after a while. That is good. Just do it more quickly next time. Save your knuckles some pain." "Huh," Corban exclaimed sourly. "How goes it in the rowing field?" asked the stablemaster. "You know well enough," thought Corban. He had often caught sight of Gar watching him train in the field, standing in shadows. Halion had taught him much, and he was now beginning to feel more at home with shield and spear, although it was with the sword that he was excelling. Felt like it was becoming part of him, an extension of his arm rather than just a heavy stick. Nothing had been said, but he could tell that he was doing well, just by the way Halion would raise an eyebrow during sparring, or sometimes he would look around during a pause in training to find eyes on him from amongst the older warriors. Much of his progress was thanks to Gar, he knew. "My weapons training's going well," he said. "Halion says little, though more than you. I think he's pleased with me." Gar grunted, said nothing more. "Why do you not train in the rowing field?" Corban asked, giving voice to a question that he had long wondered about. "I cannot fight with a warband. My leg, my wound." Gar turned away, cupped some water from the barrel in his hand, and drank. "There's little point training with warriors when you cannot fight beside them." Corban looked sceptical. "I suspect your wound is not as bad as you think. It has not stopped you killing me 10 score times every time that I spar with you. You are a 14-year-old boy, not a full-grown warrior. But still, I watch others in the field, Gar. Halion can best most of them, probably all, and you are at least his equal. You would be given more respect if people knew. They would not think of you as just a stablemaster." "Just a stablemaster," Gar frowned.
I do not desire other men's respect, and stablemaster is good enough for me. Yeah, but enough! Gar's patience was at an end. I made my decision a long time ago. I will not change it now. In silence, they unwound the padding from their practice swords. Gar had become concerned about the noise their sparring had been making, and so insisted on covering the wooden swords in tightly bound lambskin. "How is your wolfen cub?" asked the stablemaster. Corban could not help but smile. "She's well. I left her snoring with Budai before the fire," he said. Usually, Storm woke when he did, but not this morning. He always left her behind when he trained with Gar, anyway, as he often went straight from the stables to the rowing field. Halion liked to start early, and that meant an earlier finish, leaving more time in the day for other things. There would be no training in the field today, though. Halion had left before dawn with a search party hunting for Marok and the escaped brigand. His stomach growled. "I think I shall go and wake her," he said, and bid Gar farewell. Corban stepped quietly into the kitchen. Thannon was sitting on a chair by the fire, chin resting on his chest. Wisps of his black beard rose and fell around his mouth as he snored rhythmically. Budai looked up from his master's feet, tail thumping softly on the stone floor at the sight of Corban. Storm appeared from behind the hound and bounced over, a bundle of soft white fur slashed with darker stripes. He crouched, and she rubbed her muzzle against him, nipped at his fingers with her sharp cub's teeth. "Shh," he whispered, not wanting to wake his da. He stroked Storm gently, calmly. Her white baby fur was soft and fluffy, coarser hairs already beginning to grow through, flecked with black. Thannon woke as plates banged onto the kitchen table, and Cohen came in from the garden, a dozen or so eggs scooped in her shirt. There was not much conversation during the meal. All were tired, having slept little. The alarm had been raised in the dead of night when the brigand's guard had been changed and his cell was found empty. It was not long after that news spread of a dead warrior near the well pool, of Marek and Camlin gone. Corban put his energies into demolishing the cheese, eggs, and warm bread that was placed in front of him. "Any word?" asked Cohen. Corban stared at the contents of his plate, resisting the urge to look at his sister. He could feel her eyes on him. "None yet," said Gwyneth, her back to them as she bustled around the ovens. "It's early still," said Thannon. "Tracking will be easier now sun's well up." "At dawn," thought Corban. Marek should have been released at dawn. Raising his eyes, he caught Cohen's gaze. It told him she was thinking the same thing. Braith had given his word, Darkwood style. He shuddered, remembering the woodsman's eyes, his grip, and his promise of retribution if Corban broke his word. Despite all that he had heard of the chief of the Darkwood outlaws, he had believed him. Fool. "I am a fool," he told himself. "I'll be off to Brenner's," he said, chair scraping on the flagstones as he stood quickly. "Get my chores out of the way." "I'll walk some of the way with you," said Thannon. Gwyneth slipped some food wrapped in waxed paper to him as he left with his da, Budai and Storm trotting out behind them. "Where you going, da?" asked Corban. "Could do with checking on Steadfast. He's in the paddocks, near your colt," said the huge blacksmith. Corban looked up at him as they made their way to Stonegate, an eyebrow raised. "All right. Truth be told, I'm not so happy about you walking the countryside on your own right now, what with escaped brigands from the Darkwood about." "They're long gone by now," said Corban. "How do you know that, lad?" said his da. Corban's heart lurched in his chest, but then Thannon carried on. "They may have gone to ground somewhere nearby. Wait for the fuss to die down, make their way back to the Darkwood when eyes aren't watching for them. It's an old trick. I'd not put it past that brigand. What I want to know is, where's Marek?" He went on, not expecting an answer from Corban. "Dead, most likely. Lying behind a wall or in the bay with his throat slit." Corban felt sick.
They walked in silence a while, passing under the arched pillars of Stonegate, out across the ancient stone bridge. Goats roamed across the hill as they descended, searching for grass and vegetation on the wind-blasted ground, gorse bushes flowering yellow in the summer sun. "Have you named your new colt yet, Ban?" Thannon asked.
"No, not yet."
It had not been from lack of thought on the matter. He had spent much time with his colts, both with Gar and Cohen, and alone. Many nights he had fallen asleep to lists of names: Swiftfoot, Hunter, Keensight, Lighttail, even Windwalker, after the stallion that had belonged to Sokar, their ancient ancestor, first king of the Banished Lands. Nothing seemed to fit.
"Gar has told me that the name will claim the horse and not to rush it," he said. "But it has been a long time, and I'm growing tired of calling him boy."
"Well, there aren't many that know horses better than Gar. I'd take his advice."
"Aye,"
Corban agreed. They continued down the hill, walking quickly through the village and out towards the Giant's Way, children playing in the street stopping to stare as Budai and Storm trotted behind them. Storm bouncing around the hound, slipping between his legs as they played. Thannon chuckled. "Used to all the eyes on you yet?" he asked, looking at the wide-eyed children.
"No,"
said Corban.
"I hope people will get used to her soon."
"That may take a while," said Thannon. "There aren't many places where a wolfen walks amongst men in the light of day. And she's only going to get bigger." Corban had not really thought too far ahead about Storm, but his Dar was right.
"I don't care," he said. "She's here now, and that's how it's going to stay. People will have to get used to it."
"Aye, lad, no doubt about that." He'd had to remind himself that the cub was not a hound pup, but something altogether wilder, more dangerous. Only once so far had he caught a glimpse of that. He'd been walking back from the village with some smoked fish his mam had sent him to get, trailed by a few dogs from Haven. He'd thrown a scrap of fish to Storm, but one of the dogs had darted forward and tried to take it from her. She had dropped the scrap, pounced on the dog, which had been almost twice her size, all snapping teeth and white fur. The dog had run off, tail between its legs, whining. The paddocks came into view, Haven receding behind them. Corban could see his colt standing quiet in the shade of a hawthorn bush. "I'm going to check on Steadfast. You'll be all right from here, Ban."
"I was all right to begin with,"
said Corban. Brenner's cottage was not much further along the road. He could see a thin wisp of smoke rising from behind the trees that hid her cottage. The sound of wheels crunching on stone drifted faintly behind them, and they both turned to see two horses pulling a large wain. It was coming their way, leaving Haven. Thannon stared at it a moment, then looked back to Corban. "Maybe I should walk with you to the healer's cottage," he said.
"I'll be fine. I'm not a bairn, and besides, I have Storm to protect me."
Thannon chuckled. "No doubt she'd try, but she needs to grow a bit yet. Take Budai, ease your old Da's mind. Then I'll stop fussing over you as if you were your mam."
"Fine," said Corban.
His Da smiled and left the road, told Budai with a flick of his wrist to stay with Corban. The hound watched his master a moment, then bounded after Corban and Storm. The path through the trees to Brinner's was trampled, the constant coming and going of guards set by Evnis to watch over Von having churned the ground. Corban saw the guard sitting in the shade, back against a tree, his horse cropping grass. Another horse stood nearby, its reins wrapped loosely around the branch of a willow near the stream. Corban knocked on Brinner's door, heard raised voices inside. The door flew open, and Brinner's wrinkled face appeared.
"What now?" "Oh, it's you," she said, squinting at Corban. "Well, you may as well come in. Why not? Everyone else has. It's like the spring fair in here."
Corban stepped through the doorway, unsure whether to smile or not. Budai padded warily in behind him, sniffing the air, Storm hidden between the great hound's legs. An old man stood in the middle of the room, grey-haired, thin. Corban blinked as he recognised Heb, the lawmaster. His eyes flickered over Corban and he raised an eyebrow, looking at Brinner.
"My apprentice," she said,
with a wave of her hand. Heb raised his other eyebrow.
Apprentice? Very well. As I was saying, it is not safe here, Brinner. No one knows how the brigand escaped, how many aided him, where he is.
The lawmaster sat in a wooden chair, fingers steepled under his chin.
You trouble me, living alone, so far from protection.
Brinner's face changed colour, purpling as if she were choking on a stone.
Not safe, she managed to splutter. Protection? I've managed well enough for a score of years and without any of your new-found concern.
She spat the word as if it were poison.
It is bad enough having to put up with idiots with sharp sticks lurking on my doorstep day and night. Why would I choose to live in a fortress full of idiots?
She smiled humorously.
Do you miss my company?
Company? Stone the Crow's woman, time in your presence ages me, said the lawmaster, standing to pace around the room. Crafts squawked above their heads. Heb glanced up, the scruffy-looking crow watching them from a beam, his beady black eyes shining. You are as stubborn and stiff-necked as ever, muttered Heb. Age is supposed to mellow a person.
Ah, as it has you.
Heb held a hand up, took a breath. Would you not consider it? I would sleep better knowing you were within the walls of the fortress.
Dunkirk is no place for me. I like trees and grass, not rock and stone.
Think on what I have said, Brinner. There is wisdom in it. You know that.
Pah, wisdom. What would you know of that?
The healer muttered. I give up. Heb raised his hands and strode towards the door. Be careful how much time you spend with this woman, he explained to Corban. She can be bad for a man's health. The door closed with a bang, leaving Corban and Brinner staring at each other.
Bad man,
muttered Craff. Corban looked away, flinching from the healer's glare. Von lay on his cot in the next room. He was pale-faced, eyes sunken, but the fever had left him. What would you have me do? Corban asked.
I have little need for you today. No herbs need collecting. There is always sweeping, though. Yes. Where does all the dust come from?
Corban fetched the broom.
And don't let your hound eat my crow, said Brinner, eyeing Budai suspiciously as he sat staring up at Craff, a line of drool hanging from the fold of one of his jowls. He'd choke, thought Corban, but managed to stop himself from speaking the thought out loud. He pointed, and Budai curled up near the front door, Storm worrying at one of his floppy ears. Von was propped up with pillows, watching Corban as he began sweeping in his room. You're missing some,
Von said, pointing into a corner. Corban ignored him.
Boy, I'm talking to you.
Corban looked over at him.
That's better. Now, just there, under the table. You haven't swept there.
Corban grunted, swept where Von was pointing. He deeply begrudged doing Von's bidding, but Brinner had asked him to sweep, and he knew without doubt that no matter where she was in the cottage, she would be listening. Just then Storm walked into the room, tiring of Budai. She saw the stiff rushes of the broom sweeping back and forth, and leapt on them. Corban laughed as the broom handle was wrenched from his fingers.
You,
said Von.
What?
Said Corban, turning. Von had pushed himself into a sitting position, blonde hair dark with sweat strands clinging to his face.
It was you? In the Baglan?
Von stared from Corban to the wolfen cub.
Aye, what of it?
Said Corban.
You dare set foot here, and bring that with you?
Von pointed an accusing finger at Storm.
Aye, I do. You have much to answer for. Were I not confined to this bed, I would teach you a lesson myself, right now.
I've done nothing wrong, said Corban.
Nothing wrong? Other than protect the animal that caused the deaths of brave men, caused my own wounding, maybe. I think you have done much wrong. And when I am healed, I will come find you to seek a reckoning. I have done nothing wrong, Corban repeated, feeling anger and fear struggling within.
It was well known that Von was skilled with a blade.
"My father thinks differently," said Von. "Aye, and the Queen thinks differently to him," Corban retorted.
The two of them were silent for long moments.
"Sweep your own room,"
Corban muttered, and stalked out, Storm following. He began sweeping elsewhere, so violently that the dust rose in a cloud about him, but he did not notice. Brinna sat in a chair, poring over a leather-bound book. She also kept an eye on Corban amidst the cloud that surrounded him, but she said nothing. Soon after, the sound of shouting came through the open windows. Corban ran to the door, Brinna just behind him. The warrior posted to guard Von was on the far side of the alder glade. Corban could just see him holding his spear in the air and whooping loudly. In the distance was the sound of horses' hooves, lots of them. The warrior stood there a moment longer, silent now, then turned and made his way back towards them.
"What goes on?"
said Corban. The warrior looked at him but said nothing.
"Well?" snapped Brinna. "Are you deaf? The boy asked you a question."
"It was a search party, returning to the fortress," the warrior said, still ignoring Corban, looking at Brinna. "Marek rode with them." Chapter 35. Veradis. Veradis took a deep breath, savouring the smell and taste of brine in the air, even though it whipped into him, stinging his face and bringing tears to his eyes. He walked the deck of the ship easily, unconsciously allowing for the shift and roll beneath his feet. Others were not faring so well. Boss clung to the side of the ship, bent double, spittle flying in a stream from his mouth. Other men in similar poses were dotted around the ship's edge. Veradis smiled. He had grown up on the bay, so the deck of a ship was more than familiar to him, but many of the warriors in Nathair's warband had come from further inland. For many, this was the first time they had seen the ocean, let alone journeyed on it. He looked grim. This would be an opportune time for the Vinthalan, whose ships they travelled in, to turn on them. No, he thought, Nathair is right. If they wanted him dead, they could have done the deed many times over. He reached the prow of the ship, the sun rising on the horizon before him, turning the sea to shimmering gold. 10 nights they had been at sea. Earlier, the coastline of Pelset had been visible, the most easterly of the Vinthalan's 3 islands. Now they were well into the great expanse of the Tethys Sea, nothing between them and Tarbesh but water. He glanced over his shoulder, spying the other ships in their fleet as black dots in the glare of the sun. 800 of Nathair's warriors were on those ships, only 5 or 6 score left at Geraldine to gather in and train any new recruits while they were away. He smiled at the memory of King Aquilus and Peritus, standing amazed as they had watched the warband train. It had been something to see. A third of the warband, some 300 or so men standing shoulder to shoulder, the line 3 score long, 5 men deep. The other 2/3 of the warband, ordered to mass and attack, as was common in the banished lands, an unorganized swarm. They had charged the still line of warriors, screaming war cries, wooden swords and spears raised. When only 20 or 30 paces had separated the two groups, the line of warriors had raised great round shields forming a wall of oak and iron. The charging warriors smashed into it. The wall had trembled, bent at the edges like a newly strung bow, but held firm. After long moments of battering ineffectually against the shields, battle cries turning to grunts as men strained and pushed, a single blast of a horn went up from behind the shield wall, and, as one, they took a step forwards. Then another. Men began to fall before the wall of shields, unable to move back or maneuver in the tight press. "How do they wield a blade in that crush?" Aquilus had asked. Veradis and Nathair, along with Aquilus, Fidele, and Peritus, had viewed the mock battle in the glade from a small muddy knoll recently stripped of trees. Veradis remembered Nathair's smile. "The attacking warriors cannot, father," Nathair had said. "The wall of shields forces them too close." They cannot separate into hundreds of individual duels, as has been the way, and so their swords and spears are too long. The shield warriors, though, have been equipped with these. He drew a short sword from his belt, sheathed where he usually carried a knife. Nathair had commissioned a team of smiths to make the weapons in secret, and wooden counterparts had been fashioned for the warband to train with. These are more suited to this combat. See how they are thrust between the shields? They do not need room to swing a blade, only stab what is in front of them. Aquilus glanced at Veradis. He watched the battle in silence. He nodded, once. "Your men are at risk of being flanked," the battle chief had said, pointing to the glade. "Aye, but watch." The shield wall had curved at the flanks as the attacking warriors sought to overwhelm or surround them. A horn blew again, 2 short successive blasts this time, and warriors from the centre of the back row moved quickly to strengthen the flanks. At the same time riders had filled the glade, 2 groups of horsemen appearing from the trees, each a score or so strong. They flew at the warriors who were trying to breach the shield wall's flanks, turning at the last instant to rake the massed warriors with spears and long swords. The outcome was clear enough. "It works well in partnership with mounted warriors," Veradis said. "I have seen enough," said Aquilus. Nathair raised a hand in the air. The horn sounded again, and instantly the mock conflict had stopped, the men in the shield wall helping fallen comrades regain their feet. "Well, father, do you not judge us ready?" Aquilus had sucked in a deep breath. Veradis could still remember the smell of the glade, the air damp with morning dew, the smell of rotting leaves, rich forest loam, sweat, horses, all mingling. "It is impressive, Nathair. What say you, Veradis?" "As you say, my king. You use the terrain well, Nathair," the battle chief had said. "But here it is in the favour of your wall of shields. That would not always be so. Woodland battle, a more open space where the attackers are not so hemmed in. High ground." He had shrugged. "I am uncomfortable with some of the things I see here. These men are warriors, yet they are being herded as cattle. And your weapons, I would prefer to fight warrior to warrior, know that my skill with a blade had kept me alive." "A craftsman brings the right tools to complete the task," Nathair said. "And if the right tool does not exist, then he would make it. This is no different. The task is to win, to defeat Azroth's black sun. Is it not, father?" "Aye, that is so," Aquilus had agreed, frowning. "Defeat in the coming war cannot happen. We must do all that is within our power to ensure victory," continued Nathair. Veradis had been silent a while. "There is truth in what you say, and your methods are effective, of that there is no doubt. How would your wall of shields fare against a charge of horse, do you think?" "Just as well. A horse will not charge a wall of stone or timber, or a forest where there is no gap between the trees. This is no different." Nathair had smiled. "You say that, but you do not know," the battle chief said. "It looks impressive, but your warband is made up of untried warriors, most of them not long past their long night. How many veterans of campaigns are in your ranks? None. In times of danger, panic, experience holds a line better than youthful passion." Veradis had looked at Aquilus and shrugged, ignoring Nathair's gaze. There had been a long silence before Aquilus gave judgment. "You shall go to Tarbesh," the king had said. "We shall begin organizing it today, for I would have you back with me by midwinter's day." "Aye, father, my thanks," Nathair had said, his joy spilling onto his face. The queen had lingered as Aquilus and Veradis had ridden from the glade. "You are growing into a rare man," she said to Nathair. He had just smiled at her. "Remember your father's words. Follow his will, and all will go well for you, for us." "What do you mean, mother?" Nathair had asked. She stepped forward, cupping his cheek in her hand. "I think you know, my son. Remember, you are all I have. I would not see you fall from your father's grace. You have a sharp mind, a strategic mind, but you must curb your enthusiasm. You have new ideas, that is clear. She had gestured to the warband. "Some can help the cause now. Some, maybe, must wait for another day. Others should be laid aside, perhaps permanently." "Such as?" "Your association with the Vinthalan." "Mother, I am a child no longer," Nathair had said, rolling his eyes. "No, but a son should obey his father, no matter his age. A subject should obey his king." She had looked at him sternly, then turned to leave. "Look after my son," she said to Veradis. Only a few nights passed, and then they had left Geraldine. Nathair rode at the head of 800 men with Veradis beside him. Rauka was just behind, holding a banner displaying the eagle of Tenebral. They had followed the river Aphros for a 10-night, and Veradis remembered the tension building in him as the first trees of the Sava came into view, the knowledge that he would face his father, soon a growing pressure within. But then Nathair had changed course, travelling south towards the coast. The Vinthalan were waiting, Lycus standing on a beach of shingle, alongside Calidus and his looming guardian, Alcyone. A fleet of ships was anchored at their backs. "Your father will not be pleased," Veradis had said to Nathair, "nor your mother." Nathair had grinned. "What they know not will wound them little," he had said. "Besides, father wants me back for Midwinter's Day. By travelling this way, I will ensure that." "And what of flapping tongues? We have close to 1,000 men here." "This will be a test of their loyalty," Nathair said sternly. "This is my warband. They are my men, not my father's. I shall make this clear to them." Veradis had shrugged, relieved at not having to see his own father, and in half a day all of the warband, horses and supply wains as well, had been loaded onto the Vinthalan ships. The sound of footsteps brought Veradis back to the present. He turned his head and saw Nathair approaching. "A good thing we are not fighting a campaign at sea," the prince said, gesturing at the sick warriors scattered around the ship's edge, vomiting. "Aye," grunted Veradis, part of him still concerned about that possibility. "We will save at least a whole moon of hard riding, travelling like this, and the same if we return this way. No more than 5 nights, and we should be on solid ground again." "Are you so keen to face the giants of Tarbesh?" said Veradis. "Indeed." Nathair waved his hand, bit into a plum, dark juice dripping to the deck. "They will fall before us. The banished lands have not seen our like before, Veradis. Destiny calls us. We will not fail. This will be a fair trial for us." He gave a ferocious grin. "My father was right. We need combat to sharpen us. He is wise, in some things." But not all, Veradis thought, finishing Nathair's unsaid sentiment. "This fixation he has about the Vinthalan, he will come to see it is unjustified. I will change his mind. He is a man of reason, and we must think of the future, not the past. Is that not so?" Nathair bit the last flesh from his plum and cast the stone into the sea. "Aye. Just look about us. They are a great asset, these Vinthalan. Not only has this saved time on our journey, but also now we will arrive in Tarbesh rested, not weary from a hard road. And there are so many more possibilities, so much more potential. The speed with which we can move warriors, the element of surprise attacks, so much more." "Rested? Maybe not all of us," thought Veradis, glancing at a warrior vomiting bile over the ship's rail. Still, overall, he could not fault Nathair's logic. "And there is more to their worth," Nathair continued, talking more quietly now. "I set Lycos a task, asked him to gather information for me." "About what?" "You remember the book Michael read from, at my father's council?" "Of course. Many things were spoken of, yes. I have talked of some of it with Lycos and Calidus. They are helping me to understand it." Veradis frowned, not sure he liked the sound of that. "What of your father and Michael? Why not ask them?" "I have tried. Michael will say nothing to me,
and Father only says soon, but soon will be too late. So I must take help where I can find it. Lycus has built up quite a network of, what shall we call them? Spies? Veradis offered. Informers. And Calidus seems to know much about everything. Do you recall white-walled Telesar that Michael's book spoke of, and the Shadow Warriors? Aye. It all sounded like riddles to me. And to me. But Lycus has told me of Telesar. It is a fabled city, hidden by a glamour, home to warriors fiercely devoted to Elyon, Shadow Warriors, the Jahar, they call themselves. They know of the coming God War, have spent their lives preparing for it, preparing for the bright star. Nathair looked around him, lowering his voice. I am the bright star, Elyon's chosen, so they will fight for me. Veradis nodded. That would all make sense, he said. Except for one thing. Where are they? Fabled cities are often just that. Fabled. And if they are hidden by a glamour, how will you find them? Yes, good questions. As to where this fortress is, Lycus has heard word it is in Tarbesh. Ah, exactly. So, the time we are saving on our journey can be put to good use. I will find this Telesar and talk to these Shadow Warriors. Before or after we have dealt with Rahim's giants? After. Nathair flashed a smile. We shall take counsel on that now. I have asked Lycus and Calidus to join us here as soon as they are able. And the giant. Are you not troubled about taking aid from such as he? Troubled? No, Veradis. Never take your eye from our goal, my friend. The goal. And what is that, in the end? Victory, Nathair whispered. I will use man, giant, or beast to attain that goal. For the greater good, I will do what is required. Veradis heard the creak of a door, turned to see the hulking shape of Alcyone emerge from the hold, Lycus and Calidus walking in the giant shadow. There was something wolf-like about Lycus, Veradis thought, as the Lord of the Vinthalan approached them, iron rings clinking in his grey-streaked hair. His walk was graceful, confident, speaking of years on the deck of a ship. My lord, the Corsair chief said as he drew near. Many in the warband had been surprised to hear Lycus refer to Nathair so. Greetings, said Nathair. As you know, I go to the aid of King Rahim. He is plagued with giant raids. Can you tell me anything that will ease my task? Ever since we spoke of Telesar, said Lycus, I have sent many men to Tarbesh, seeking to find your fortress. In the process, my spies have travelled far and learned much. Tell me. They report to Calidus. He has been my ears for many years now, and has served me well. He waved a hand at the gaunt man. A river marks the eastern border of Tarbesh, Calidus said, marking the boundary between Rahim's realm and the Shechem giants. The Shechem have been crossing the river of late, raiding Rahim's lands. It is a familiar tale, I hear. The giant clans that are left are becoming bolder throughout the banished lands. Aye, I have heard that also, Nathair said. Do you know anything of how these giants, these Shechem, make war? There is one more knowledgeable than I on that subject, Calidus said with a grin, and nodded to Alcyone. The giant took a step forward. Veradis felt a slight tremor in the deck. You know of the Shechem? Nathair said, looking up at Alcyon's broad, angular face. Aye, the giant rumbled, his voice harsh and low-pitched. All the clans had many things in common. Like most, their weapons of choice are the axe and hammer. There are differences as well, I remember. The Shechem often fought mounted. Mounted, Veradis said, but a horse could not carry a giant.
"Aye, Prince's man," Alcyon said, turning small dark eyes onto him. "They ride dregs."
Dregs?
Veradis spluttered, eyes widening. "Aye, dregs," the giant repeated, the edges of a smile touching his mouth, making his drooping moustache twitch.
"I did not think giants rode anything," Nathair said.
"Most do not. We can match your horses over distance," the giant shrugged, "but the clans are warlike by nature. We were fighting each other long before your kind ever came to these lands, and advantages of any kind were sought. The Jotun in the north rode bears. I do not know if they still do, since your kin drove them across the bone fells, but I suspect so. The Shekam ride dregs."
Veradis nodded, his mind filled with the coming conflict. He knew that the giant clans had been defeated before, and that there were more of them then, far more, so the task they faced was surely achievable. But giants on dregs? Now that was an unsettling thought. "Is there any more you can tell us, Alcyon?" Nathair asked.
"Aye. Your greatest risk will be from elementals. They are likely to be amongst their ranks."
Veradis' eyes grew wide again.
"Sorcerers," he muttered. "Aye. Wielders of the earth power," Alcyon rumbled.
"This task is becoming more than a campaign on which to cut our teeth, Nathair," Veradis muttered. "Indeed," replied the prince. "How can we combat these elementals?"
"Do not be troubled,"
said Kalidos. "Alcyon and I will accompany you. We are also familiar with these powers." "You are sorcerers," said Veradis. Alcyon said nothing, and Kalidos just smiled. The rest of the journey passed quickly enough. The weather was hot, tempered by a constant wind that sped their progress. The sun filled cloudless blue skies, baking the skin of all that stood on the decks. After the passing of 5 more nights, Veradis found himself standing once again at the prow of the ship, looking at a dark smudge on the horizon. "Tabesh," he muttered quietly, excitement building within him, a weightlessness dancing in the pit of his stomach. As the day wore on, the land on the horizon grew until he could see the coast clearly. There were craggy cliffs of dark reddish rock and sand with a covering of sun-blasted grass, here and there stunted olive trees with pale bark, looking like a twisted mass of tendon and sinew. The small fleet turned north and followed the coastline until they came to a large bay where a river flowed into the sea. Here, the land was greener, with groves of tall cedars flanking the river. By nightfall, Nathair's warband was ashore. They made camp beside the river, and in the morning, Lycus bid them farewell. "I shall return on the last night of the Reaper's moon," he said. "If you are not here, we shall wait for you, or until you send word. I shall see you back to Tenebral and Geraldine in good time for Midwinter's Day." Nathair turned and swung into the saddle of his white stallion. Horns blasted, and with a great sound, the warband moved out. "How long till we reach Rahim's fortress?" Nathair asked Kalidos. "For 5 nights, no more." "Good." The prince turned in his saddle, looking at his warband. Veradis felt his spirit soar as he spotted Rauka in the mass of mounted warriors, holding Nathair's standard aloft, the eagle of Tenebral snapping in the wind. He raised his hand to his friend, a broad grin splitting his face. He had never felt more alive. Nathair grinned at him fiercely, and Veradis knew the prince felt it too. Destiny leading them, just as Nathair had promised. They both faced forward and spurred their horses on. Chapter 36. Corban. Corban was sweating by the time he passed through Stonegate into the shadowed cold of Duncarrig.
He looked only at the ground before his feet, fearing accusing eyes were watching him. What will Marok say? Does everyone know already that I let the brigands escape? Budai loped at his heels, Storm tucked under his arm. He had been desperate to get back to the fortress and had run all of the way, although he was equally terrified of what he would discover upon his return. His first reaction on hearing that Marok lived had been a sharp joy, utter relief. Braith had kept his word and released Marok. Or maybe Marok had escaped. So many questions. Where should he go? Surely Marok would have been taken straight to Brenin. But that would have been some time ago by now. Time enough for word to have spread through the fortress of Marok's return, and also time enough for many to have heard Marok's account of all that had happened, including Corban's part in it all. He looked up and saw the grey stone of his home. So this was where his feet had taken him. The door was open, his mam standing there. A pressure began to build in his chest as if his heart were expanding, becoming too large for his ribcage. He did not like the way his mam was looking at him, frowning, her mouth a straight edge, lines of worry around the corners of her eyes. Storm wriggled under his arm. He put her down and she ran ahead with Budai, both of them slipping past his mam's legs. She did not move when he reached the door. He stood still, his gaze slowly rising until their eyes met. Gwyneth reached out and ran her long fingers through his hair, brushing it away from his forehead where it had stuck with sweat. "You have a visitor," she said. "Where?" he stuttered, trying to peer past her into the kitchen. Gwyneth stepped out of his way, although he did not move. He felt as if he had stepped into one of the Baglands bogs. "Out back, in the garden," Gwyneth said. With a wrench of will, he stepped into the kitchen, not even asking who was waiting for him, and strode to the back door. He pulled it open and walked through, passing under his Da's giant warhammer that hung above the door. Storm squeezed through as he closed it behind him. Marok was sitting on a tree stump by the woodpile, looking his way, Cohen silent and still beside him. She had a knife in her hand, had probably been practicing her throwing when Marok arrived. Corban froze a moment, blinking in the sunshine, then walked towards the huntsman. Marok rose as Corban drew close. He was pale, the scar on his face standing out pink and livid. A bandage was wound tight around his back and shoulder. They gazed at each other in silence. Then Marok gestured for Corban to sit. "He did his best for you, and for me," Cohen blurted. "You'd be dead if he'd done aught else." "Hush, lass," said Marok, raising a hand. He winced as he sat back down, facing them both. "Defending me still, even though she thinks me wrong," thought Corban, glancing gratefully at his sister. A heavy silence fell on them as they sat there, Marok looking at them, Cohen frowning in return, Corban's eyes flitting between them both. "I am in your debt," Marok said, intense blue eyes boring into Corban. "You saved my life." Surprise. An instant relief of pressure somewhere between his shoulder blades and the base of his skull. He does not blame me. Then worry descended again. Who else knows? Corban tore his eyes away from the huntsman, looking at the thick grass by his feet. He did not know what to do, what to say, so he stayed silent and did nothing. "How did you come to be there, at the pool?" Marok asked. Corban shrugged, eyes darting to Cohen. They had argued about this as well. Cohen had thought they should go straight to Brenin, tell all, including the whereabouts of the secret door and tunnels beneath the fortress. Corban had thought otherwise. He could not even explain why he felt so strongly about keeping the tunnels secret. He only knew that he did, and swore he would only ever know Cohen as Oathbreaker if she told. "Happenstance," he muttered. Marok exhaled, leaning back, looking between Corban and his sister. "Happenstance? Well, Elion must have some great tasks saved for me to bring you along at such an opportune moment." Corban shrugged again. He took a deep breath. Best to know, one way or the other.
Have you told anyone of our involvement?
Aye, lad, I have. Corban tried to swallow, but his mouth was too dry. Suddenly his throat seemed to constrict, tightening, his pulse ringing in his ears. Well, so be it, he thought, trying to remember Gar's counsel, breathing slow and deep through his nose. But only the king and my uncle know, Marek continued. In fact, Brenin had us swear that no one else should hear of your involvement. Silence, broken only by the small sounds of the garden, wind sighing through the branches of the apple trees. Relief swept through him. You were courageous, both of you, the huntsman said, far beyond many warriors I've seen. I would have your names lauded from the highest towers, but Brenin is of a different mind. He believes if word spread of your involvement, it could be misunderstood. Brenin would not have your bravery rewarded with scorn or worse. So, he smiled, his scar creasing, it shall remain our secret. Have you told anyone? No, Corban and Cohen answered together. Good. Then let it remain so. Did you escape? Asked Cohen. Escape? Nah, lass. Much as it pains me to say it, Braith kept his word. He let me go, at dawn, just as he said he would. Marek lifted a hand, ran it through his hair. Did you see Braith's scar? Running from here to here. He placed a finger beside his left eye, tracing it slowly down to his jawline. I did, said Corban. My father, Ragor, gave him that scar, so Braith told me. He spoke of my da. He fell silent, closing his eyes. They fought in the darkwood. Braith said no man had ever so much as tickled him with a blade until my da. Braith slew him that day in the darkwood. An expression of utter desolation swept Marek's face, quickly hidden. Where did you learn to throw a knife like that, lass? He asked, blowing out a short breath, smiling again. My mam, Cohen said, grinning shyly in return. She taught me over there. She pointed at an old tree trunk back near the rose bushes. It was splintered and pitted from 1,000 knife blades. I don't let many know I can do it. Most men don't seem to like me being able to throw a knife. Makes them uncomfortable, Mam says. Marek snorted. Well, I for one am glad you've acquired the skill. Cohen smiled. With a big sigh, Storm flopped down at Corban's feet, her back leg coming up to itch her ear. How do things go with your cob? Marek asked, looking at Storm. Well, I think, said Corban. We're training her as my dad did Budai. And how goes that? She's not eaten any chickens yet, said Corban with a grin. That day, the day of the hunt when I stood before Alona, you spoke for me. If you had said different, I don't think she'd be here now. He ran fingers through the cub's thickening fur. Why? In truth, lad, I do not know. Keeping a wolfen is not the most sensible decision. I just had a feeling. Sometimes, something speaks to you. He shrugged. I'm mighty glad I did support your case. He might not have been as inclined to speak up for me at the pool if I hadn't. Yes, he would, snapped Cohen. Ban's not like that. Marek held his hands up, smiling now. I dare say you're right, girl. There is certainly more to you than meets the eye, lad. You have stood before Braith, the most feared outlaw in Arden, and had the courage to bargain with him. You have a wolfen at your heel and a warrior for a sister. Cohen grinned fiercely. Marek stood. I must go. My wife is fretting about my health and is most willing to tend me. Remember, I am in your debt, both of you. You saved my life. He held out his hand to Cohen, gripping her forearm in the warrior's embrace, which drew another huge grin. Look after your cub, lad, he said to Corban as he gripped his arm.
Not all are happy about her being here. Evnis has many followers in the fortress. Corban stepped out of the shadow of the rowans into the field, paused, and sucked in a deep breath before he walked on, striding towards Alion. He kept his eyes fixed on his weapons master, nevertheless felt ripples of attention begin to flow around him, heard muttered whispers and gasps. He had brought storm to the rowan field. A 10 night had passed since Marok's reappearance, and life had almost gone back to normal. Von had recovered enough to return to his father's hold, so Corban was free of Brenin's chores for a while. Something had happened to him when Marok had returned. It had been strange, almost uncomfortable, hearing Marok talk of him that day and using words such as courage and bravery. All that he remembered of the night by the pool was utter terror, as if his guts had turned to water. But, nonetheless, he had stood up to Braith, bargained with him, even. That must count for something, even if he knew deep down he truly hadn't acted out of any bravery. And now he was tired of hiding Storm away. He had told his dad as they broke their fast earlier that morning that he was going to take Storm to the field. He had expected an explosion, or at least a flat no, but neither had happened. Instead, Thannon had just looked at him, frowning from under bushy eyebrows. "As you wish," was all his dad had said, and then returned to the pile of oatcakes before him. He looked down at Storm, padding beside him. She had grown already, just in the score or so of days since he had brought her out of the Baglan. She was taller, less fluffy, dark stripes marking her white fur. He knew that bringing her here would stir painful memories for some, but it was not her fault. She was his, and he was proud of her. "Get that Asroth spawn out of the field." Corban looked up. A handful of people had drifted between him and Halion. Some, younger, not sat there long night yet, but there were others, older warriors. He recognised Rafe's face walking amongst them. Corban snatched a glance around him. Many were watching. "That does not belong here," said a faceless voice from the group growing before him. Beyond them, he saw Halion begin to stride towards him. Corban tried to move around the small crowd, but Rafe stepped forward, blocking his path. "Get out of my way," Corban muttered. "You heard, blacksmith's boy," said Rafe. "Take that thing out of here. You're fortunate Von is not returned to the field yet." Deep breath, Corban told himself, feeling the familiar churning begin in his gut. He breathed out slowly. "No," he heard himself say, pleased that his voice did not tremble. He pushed forwards. Rafe bunched a fist and swung, but Corban had been waiting for it. He ducked, stepped onto one of Rafe's booted feet, and pushed him hard, both hands in the chest. Instinctively, Rafe tried to right his balance, but his pinned foot betrayed him and he tumbled to the ground. Before Corban could move on, a strong hand grabbed him, spun him around. It was a warrior this time, broad and squat, powerful arms, a sneer curling his lip. Glyn. He hefted Corban until he was standing on tiptoes. Storm growled, and the warrior drew back his leg to kick the cub. "Put the lad down, Glyn." Halion stood at the edge of the crowd, appearing quite relaxed, apart from the lines around his mouth. "Stay out of this," the warrior grunted, glaring at Halion. "This is the rowan field, Glyn. Grudges come no further than the trees, remember. Not this time. You're not from round here, you wouldn't understand. Walk away." "No." Glyn released Corban, shoving him back a couple of paces and turned to face Halion. The tall warrior raised his hands, palms open. "No need for this to go further, Glyn. Our heart rules us all on occasion. Let's leave it at that, eh?" "Do not seek to instruct me, Outlander," said Glyn, taking a stride towards Halion, who did not move other than a slight adjustment of his feet. "What's all this?" a deep voice called from beyond the group. Over the gathered heads, Corban saw a tall, wide form striding towards them. It was Tull. The crowd parted before Brenin's champion until he stood towering over Corban.
Rafe had scrambled to his feet and sidled a few steps away. "What's all this?" Tull repeated, glancing at Corban, for his eyes rested on Hallion and Glyn. Hallion said nothing, returning Tull's gaze. "Someone answer me, for I feel the need to start cracking heads," the aging champion growled. A ring of people were formed around them now. Connell, Hallion's brother, was pushing to the front, a scowl on his face. "He's brought that devil dog into the field," Rafe blurted from behind Glyn. Tull's head snapped around like a hunting bird sighting prey, fixing Helfac's son. "He mocks us, mocks the warriors that fell in the hunt," Rafe stuttered, looking at the ground. "The boy speaks true," muttered Glyn, and other voices in the crowd echoed him. Tull held his hand up, looking around, his eyes eventually falling on Corban and the cub at his feet. A heavy silence descended as the king's champion appraised him, and Corban was acutely aware of eyes on him. Almost certainly most of the field would be watching this exchange. He cursed himself for a fool. What have I done? "Lad, did you not claim king's justice and stand before our queen Alona?" Tull said loudly, for all to hear. "Aye," Corban said. "Speak up. If you're bold enough to talk in front of our queen, surely you're bold enough to talk in front of this rabble." "Aye," said Corban, louder. "And did she not pass judgment on you?" "She did." "What was her judgment?" That I was not responsible for the harm done in the Baglan, and that I could keep the cub." Tull grunted. "Did any not hear?" he boomed. Silence. "King's justice says this cub stays with the lad, and he can take it wheresoever he pleases. Any man, anyone," Tull said, his eyes sweeping the crowd and coming to rest upon Rafe. "Anyone here fault our queen's judgment?" Again, silence. "Good. As it should be. I'll be reminding you I am the king's sword. I'll disregard the insult that's been made here, but only this once." He stood in silence, glowering at the group that had waylaid Corban. One by one they sidled away until none was left. Tull turned his eyes to Corban, frowning. "I'll be watching you," he said, then marched away. "You all right, lad?" Hallion asked. Corban was watching Tull's back. Yeah, I'm fine," Corban mumbled. "Good, come then." They walked to a weapons rack, both searching for a practice sword to their liking. Something made Corban glance over his shoulder. Two figures stood in the shadows of the rowan trees, one a hulking mass, the other not quite so tall, slimmer. They moved away, and Corban blinked, then they were gone. "Are you sure that you're well?" Hallion asked him again as they found a space to begin their training. "You look pale." Corban blew out a hard breath. He did feel a little light-headed. "I didn't expect that," he said. "No?" Hallion raised an eyebrow. "No, I'm accustomed to staring harsh words, but that... Strong feelings, lad, often displayed in strong actions." "Aye, so I see." "Why did you do it?" "Bring the cub here." Corban looked down, watching Storm as she lay in the grass, her copper eyes considering him in return. "Because it doesn't feel right, hiding her away as if she's done something wrong," he said. "She deserves better. And I've done nothing wrong either, and will not act as if I have." He smiled at Hallion. "My thanks." "What for?" "For speaking for me. No one else did." "You're welcome, lad. Come, let us begin." The tall warrior raised his weapon, then lunged at Corban, striking at his head and chest. Stepping quickly backwards, Corban managed to block the blows. Then there was a flurry of movement, and Hallion fell back, crying out. He was hopping on one leg, shaking the other frantically. For a moment, Corban could not tell what was happening. Then he saw a bundle of fur attached to Hallion's calf. Storm had latched on and was refusing to let go. Hallion stopped jumping about and Storm planted her feet on the ground, jaws still clamped around Hallion's leg. Only her copper eyes moved, looking up at the tall warrior. She growled, deep in the back of her throat. There was a moment's silence as Corban rushed forwards. Then Hallion began to laugh. "Storm, here!" Corban said sharply, and the cub stepped back to him. "Can't blame her, I suppose," said Hallion, as his laughter calmed. "She thought I was attacking you. Mind you," he wagged a finger at Corban, "it might be funny now, but she's going to grow as big as a pony. I would not find that amusing." Corban began laughing too, picturing the thought. "We've taught her not to bite chickens," he said, "so I'll just teach her not to bite you. I'd appreciate that. But don't stop her protecting you. It could prove to be quite advantageous." "I won't. I'm teaching her friend and foe." "What do you mean?" Corban walked over to Hallion and knelt beside him, then called Storm. "Hold your hand out," Corban said to Hallion, who squatted and did as instructed. Storm sniffed the warrior's palm with her long muzzle, then growled. "Friend," said Corban. The growling stopped. Hallion snorted. "Come, lad, she's not that clever." "My dad says she is. He teaches his hounds this, though he said it takes them much longer to pick it up. Even Budai said she's very bright and can pick out a scent better than any hound he's come across." Hallion raised his eyebrows, but the disbelief in his face faded a little. Suddenly he looked beyond the cub, eyes narrowing, then strode quickly towards the warrior weapons court. Corban hesitated a moment, then followed him. The weapons court was really just a square expanse of stone in the field. It was the place where warriors sparred. Only those that had sat there long nights were allowed to set foot on the stone. As Corban hurried after Hallion, he saw Tull standing out on the field, like an old oak amidst saplings, two smaller figures before him. He blinked as he recognized Dath standing beside his da, Mordwyr. Of course, he thought, feeling a flush of joy. Dath's name day. His friend's face was tight with excitement and concentration. Corban saw him grin as Tull took his wrist in the warrior embrace. At least I'll have one friend in the field. Hallion reached the weapons court and stopped, folded his arms and stared. Two men were sparring, if you could call it that. One man was a whirling blur in constant motion, the other clearly outclassed, struggling desperately just to defend himself. It was Glyn. The blur of motion around him stopped, the warrior laughing. It was Connell, Hallion's brother. "Guard your head, man," Connell said, smiling as he struck at Glyn. "That's it. Now, right thigh," he shouted. "Gut, left shoulder, throat." A split second after he spoke, his practice sword would whip out, slashing exactly where he had called. Warriors around the court began to chuckle, although others were frowning. "Left knee," Connell called. But this time his weapon caught Glyn on the wrist with a loud crack. Glyn's practice sword dropped from numb fingers, and the tip of Connell's weapon was suddenly at Glyn's throat, pressing upwards under the chin. Connell sneered, took a step forwards, pushing Glyn back. "Next time you speak to my brother," Connell snarled, "you should be more polite." He pushed forwards again, and Glyn tripped as he stepped back, falling heavily on his backside. Connell hawked and spat at the man's feet, then turned and stalked away. He grinned as he saw Hallion, changing his course to approach his brother. Corban watched Glyn rise slowly, rubbing his throat, cheeks flushed, giving Connell's back a murderous look. "Do you think he enjoyed the lesson, Hal?" Connell said, breathing deeply but still grinning broadly. Hallion just watched him approach until Connell reached him, wrapping an arm around his brother's shoulder. "He'll treat you better next time you meet." "I could fight my own battles, Con," said Hallion. "You're too soft, big brother," Connell said, steering Hallion away from the court. Corban and Storm followed them. "He insulted you, called you Outlander." Anger flashed across Connell's face, then the grin returned. "He'll not be doing that again, I'd wager." "Maybe not," Hallion said. "But you've made no friends out there today.
Friends? I care not for friends. You are all I care about, my brother. Just the two of us, remember?
Hallion's face relaxed.
I know, Con. But do not forget we are here by Brenin's grace. Do not abuse that.
Connell looked grim.
I will brook no insults to myself or my kin, regardless of whose favour I jeopardise. Have a care, Con. I, at least, have a mind to stay here. Your tongue and temper...
Hallion looked around, taking a deep breath.
As I said, I can fight my own battles.
Connell pulled his arm away from his brother, then left abruptly with a glare, heading for the arch of rowan trees. Hallion stood and watched until his brother had disappeared from view. He sighed, looking down at Corban.
Come, lad. Let's finish your training.
Chapter 37. Veradis. Veradis shifted uncomfortably in his saddle, sweat trickling down his spine. He passed a hand across his face, flicking the dampness from his fingers. His horse whickered and he leaned forward, patted her neck.
Damn heat,
he muttered.
Aye,
grunted Nathair, one hand shading his eyes as he looked into the distance. They were scouting ahead of the warband, sheltered in a dip 2/3 of the way up a steep, grassy slope, looking over a wide, dark river. The Retta, he recalled Calidus telling him. He glanced quickly at the Vinthalan, who sat a horse a few paces behind, the giant Alcyon standing silently beside him.
So, where do they cross?
Nathair said quietly. Veradis shrugged and winced absently as his coat of mail chafed his shoulders.
Rahim said there's only one natural ford a league or so north of here.
Aye, but that is guarded, so they must cross elsewhere. Veradis squinted, his gaze following the sluggish course of the river, in the distance glimpsing the faint outline of a tower, the smudge of buildings around it. Rahim's bastion, built to fight the Shekham's raids, although little good it had done.
They're giants. Maybe they use sorcery, he said.
Nathair said nothing. The river looked black from here, like congealing blood in an open wound. The land on their side of the river was green, lush, dotted with trees and flecked with bright flowers. A small village, single-story buildings carved from white stone, clustered around a dirt track that led away west. There was no movement anywhere, the village empty and abandoned because of the Shekham's savage raids. And on the far side of the river, the land was marsh. Veradis took a deep breath and pulled a face. There was a sickly sweet scent in the air, as of food left out too long in the sun.
To slay these giants, we must find them, he said,
as much to break the silence as anything else.
Nathair gave him a sour look. The obvious I am well aware of, but how to find them? We could stretch our warband the length of the river, but then we would be spread too thin for combat.
My lord, said Calidus, and Veradis felt a stab of annoyance. There was something about the Vinthalan's insinuating voice that was beginning to grate on his nerves. He looked at the old man, studying him a while. His frame was lean, but muscle stood firm and knotted on his arms, his back straight, a strength in him that belied his silver hair. His eyes glistened in the glare of the sun. Veradis squinted, looking closer.
What an unusual colour, he thought. They were amber, like a wolf's.
Aye, muttered Nathair, still gazing into the distance.
We can help you in the locating of any Shekham that crossed the Retta.
How?
You remember we discussed the use of our particular skill.
Speak plainly, man. Do you mean the earth power?
Aye.
Calidus's mouth twitched at the edges. Annoyance?
Then yes, I remember very well. Alcyon and I shall stand vigil. We will know when the Shekham cross the river.
Nathair looked at him. You can do this? You are sure? I would not wish to camp out roasting my warband in this heat only to have you fail me.
We will not fail you.
Nathair was silent a long moment.
Good.
Then we shall wait upon your word. More waiting. It had been almost twice a 10 night since they had set foot on the shores of Tarbesh now. Midsummer's Day had come and gone, and the meadow's moon passed into the Drake's moon. They had spent a handful of days at Rahim's fortress, where the king of Tarbesh had held a feast in their honour. Then the warband had marched again, heading ever east. It had been clear almost immediately that Nathair's presence here was considered more token than genuine remedy to the giant problem, although Rahim had sent some 200 men from his own warband as escort under the command of his battle chief. Nathair pulled on his stallion's reins and cantered back up the slope with Veradis following. On cresting the ridge, they saw their warband spread across a gentle valley with Rahim's camp alongside, high tents and cook fires dotting the grassland. Dawn was not far away. Veradis shivered. Strange how the days in this land were so hot and the nights so cold. He blinked hard, eyes stinging from tiredness. Leather creaked behind him and a horse whickered gently. Glancing over his shoulder, he glimpsed figures close to him, just as solid, impenetrable shadows in the darkness. Some 400 warriors were spread behind him, he knew, but he could only see a handful. They had ridden hard for what must have been half of the night. Earlier he had seen the giant Alcyone march into Nathair's tent, Calidus cradled in his arms, and had rushed after them. "The Shikam have crossed the river, over a score of leagues to the north," the giant announced. They were headed southwest, so the warband could intercept them if it moved quickly. Calidus was exhausted from his scrying, some sorcerous effort, no doubt. Veradis felt the hairs on his neck stand on end at the thought of it, but still, here they were now, moments away from confronting the Shekam. If Alcyone and Calidus could be trusted. A huge shadow loomed out of the darkness. "It is time," the giant rumbled. Veradis dismounted, handed his reins to the warrior beside him, then turned and followed the hulking shape of the giant. They climbed a steep ridge, and Alcyone dropped to his belly, crawling the last few paces to the crest. Veradis followed suit, grunting as sharp stones dug into his arms and knees. He drew alongside Alcyone and peered over the ridge, not that it did much good. Although an edge of grey was seeping into the air around him, the sky above turning a deep purple, the valley below was still cloaked in darkness. "Where?" Veradis whispered. "From the east. Patience, little man." More waiting. He wished the battle would just begin. The waiting was worse. He wiped sweaty palms on the coarse grass beneath him, looking across the vale to the vague outline of the opposite ridge, where he knew Nathair and his 400 men were hidden. The darkness was thinning in the valley now, dispersing between solid clumps that slowly became recognizable. Large boulders littered the slopes and valley floor, the odd stunted, twisted tree. He could hear the gentle trickle of water in the distance where, he guessed, the village that the Shekam were bent on raiding was situated. Not this time. He smiled, humorlessly. "They will come from there," Alcyone rumbled, pointing. Veradis looked at the giant's arm. At the wrist, flowing from beneath a leather band, a dark tattoo swirled up it, circling great knots of muscle and sinew. Curved thorns were etched into the skin, the tattoo resembling a vine creeping up Alcyon's arm. It disappeared at his elbow, covered by a half-sleeve of chainmail. "Why'd you have that?" Veradis asked, without thinking. The giant looked at his arm and grunted. "That is my skill, my telling in your tongue." His voice was cold, flat. "Telling?" "Aye. The lives I have taken." Veradis swallowed. "You mean each thorn—" The giant grunted again. With an act of will, Veradis stopped himself staring at the giant's arm from trying to count the thorns and gazed back into the valley. He could see a thick wall of mist in the distance, in the direction that Alcyone had pointed. Veradis blinked, It was moving towards them, expanding, rushing like the tide up the valley's floor. "They are come," Alcyon whispered. Veradis felt a faint tremble in the earth beneath him. Then the muted sound of drums? Surely not. The mist was immediately below him now, spreading on towards the village like broiling storm clouds driven by a gale. "That mist," he mumbled. "Do not fear, little man. Be ready," Alcyon said. He began whispering, so low that Veradis could pick out no words, just a constant droning. He looked over his shoulder, saw his warriors, faces pale, anxious, all looking at him. In the valley, the mist slowed as if hitting a barrier, churning sluggishly, then stopped. The drumming sound he had heard was closer now, a little louder, but still muted. It came from within the mist. The sun had risen, spreading across the horizon, a molten half-circle joined to the land. The mist below began to bubble and seethe like boiling water. Then it thinned, evaporating into the air, revealing huge shapes within. Alcyon dug his fingers into the ground, clenching handfuls of dirt. Wisps of smoke or steam curled up from his hands. He had not stopped whispering. As the mist thinned, his voice rose sharply, then abruptly fell silent. He slumped to the ground, face pale, glistening with sweat. "Strike now, Prince's man," he grunted. "I will join you soon." Veradis stumbled back to his horse and leapt into the saddle. Raising an arm, he dug his heels into his mount's ribs, broke for the ridge, 400 mounted warriors following him. His breath caught in his chest as he crested the rise. He had heard old men tell tales of drags and seen drawings of them, but never viewed one in the flesh. The tales were no exaggeration. The beasts were huge, reminiscent of the lizards that he had seen sunning themselves on walls at Rahim's fortress, but 1,000 times larger. Their bellies were low to the ground, 4 bowed legs holding them up, splayed feet with curved claws like the swords of Rahim's warband. Long, wide tails flicked behind them, but it was to their heads that Veradis's gaze was drawn. Broad, flat skulls, long, square-tipped jaws full of razored teeth, the eyes small, dull, black. On their backs rode giants, dwarfed by the great beasts. The valley floor seethed with them like a nest of snakes, almost impossible to count. Alcyon had said at least 70 had crossed the river. Surely there were more here. He took a deep breath, squeezed his eyes tight. Remember the plan. He heard Nathair's last words echo in his mind. The ants. Remember the ants. He pulled hard on his reins. His horse reared, neighed wildly, and he joined his own voice to it, screaming with all his might. "Nathair!" The call was taken up behind him as he thundered down the slope. In the valley below, shouts of surprise rang out. Then came strange-sounding horn blasts. Drags roared, setting the very ground trembling as the giants and their mount turned to meet their attackers. Only a few hundred paces between them now, then a horn blew out behind Veradis, this time a call he recognized. He turned his horse to run parallel to the giants. A quick glance saw those behind do the same. Somewhere there was a crash. A horse shrieked. He reached for his spear, hoping all those behind him would be doing the same, found its smooth, worn shaft couched below his saddle. He cast it, arcing into the air, followed by hundreds of others. They rose high, seemed to hang, suspended a long moment, then plummeted to the valley floor. Many bounced from the thick-scaled hides of the drags, or stuck quivering in leather-padded armour, but many more found their mark. There was screaming such as he had never heard before. A great cloud of dust rose up from the valley floor. Shapes rose and fell. Giants tumbled from the backs of drags. Drags crashed to the ground, some roaring in agony, others silent. He dug his heels into his horse, urging her to climb the slope, racing away from the valley floor.
Before he reached the crest of the ridge, he leapt from his horse, slapped her hindquarters to make her run on, then turned, pulling his great round shield from his back, tugged his short sword from his scabbard, warriors all about him doing the same. Dragging in a deep breath, trying to slow the pounding of his heart, he gazed into the valley. Many dregs and giants were down. A few of the great lizards, riderless, were charging on down the valley towards the village, bellowing. Voices drifted up in the harsh, guttural tongue of giants. Dregs with riders scuttled forward, surprisingly fast for their bulk, forming a crude line that swept up the slope towards him. More than a score of them. Too many. Behind them, he glimpsed giants on foot, taking great, loping strides, pulling axes and great warhammers from their backs. Tremors passed from the ground into his boots, up his legs. "Shield wall!" he screamed, taking a few steps forwards, trying to place himself at the front and centre of his men. All about him, bodies pressed close, shields slamming together with dull thuds. So far, the plan had worked perfectly. Many giants had been felled, with no warriors of their own down. Nathair was right. Using ranged weapons and staying alive was much better than looking a giant in the eye and dying. Still plenty of chance for that, though, he thought. Now was the time of telling. The dregs seethed up the slope, bowed legs powering their huge bulk forwards, raking claws sending great sprays of gravel and dirt arcing into the air. 300 paces between them and his wall of shields and men. He could smell the fear leaking from those around him, from himself. His guts churned and his legs felt weak, empty of all strength. Every instinct within him screamed to turn and run. "Now, Nathair, now," he muttered. 200 paces. The ground was shaking. The oncoming dregs, a great tidal wave approaching them. He could make out minute details, a chipped tooth in a dreg's gaping mouth, speckled green and brown scales on another's neck, swirling tattoos on giants' arms. They're telling, he thought. Where is Alcyon? Where is Nathair? He tried to swallow, but his mouth was dry. He coughed instead. 100 paces. Horns blew. Somewhere in the distance, a great roaring, like the sea whipped by a storm. It must have been loud for him to hear it over the charge of the onrushing dregs. Many of the great lizards faltered, slowed, the giants in their saddles turning. The noise behind them grew, weapons clashing on shields, the roar of warriors' voices, frantic horn blasts. Veradis peered over his shield rim, glimpsed through the enemy Nathair's warband streaming over the ridge on the far side of the valley. "You will be the anvil, I the hammer," Nathair had said to him. Giants struggled to turn their mounts, realizing the trap they were plunging into, to be ensnared in the shield wall and then charged by horsemen from the rear. Harsh voices called out, then many of the great lizards turned and thundered back down the slope to meet Nathair's charge. A handful of dregs still powered up the hill, bent on the foe in front of them, giants on foot following behind. Veradis grimaced. He had hoped more would turn, all, in fact. He sucked in a deep breath, braced his feet, and waited for the storm to hit. Dregs ploughed into the wall, sending a concussive explosion rippling through the massed men. Bodies, shields, blood, all flew through the air wherever dregs connected with the wall. Veradis felt terror threaten to overwhelm him. Nathair was wrong. The shield wall was not enough to turn the dregs. The great lizards smashed through the wall, scattering men, trampling them into unrecognizable heaps of flesh and bone, giants seated on huge saddles, lashing about them with long-shafted hammer and axe. Then the lizards were through the other side of the wall, their momentum carrying them across the ridge. "Regroup!" yelled Veradis, although he was not sure if anyone heard him above the screams of dying and injured warriors. The lizards were on the far side of the ridge, no doubt turning to wreak more death amongst his men, but he could do nothing about that. More pressing were the score or so of silent, grim-looking giants charging up the slope towards him. "Shield wall!" he screamed. And at least those about him heard, for he felt men draw close, then the giants were upon them. Bodies slammed into the wall. The line wavered around Veradis, men grunting, setting their feet, leaning against the great pressure of giant flesh and bone. An axe slammed into the shield of the man next to Veradis, splintered wood spraying into their faces. Then the warrior was gone, dragged forwards as the giant wrenched on his axe. Another warrior moved up and filled the gap. A huge blow smashed into Veradis' shield, numbing his arm and making his legs buckle. He glanced over the rim of his shield, saw small, fierce eyes set in a giant's angular face towering above him, heaving a huge warhammer over his head, readying it for another blow. Veradis lifted his shield, blindly stabbed with his short sword under the iron rim, heard a howl, felt hot blood gush over his hand. The giant's grip on his warhammer loosened, the weapon dropping to the ground as fingers clutched frantically over its thigh, trying to staunch the jet of blood. With a thud, the giant fell to his knees and Veradis stabbed again, his blade sinking into the giant's throat. He pulled it out as his foe toppled backwards. He snarled wordlessly and hefted his shield. Another giant loomed before him, chopped at his shield with a great double-bladed axe. The blade stuck, Veradis gripping his shield with all his might, blinking at the axe blade's edge only a handspan from his eye. There was a pushing and shoving behind him now, men shouting. Panic stung him. Was that a giant's voice behind him? Were the dregs back? Then the giant in front of him heaved on his axe, pulling him stumbling forwards out of the shield wall. He slipped in blood, fell to one knee, lifted his short sword in a vain attempt to block the axe swing he knew would be coming. There was a chopping sound, a gurgle, and then a giant's head rolled in the dirt before him. "Here, little man," a voice rumbled behind him. He twisted round, saw Alcyon standing above him, his great long sword in his hand, blood dripping from its blade. The battle, Veradis panted. "Is all but done," Alcyon said. "Look." Veradis passed a hand over his eyes, wiping blood and sweat away. Alcyon was right. The shield wall had held against the giant's charge, over a score of the huge warriors dead along its length. Further away, the sounds of battle still raged. He walked to the ridge of the valley, Alcyon following. The dregs that had burst through his shield wall to such devastating effect were fleeing, a dust cloud rising about them. Even as he watched, they were dwindling into the distance. Turning, Veradis looked down to the valley's floor. Some of the giants and dregs were retreating back down the valley. The few standing and fighting were beset by a flowing tide of warriors on horseback. "Remember the ants," Nathair had said. And from here, the dregs and horsemen looked strangely similar to the ants he had seen that day in the glade, swarming over the dog. His eyes picked out one warrior, gripping Nathair's standard. Rauka still lives then. Good. Then he saw Nathair, unmistakable on his great white stallion, thrusting a spear into the mouth of a dreg. The beast roared, reared backwards, crushing a handful of riders in its ruin. And as suddenly as it had started, the battle was over. He breathed a great sigh of relief. Nathair had been right. The surprise, the tactics, their own elementals, all had combined to win the battle. But it had been so close, balancing on a knife's edge. If the giants and dregs had turned, attacked his shield wall from the rear instead of fleeing. But they hadn't. The battle was won. The victory theirs. Veradis looked along the slope, saw warriors looking at him, others on their knees tending comrades, weeping, groaning, the wounded calling out. Many more were strewn about the ridge, unnaturally still. He felt his whole body begin to tremble and looked down at his hands. He still gripped his short sword, blade, hilt, and hand black with drying blood. Thrusting it into the air, he screamed a victory yell. Those about him looked, did the same, more and more, joining like ripples from a rock cast into water. The shouting changed, became a chanted name. Nathair! 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 Chapter 38. Cohen. Cohen gritted her teeth, sweat trickling into her eyes, stinging, making her blink. She shook her head,
trying to clear her vision, and felt Corban's weapon thump into the join between neck and shoulder. Not that it was really a weapon, but a branch that they had tried to shape to resemble a practice sword. She scowled, flung her own stick to the ground, and held a hand up. "One moment," she muttered, trying to catch her breath. Corban nodded, a smirk twitching at his mouth as he took a step back. They were in their garden. The sky was a searing blue, cloudless, the sun high, hot, even though midsummer's day was long past. She wiped sweat from her face and sat with a thump in the grass. Storm was nearby, oblivious to her, a coiled spring of soft fur as she stalked a clump of grass and goldenrods. Ears pricked forward, hugging the ground, she pounced. A toad leapt into the air, through her clumsy paws, and disappeared into more grass. Corban tapped a skin of water against Cohen's arm. She scowled at him again, but took the skin and gulped thirstily. "You're supposed to be grateful," he said, standing above her. "For what? A new bruise?" She rubbed a shoulder. "No, for teaching you the ways of a warrior." He spoke as if talking to a child. "Warrior," she snorted, raising an eyebrow at him. He pulled a face at her. "I am grateful," she grinned, holding out a hand for him to help her rise. "It's just annoying how easily you beat me." "It makes a nice change for me," he said with a smile. "I've more than enough of my own bruises." It was frustrating, feeling that you were learning something, progressing, becoming better, yet never getting closer at touching her pretend blade to any part of Corban. In fact, if anything, the gap between them was growing wider. He must actually be learning something, she thought, looking him up and down. He's changing. The thought struck her suddenly as she stood there. Not just his shape, although that was obvious. Arms growing thicker, shoulders broader, face more angular. But in other ways, inside. Even today. He had returned from the Rowan field quiet, thoughtful, but less troubled than she had seen him for some time. His smile seemed different, deeper. "Come then," he said, setting his feet and raising his stick. She retrieved her own, then looked up. Taking a few paces backwards and to her left, she set her back to the rose wall, stood in the shade of a squat tower that loomed over the garden, the sun behind her. Corban chuckled, knowing she was trying to use the sun to blind him, as he had taught her, and attacked her anyway. She did better this time, remembering how Corban had told her to use her feet, to keep her balance when lunging, how to avoid overstretching. She still didn't touch him with her pretend weapon, though, not even coming close, but she did avoid being whacked for longer than the last time. That must count for something. Eventually, though, the frustration became too much. She rushed him, certain that she had him, only to end up face first in the grass with dirt up her nose and laughter rising behind. She turned her head, a curse forming, but Storm bounded over, sniffed her ear with a wet nose, and pawed her face. "You let your emotions rule you," Corban said. "Idiot," Cohen muttered. He turned away and looked up at the sun, shading his eyes. "Enough for today. Keep practicing, Kerr. You're doing well." "Ban?" she said, following him, but he ignored her, walking quickly towards their house. Their da was in the kitchen, helping himself to a slice of meat and a cup of mead. "Da, I wanted to ask you something," said Corban. "Aye." "Why did you not stop me from taking Storm to the field this morning, after you'd forbidden me for so long?" Thanon swung his gaze onto Corban, was silent a while. Then he shrugged. "I judged you ready," he said. "I knew it would not go easy on you, so you had to want it. Really want it." He smiled. "You had a look in your eyes this morning." Corban frowned, eyes crinkling. "Is that why you came? With Gar?" "You saw us then?" "Aye. Spying in the shadows." "It was not like that, Ban." Thanon reached out a huge hand to ruffle Corban's hair, but stopped halfway. "It was something you had to do, and I'm proud of you, lad. But sometimes these things can get out of hand right quick. If we'd walked with you into the field, how would you have felt?" Corban thought about that a while. Like a bairn? Thanon nodded. Some things a man has to do by himself. But I wanted to be there. Watch you. And that way, if things had got out of hand, well... Corban smiled. Not the power of words again? Thanon chuckled. Something like that. Cohen looked from face to face, frowning. What's going on? What are you two talking about? What happened in the field today? Corban just smiled at her. I'll see you after, he said, and Thanon stepped out of the way. Where are you going? Cohen called after him. Think I'll go and see Dath. It was his first day in the field today. Cohen ran her thumb along the tip of her knife, pulled it back over her shoulder, focusing on the wooden post. A moment later, the knife blade was deep in the post, its hilt vibrating with the force of her throw. She smiled, pleased with the accuracy, drew another knife from her belt, and did it again. And then, again. Someone clapped behind her. She spun around, pulling another knife. It was Princess Adana, Ronan at her shoulder. What are you doing? Cohen snapped, despite herself sheathing the blade. She didn't like the thought of people being able to sneak up on her. I knocked, but there was no answer, Adana said. You must have been concentrating very hard. I was, Cohen said, marching to the post and pulling out her knives. Be careful. You might cut yourself, said Ronan, Adana's shield man. He was grinning. Cohen whirled. In a blur, she sighted and threw the blade in her hand. With a soft thunk, it sank into the tree Ronan was leaning against, about half a hand above his head. Careful, girl, he spluttered, ducking. His grin had gone. I only cut what I mean to, Cohen said, trying to keep a smile of her own from her face. Can I see? Idana asked, looking at the knife in the tree. Of course. Ronan wiggled the blade free, whistling as he ran his finger over its edge. It's weighted strange, he said. It's made for throwing, not stabbing. My dad makes them. Inside she winced. Her mam had taught her how to throw a knife, but her dad had told her to keep the skill to herself, said others wouldn't like her being so skilled with a weapon, said it wasn't womanly. Your brother has caused quite a stir, taking his wolf into the rowing field this morning, Idana murmured, as she studied Cohen's knife. What? Said Cohen. You don't know? Nobody tells me anything, Cohen muttered sourly. What happened? Idana told her. So that's what he and Da were talking about. Cohen felt a grin spill onto her face. Your mam is at the keep, Idana said. What? Gwyneth. Your mam. I saw her in the keep. She was talking to my parents. She's never done that before. What about? I don't know, Idana shrugged. I thought you might. Cohen shook her head. Her mam, seeking an audience with Brenin and Alana. Why? But she had looked troubled of late. You are a most useful friend to have, Cohen said, smiling at the princess. My very own spy in the keep. Idana grinned. Where is your brother? He went to see Dath by the boats. Maybe he knows why your man was in the keep. Let's go and ask him. Ronan took the knife from Idana and handed it to Cohen. That's quite a skill you have there, he said. Cohen stared at him a moment, saw the summer sun had dotted his face with freckles. He looked so young, she thought. See something you like? He said, grinning again. Cohen looked away, scowled, feeling her cheeks flush. To the beach, Idana said. They rowed out of the fortress and took the track that led down to the bay. There they are, said Idana. Two figures were standing a little way off near one of the boats. One was sitting on a smooth, table-like slab of rock, a small shadow at its feet. Storm. The other was throwing stones into the bay. They both turned as they heard the approaching horses. Cohen lifted her hand, smiled at her brother, and saw him wave in return. They dismounted, Ronan minding the horses as Cohen and Adana joined Corban and Dath. "Ker? My lady?" said Corban. Dath just stared at Adana, which for some reason annoyed Cohen. "Oh, none of that," said Adana, her lips pursed. "My name is Adana, not lady. We were looking for you." "Aye. Well, you've found us," Corban said with a faint smile. "Adana saw her mam," Cohen said. "At the keep, with the king and queen. Do you know why she was there?" Corban shook his head. "No," he frowned. "Why?" "Mam's never done that before." "That's what I said." "We'll ask her tonight." "No, Corban," said Adana. "Your mam took pains not to be seen. Cloak on, hood pulled up, and she was led into the keep by my mother, not Evnis or Heb or other guards. If you ask her, it will probably lead back to me. Then your spy would be discovered, and that wouldn't do at all, would it?" Storm appeared from behind a boulder and padded over to Corban, standing by his heel. Adana bent down. Storm stayed where she was, considering the princess with copper eyes. "Friend," Corban muttered, and the wolf and cub padded forward, sniffing Adana's outstretched hand. "She's beautiful," said Adana, beaming. "Aye, she is. Shame not everyone agrees with you." "I heard about your morning, in the field." "Oh, aye." "You should have seen him," said Dath. "Ban, all on his own, standing up to at least a score of them, warriors and all." Corban coughed, blushing suddenly, and looked at his feet. "And he put Rafe in the right place, knocked him on his arse," Dath continued, laughing now. "Enough, Dath. It wasn't like that anyway." "Yes, it was," said a voice from behind them. Ronan strode closer. "And I'm not the only one who saw. Took some stones to do that." Corban just grunted. "How was your first day in the field, Dath?" Cohen asked. "Good," said Dath, skimming a stone into the bay. "Your dad must have been proud." "Well, he was there at least." "Who's your weapons master, boy?" asked Ronan. "Tarban," Dath said, turning now. "He knows how to use a blade." Reverence dripped from his voice. "Aye, to be sure. And if his skill with a blade doesn't kill a foe, he has a secret weapon," said Ronan, grinning. "What's that?" asked Dath. "His tongue. Once he starts moaning, he can suck the joy of life right out of any man. Makes you want to lay down your blade and let him kill you. I've heard it's ancient sorcery, passed down from the giant elementals." They all laughed except Dath, who looked a little offended. Ronan winked at Cohen, and she felt her cheeks colour again. She looked away, struggled for conversation. "It is good to have your dad back from Tenebral," she said to Adana. "Yes, it is. Mam is smiling again, although he has been different." "Different?" said Cohen. "I've never seen him so angry as when Marek was taken." "And my lord," said Ronan. "Pendathrin thought he had lost his brother's son, and to the same killers." "Marek is back now, and father is planning to deal with Braith, once and for all." "What do you mean?" Dath asked. "I've heard him talking with Pendathrin. My father is talking of clearing the Darkwood, once and for all." "How?" said Ronan. He shook his head. "He cannot do that. The Darkwood does not lie only in Arden. It spans a border with Narvon, leagues long. Owain," he hawked and spat, "he will not lend his aid. Braith will just hide his men in those parts of the Darkwood that cover Narvon. Brenin cannot take armed men there. Not yet. But father thinks the situation will change. It is to do with his journey to Tenebral. I couldn't quite understand what he meant. But he is asking for a gathering on Midwinter's Day, with Rin, Owain, and Eramon." "Where?" "Here," said Ronan. "They will never come, not so far into Arden. Owain judges others by his own heart. He would fear treachery." "Not here," said Adana. "At the giant stone circle." Many stories surrounded the huge ring of stones, holy place and ancient meeting ground of the Benothi giant clan. Maybe, muttered Ronan. It still lies within Arden, but within sight of Narvan's border, and close to the Darkwood, which I like even less. Idana shrugged. Father is sending out riders, inviting them all. Owain, Rin, even Eramon from Dowan. Why? Said Corban, frowning. What is he hoping to achieve? I'm not sure. I wasn't supposed to hear, you understand. I was... Spying, said Corban with a grin. Idana shrugged and smiled back. And why would Eramon of Dowan come? Braith and the Darkwood are far from his borders, Ronan said. There is more to it than outlaws in the Darkwood, Idana said. It has to do, I think, with a prophecy, or something that Father heard in Tenebral. She took a deep breath, frowning. A cold breeze gusted off the bay. He mentioned a sign on Midwinter's Day and a black sun. Chapter 39. Veradis. We are close, Calidus said over his shoulder, guiding his mount forwards. Alcyon strode in his customary place, alongside the Vinthalan. How close? Veradis called out, Nathair riding silent beside him. It is difficult to say with certainty, Calidus said. Talazar has not remained hidden throughout the ages just because of these mountains. Veradis looked about him. They were picking their way along a narrow path beside a chattering stream, peaks rearing all about them. What do you mean? Veradis said, cupping a hand to his mouth to make himself heard. There is a glamour upon this place. Earth power has been used to keep the fortress of the Jihar hidden. That is how I know we are close. I can feel the glamour. If that is so, how will we ever find it? Veradis called. Calidus reined in, turned in his saddle, white teeth glinting in what passed for a smile. Need I remind you? Alcyon and I are versed in the earth power too. I remember well enough. I'll not be doubting you on that score again. Veradis glanced at Nathair. The prince's face was grim. A dark mood had fallen on Nathair with the passing of each night since they had left Rahim's fortress. Calidus clicked his horse on again, and they continued on down the narrow track. At least it is cooler, thought Veradis. The heat of this land had been starting to wear on him, but he had felt his spirits lift ever since they had entered this range of mountains, 2 nights past now, the temperature dropping as they climbed. He looked over his shoulder, saw the stream disappear down a narrow gully, and frowned. He did not like travelling with so few men about Nathair. Mountains were a breeding ground for brigands, and the narrow paths they had taken through them were ready-made for ambush. Calidus and Alcyon counted for something, but even they could not stop an arrow in its tracks. After the battle with the giants, Nathair had led his warband back to Rahim's fortress, where they had been greeted with shock and celebration. 3 nights of feasting had passed, Rahim heaping praise and gifts on Nathair and his men. Then they had set out west, Nathair saying he wished to return to Tenebral with the good news of their victory. 1 day's ride from the walls of the fortress, though, and Nathair had placed Rauka in charge of the warband, charging him with their safe passage back to the coast and the meeting place with Lycos and his fleet. Rauka had been flushed with pride. We are to Talazar, Nathair had said to Veradis. No matter how hard Veradis had protested, the prince refused to take any men with them, other than Calidus and Alcyon. I will not appear at their walls with a warband at my back. I mean to win them, not estrange them, Nathair had said. So, here they were, wandering, Elyon knew where, in the middle of a strange country, deep within an unknown range of mountains which, apparently, had some kind of sorcery cast over them, following a giant and a pirate spymaster. Veradis studied Alcyon, who was sitting on the far side of the campfire, orange flames making shadows dance and flicker across his angular face, merging with the tattoos that spiraled both his arms. I owe him my life, he thought, not altogether comfortable with the idea. Still, it was better to be alive and indebted to a giant than to be dead. He took a large gulp from a skin of wine. He could still see the giant towering over him, still remember the sickening sensation in his stomach as he had waited for the giant's axe to fall, then seeing its head rolling in the dust before him. "I have not thanked you," he said over the flames. Alcyone looked up, his eyes small pinpricks as the firelight flickered over his face. "For what?" the giant rumbled. "Saving my life. On the ridge." Alcyone grunted. "It was a battle. We do what we have to do." "Aye. Nevertheless, you have my thanks." Alcyone shrugged, grunted again. Calidus chuckled, a high, thin sound like air sucked through a hollow reed. "My giant is unaccustomed to such praise." "My giant?" said Nathair. He sat slightly apart, hands clasped around knees drawn up tight to his chest. "Alcyone is indebted to me, shall we say," the Vinthalan said. "Have you ever ridden a drake?" Nathair asked the giant. "Nay," said Alcyone. "I am of the Corban. It was not our way." "They were quite impressive, would you not say?" "Aye," muttered the giant, "but you slew them, regardless of how impressive they appeared." Nathair laughed, the first time that Veradis could remember since Rahim's fortress. "But we were 1,000 strong, with Rahim's warriors, against only 80 of them." "True enough," agreed Alcyone. "And it only took a handful of them to kill 50 of my men," Veradis added, remembering the devastation the Drakes had caused as they had rampaged through his shield wall, scattering all in their path like so much kindling. "I would like one," Nathair said. "What?" spluttered Veradis. Alcyone and Calidus said nothing, but they both suddenly appeared animated, eyes focused on the prince. "Do you think it possible for me to ride one?" There was a long silence, broken only by the popping of twigs in the fire. "Yes," Calidus said eventually. "Giants are bigger, obviously, but a saddle could be fashioned to accommodate a smaller frame. Also, the ones that we fought, they would have been old, fully grown. Drakes grow quickly at first. They are adolescents in little more than a year. One would be big enough then for you to ride it, and although they continue to grow from then on, the process is much slower. Those that you saw, large enough for a giant to ride, would have been 10 years old, maybe more." Nathair nodded thoughtfully. "And how would I get one? I would imagine they are hard to catch. How are they trained?" The edges of a smile touched Calidus's lips. "If they are walking, then it is already too late," he said. "You must have them in the egg. Be there when they hatch. Let them have your scent as you give them their first taste of meat. They are fiercely loyal. Only one person will they ever suffer to ride them, and that is the person who feeds them, raise them." "So, where would I find a drake's egg?" "The swampland you saw, on Tarbesh's border," growled Alcyone. Veradis wrinkled his nose, remembering the swamp beyond the river Reta. "There are other places throughout the banished lands. Foreign Forest, parts of Benoth, the Kavala Mountains," said Calidus. Alcyone rose, walked to Nathair and kneeled before him. "You have my oath, Prince of Tenebral. I will find one for you." Nathair laughed loudly. "Alcyone, my thanks would be beyond measure.
Can you imagine riding a drake into Geraldine? He said, slapping Veradis' leg.
If it would squeeze through the gates, Veradis muttered. Alcyon, Nathair continued, you would be a friend indeed if you would do such a thing for me. The giant nodded curtly, his gaze flickering to Calidus. He resumed his place by the fire. Silence fell over them for a while. The fire guttered low as they passed the skin of wine around.
I believe we will see Telesar on the morrow, Calidus said, startling Veradis.
Are you sure? Asked Nathair.
There has been a shift in the glamour. Its presence is beginning to fade.
Grunted Nathair, his mood darkening. Calidus, do you know anything of this fortress of Telesar, of the Jihar? Now that I find myself here, I feel suddenly apprehensive, as if I carry a great weight. Nathair avoided the Vinthalan's eyes as he spoke, gazing instead at the embers of the fire.
Yes, I know something of Telesar and its people. Mostly tales and rumors, but I have found much truth wrapped up within such stories before. The Jihar are of the old blood, a people that dwelt here before Elion's scourging. They survived both fire and water when the giant clans and the race of men were decimated. I say survived, but maybe they were spared. I know not, he shrugged. All that is told of them is that they are fanatical. They live to serve Elion, and they are reputed to be warriors without equal, trained from when they could stand.
He smiled, teeth and eyes reflecting red in the glow of the dying fire.
I know not how much truth is in these tales, but some, at least.
How do you know so much? Veradis asked.
Calidus shrugged. I am Lycos' eyes, his ears, the Vinthalan's network of information gatherers.
Spies, you mean? Said Veradis.
Aye, spies. They are everywhere. Remember, the Vinthalan are sailors. The whole of the banished land's coast is open to them. And also, before I served Lycos, I travelled much. There is little that I do not know or cannot discover if I set my will to it.
Before you served Lycos, what did you do then?
Ah, Prince's man, that is a tale for another time.
If you know so much, Nathair said, perhaps you can tell me who Asroth's avatar will be. The Black Sun.
Calidus grimaced. I wish I could. Azeroth is cunning, first and foremost, the old tales say. It is a question I have long pondered. He shrugged. We should look to any that oppose you, that oppose your father's alliance. That would be the obvious starting point, though I think the Black Sun would not reveal himself at this point, not unless he could strike a decisive blow. But perhaps his servants...
Mandros, Nathair whispered. He has opposed my father, mocked him, even. Do you think it could be him?
Possibly, Calidus said. At the very least, he is likely in service to Azeroth's cause. He sows division amongst those your father would reach, belittles the truth of our cause.
Nathair snapped a twig and threw it on the fire.
When you stand before the Jihar on the morrow, Calidus said, remember what I am about to tell you. The writings of Halvor, the giant, mention certain criteria that the champions shall be known by. Kin Slayer, Kin Avenger, Giant Friend Dreg Rider. You are already friend to a giant, he gestured at Alcyon, and you have just spoken of riding a dreg, he chuckled. You are the prophecy, Nathair, living and breathing.
You know of the giant's prophecy, Veradis said.
Of course I do, Calidus said, winking at him. Wouldn't be much of a spy master if I didn't now, would I?
Veradis snorted. And the Jihar? They've heard it as well.
Yes. Their ancestors have lived through the scourging, remember, so they are aware of Halfor's writings. If my sources are correct, they have disagreed, I understand, over the interpretation of the prophecy. It is vague, in parts.
More like riddles, Veradis said.
Good for the brain, Calidus said, tapping his temple. The Jihar, they have a name of their own for Elion's bright star. They call him the Serendiscler. And remember one other thing. This you must say, the Ben Elim, Elion's warrior angels, they will stand behind the bright star.
The Jihar know of the coming war, then? Nathair said quietly.
Yes, if the tales are to be believed. It is what they live for, have trained for. They yearn for it.
Veradis looked at the faces around the campfire. Alcyon was gazing at the ground, face hidden in shadow. Calidus and Nathair were staring at each other, Nathair wide-eyed, Calidus calm but intense.
I know who you are, what you will become, the Vinthalan whispered. That is why I serve you.
His voice trembled slightly. Nathair nodded. Come then. We should sleep and let us see what the morrow brings.
We are here, said Calidus.
The Vinthalan was sitting his horse at the head of their small column. Veradis squinted and leaned in his saddle to look past Calidus, but all he could see was more of the valley they had been riding through since daybreak, mountains all around. He frowned as they moved on again. Calidus had just disappeared. He blinked, then Alcyon vanished too. He stared hard, could just make out two shadowy figures. The air before him and Nathair shimmered, the dim outlines of Calidus and Alcyon appearing as if through a veil of water. Nathair looked at him, shrugged, then kicked his horse on. Veradis followed quickly. His skin tingled as he passed through the shimmering barrier. Then he too was through. The mountains were gone, replaced by a lush green vale. A river flowed out of the mountains, twisting in great curves through the vale until it reached a body of water that filled the horizon, sparkling in the sun as if dusted with silver. Tilled fields filled the valley, rolling up to the walls of a fortress, white stone gleaming. "Behold, Talasar," said Calidus, with an elaborate sweep of his hand. "Where are we?" Veradis murmured. "That," Calidus said, pointing to the body of water that filled the horizon, "is the inland sea. We are in the far north of Tarbesh, in the hidden vale, ancient and secret home of the Jihar." A smile of satisfaction flickered on the Vinthalan's face, but he said no more. Veradis glanced behind, could see no sign of the trail they had ridden in on, only sheer-faced cliffs climbing into clouds high above. "Come then," said Nathair, kicking his white stallion on. Quickly they fell in behind the prince, winding their way towards the white walls of Talasar. They were still far from the fortress when a horn call rang out, and they spotted a group cantering towards them. Veradis studied the riders as they drew near. Their horses were tall, long-legged, finer boned than those he and his companions were riding. They had an easy grace about them that made him think of his own mount as clumsy. The riders were all dark-haired, clean-shaven, long hair tied back at the nape, sword hilts rising above their backs. Veradis blinked, realizing some of them were women. When only a dozen paces separated them, they reined in, raising dust from the road. One of the riders spoke. It was a language that Veradis had never heard before, harsh and guttural, but Calidus replied in the same tongue. The warrior frowned, then spoke again, this time in the common tongue. "Who are you? What is your business here?" He spoke slowly, carefully. I am the Seren Disclair, said Nathair, spreading his arms wide. I would speak with your lord. The rider rocked back in his saddle. Murmurs spread through the riders at his back, followed by a stunned silence. Veradis saw shock, fear, disbelief, awe sweep their faces. The Seren Disclair, said the rider that had first spoken, leaning forward in his saddle. I have travelled far to find you. I must speak with your lord. The warrior turned to his companions and spoke with them in his guttural tongue. Then the leading warrior gave an order, and one of their number sped back towards the fortress. I am Akar, the warrior that had greeted them said. Please, come. I shall escort you to Somor, Lord of Talasar. As they approached the fortress, Veradis saw men, women, and children working the fields. All stopped to watch, and soon the group passed through wide gates into a huge open courtyard. To one side, row upon row of men and women were standing, all moving in a kind of synchronized pattern, almost like a dance. They held long wooden practice swords, slightly curved, shaped like the ones strapped to Akar's back. To the other side, people were sparring, the familiar clack-clack sounding oddly reassuring in this unfamiliar place. Veradis felt himself straightening in his saddle, felt eyes burning into him as word of Nathair's claim spread through the crowds. Their escort led them through twisting streets lined with huge trees, drooping, wide-leaved branches giving shade, and single-storied buildings, all carved out of the same bone-white rock. Faces appeared at doors and windows, most glances first drawn to Alcyone, striding behind Calidus. Veradis smiled to himself. No chance of a subtle entrance with him around. They dismounted quickly amidst a growing crowd, leaving their horses to a churning mass of stable boys, all eager to take their mounts. This way, said Akar, waving a hand. He led them through an arched gateway into a garden, leaving the crowds behind. Stone pillars broke up the verdant surroundings, and everywhere there was clinging vine, dark orchids, purple iris, and other brighter flowers that Veradis did not recognize. How do you know their tongue? Veradis whispered to Calidus as they strode down a wide path that dissected the garden. It sounded like some form of giantish. Calidus glanced at him, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. That language was the common tongue, before the scourging. It was shared by giants and men alike. Your kin, the exiles, changed many things when they returned here from the Isle of Summer. Veradis grunted. A high domed building lay ahead, a warrior opening its dark, polished doors for them. They stepped into a high vaulted room. A gentle breeze blew through many windows. A tall man stood in its centre, waiting, his jet-black hair bound at the nape like the other warriors Veradis had seen. A loose-fitting shirt of black linen ill-concealed a broad frame. This man was clearly a warrior. Dark eyes gazed out intently from under a protruding brow, resting briefly on each of them. Veradis felt a weightlessness in his stomach, a slight tinge of fear. Although he seemed unsettled, there was something feral about this man. Akar spoke quickly in their harsh tongue. The man answered, staring again at Nathair. Welcome. He touched a hand to his forehead. I am Somor, Lord of Talasar. Well met, said Nathair, stepping forward, smiling broadly. I have travelled long and far to find you. Somor's eyes swept across them, pausing briefly on Alcyone. We are unused to guests here. How did you find this place, and why are you here? Nathair smiled. Surely our escort has told you. A silence settled, Somor regarding each one of them in turn. I have been told of your claim. Somor nodded slowly. But you have not answered
the question I asked of you. How did you find this place?
There was an edge to his voice now. Elion guided us, Nathair said.
Sumor snorted. A little more detail, please.
I am Nathair ben Aquilus, Prince of Tenebral. I found this place, Nathair said with a sweep of his hand, because I am the Seren Disclair, and so was meant to find it.
So you say?
Sumor clapped his hands, gesturing to the cushions behind him.
Please, sit. Some food and drink for our weary travellers. I would not have it said that the Seren Disclair walked into my home and was treated discourteously.
He smiled thinly. Men and women suddenly appeared. They brought scented water and cloths to wash their guests' hands, then bowls of figs and peaches, plums and olives, warm flatbreads and jars of wine. They were all dressed similarly to Sumur and Akar, though none had a sword strapped to his back. All of them stared at Nathair. Veradis ate a little, sipping at a cup of red wine, eyes fixed on Sumur. He is nervous, he thought, and rightly so. The champion of a god has just walked into his house. He shifted his weight on the cushion he was sat in, feeling awkward and uncomfortable, vulnerable. After a while, he gave up wriggling and stood up. Alcyon tried to eat from a bowl of figs, but his thick fingers could not pick anything up. In the end, he lifted the whole bowl and tipped its contents into his mouth. When they were done, the small tables were cleared, fresh wine brought. "Let us cut to the heart of the matter," Nathair said, once the last attendant had left the room. "I have appeared, making great claims. You are wondering if I speak the truth."
Sumur smiled. "Just so," he nodded.
"Then let me seek to persuade you." Nathair stood, began to pace about the room. "I am here. Why would I come here if not at Elion's bidding? I have found this place, the hidden veil, which has remained secret for countless generations. How would that be possible unless Elion has brought me here?"
"There are ways, though they are difficult," Sumur said. "You are not the first to find us."
Nathair raised an eyebrow at that. "Halvor has written of these days, of me. You only have to look and see to recognize that. The prophecy has been wrongly interpreted before," Akar said. "Sword brothers have left here, convinced by another's words. They were wrong. We must be sure." Nathair frowned. "The giant stones have wept blood. White worms roam the land. The treasures are stirring." Veradis heard something. Not quite a voice, but something, so faint. He looked at Calidus, saw the man's lips moving, forming silent words, his hands taut, knuckles white. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Suddenly, Nathair seemed to grow somehow, his presence, his voice appearing to fill the room, booming. "I am the bright star," Nathair declared. "Elion comes to me in my dreams, has told me this is so. Look at my companions. Giant friend, they call me." He gestured to Alcyon. "I am the Seren Disclair, chosen avatar of Elion. All who resist Asroth shall gather behind me, even the Ben Elim, the warrior angels." He fell silent, breathing heavily, fists clenched, eyes burning. "Enough of this," Calidus said. The old man stood, looking taller to Veradis, his back straighter, shoulders broader. The Seren Disclair does not negotiate. He is, and his followers will know him, as I do. Suddenly, Calidus changed. It was as if he had been wreathed in mist, for now his travel-stained clothes were replaced by a coat of gleaming mail, his eyes blazed amber, and things were growing from his back. Wings. Veradis realized. Great wings of white feather. They extended across the room, flexed, the wind of them staggering Veradis, spilling the jug of wine. "Viben, Elim," whispered Akkar. Summer stood, open-mouthed, staring, then dropped to one knee before Nathair. "I am yours, my lord. The swords of the Jihar are yours." Chapter 40. Castell. Castell lay back in the grass, fingers laced behind his head, eyes closed. He took a deep breath, drawing in the fresh scent of grass mingled with white meadowsweet and moist, rich earth. It was good being back here. Peaceful. He had begun to feel claustrophobic since he'd returned to Mikil, hemmed in by crowds of people and stone walls. Blowing out a long breath, he felt the tension easing from his body. Things were supposed to be different now. He had slain a giant, crossed mountains, traversed realms, seen far-off Geraldine, fought alongside the Sirac, been included by his uncle in important plans, made friends. But now that he had returned, things seemed to be slipping back to how they had always been. People whispering about him behind their hands, sniggering and pointing, warriors he had befriended on the road avoiding him. And since the battle by the stream and Makin's discovery of the bag of gold, he'd felt a tension building, a shadow following him like crows hovering behind a warband. He had seen little of Jael, did not trust him now, knew that he was plotting against him. Grass tickled his ear, and he opened his eyes, leaned forward. He was sitting on the slope of a small dell with a cairn standing at its base, grass and wildflowers growing in gaps in the stones. The bones of his mum and dad were in there, cold, damp. He sighed. It had been a long time since he had been there. "What should I do, Da?" he whispered. Distant sounds of the fortress drifted down to him, carried by a strong, swirling breeze. But one sound was getting closer, a rider coming this way. Castell scrambled up, reaching for his sword as a horseman crested the ridge of the dell. But it was only Makin. "I've been looking for you," Makin said, as he slipped from his saddle. "Thought I'd find you here. Jael is up to his tricks. I overheard talk today over a jug of ale. Said you were behind the axe being stolen, that you were trading it with the Hunan, but the deal went wrong. Apparently the Hunan tried to kill us, but we escaped." "What? But that's not true." "I know. I was there, remember?" "Who was saying these things?" "The man I heard was Ulfalas, one of Jael's men, of course." He rubbed his knuckles and winced. "He'll think twice before he says it again, though. But I'm sure he's not the only man Jael has put to spreading these rumours. Have you thought any more on joining the Gadre?" Castell frowned. "Aye, just about every moment that I'm awake." "What's stopping you? I've seen how you've been treated since our return, and always by Jael's lads." He hawked, spat. A large part of him did just want to leave, to move on, to recapture the freedom that he had felt whilst on the road. But there was something keeping him in Mikil. He took a deep breath and decided just to come out with it. "Do you remember on the journey back from Geraldine, when King Roma had me ride with him a while?" "Aye, lad." "Well, he spoke of next year, of taking men from Isiltir to join with Brasta of Helveth to attack the Hunan, root them out of Thorn Forest. Roma said he wanted me to... He paused. Why was this so difficult to say? He sucked in a deep breath. He wanted me to be involved in the campaign, to lead some of the men of Isiltir, along with Jael. Makin just looked at him, silent, and waited. My uncle has never asked anything of me before. He took me in after that. He took me in, provided for me, never asked for anything in return. I would not let him down in this. Makin nodded slowly. I see, he said, then frowned. But, lad, he thinks that you and Jael are reconciled, that your bad blood is behind you. Aye, he does. They stood there in silence for long moments, staring at each other. Castell, Makin said, I am your shieldman, not your da, so I cannot tell you what to do, but I also count myself as your friend, so I'll give you my thoughts. You can do with them what you will. Castell grunted. I understand you wanting to please your uncle, not let him down. But this thing between you and Jael, it is no childhood prank or grudge anymore. I remember the stream, lad. He raised a hand to the thin scar on his forehead, tracing it gently with one finger. I fought with you, saw men die over this feud between you. It is not my feud, snapped Castell. I have done nothing wrong. Aye, lad, aye, Makin said, holding up a hand. I know, other than kicking Jael in the knackers in front of the finest warriors the banished lands have to offer, that is. But, that aside, whether you are in it willingly or not, you'll still be the one that has your blood spilt, sooner or later. You and Jael are close to being Roma's heirs. One of you will be lord here, and I know you have never wanted any part of that, never sought it. But Jael is a different creature. He thirsts for it, and, in his eyes, you are a rival. You are living in the den of your enemy, and he is only going to grow more powerful. He sighed and shook his head. This is not going to end well, lad. Castell grimaced. I do not want to run away. Makin shrugged. You would not be running away. You would be joining the Gadre. Every warrior's dream. You think I should go then? Aye, lad. But not you. We. Castell shook his head. I cannot take you from your home. Roma spoke to me of you as well, Makin. He told me you are a leader of men. He has plans for you also. Great plans. I would not see you throw it all away to hold my hand, to protect me. Makin raised a hand to his chin, rubbing his close-cropped beard. You insult me, he said quietly. I have been your shieldman since before you could walk, swore an oath to your da on our blood. And you tell me to abandon you, to walk away. He grimaced, his eyes suddenly wet, and brushed angrily at them. You are like a son to me, and I fear for you. Let me make one thing clear. He pointed a finger at Castell. The only thing that will part me from you is death. He stood there in silence a long moment, then dropped his hand and looked away. Besides, he said, the Gadre has been a dream for me too, you know. He looked over his shoulder, back towards Mikil, though it was hidden from view. This place seems different since we returned. Smaller. I'd agree with you there. It's about time for a change. He closed his eyes a moment, the lines in his face deepening. My Reka crossed the bridge 50 years ago now. We had no children. I have no ties here, no reason to stay. This would be good for me, too. Better than growing old and stiff inside those cold walls. He waved a hand over his shoulder. I don't know, Makin, Castell sighed. You make it sound so simple. I'll think on it some more. He looked at the ground. I've a mind to go and see Jael. Talk to him about this. See if it can be settled calmly. Makin snorted. Stranger things have happened, but have a care. Keep your wits about you and a leash on your temper. He's crafty. He sucked in a deep breath, eyes drawn briefly to the cairn. Well, I'm for heading back, lad. Coming? Castell nodded. I think I will. Castell paced through McKeel's streets, long shadows cast by the sinking sun. After returning to the fortress, he and Makin had swiped a skin of mead from the feast hall and sat on the outer wall. It had been good just to look at the sinking sun and drink, to talk and even laugh a little with Makin, for a while forgetting the dark shadow that seemed to hang over most of his waking moments. Too soon, though, the feeling had returned, and Castell had excused himself, returning to his cold cell in the complex that Romar had given him as his hold. Only Makin and a serving lady filled the cold rooms, whereas Jael had filled his complex with servants and followers. Castell sat there long into the evening, thinking on Makin's words in the dell. The old warrior was right. It was time to do something, right or wrong, instead of just waiting for the hammer to drop. He passed through a tall, wide archway into the weapons court. It was almost empty. A few men sparring, others clustered in small groups, watching. The weapons racks stood full with wooden swords and spears. Castell paused a moment, then saw the man he was searching for. Jael stood with a small group of men, 3 or 4, all watching 2 warriors sparring. Castell breathed deep, straightened his back, and strode towards them. Jael heard him approaching, and his hand moved nearer his sword hilt. Jael, said Castell as he reached them. Jael just stared, his companions turning now. One of them was Ulfalas, the warrior that had fought with him by the stream, also the one Makin had heard spreading rumours. He nodded to the tall man, who grunted, eyes flitting to Jael. Jael, I would speak with you. Jael snorted. What is this? Some ruse, he said, much louder than necessary. All know that you bear me ill will. Resent me. What? Said Castell, frowning. He felt a muscle twitching in his jaw. I would speak with you, alone, he repeated. Very well, said Jael, smiling graciously. Walk with me. He strolled leisurely away, not looking to see if Castell followed. We must talk, Castell said softly, walking quickly to catch up with his cousin. Must, said Jael. Aye, must, said Castell. This rift between us, I would put it behind us. Rift? I know not of what you speak. Castell felt his fist clench involuntarily. This is going to be harder than I thought. With a slow breath, he unclenched his fingers. Come, Jael, let us not play games. I know that you mean me harm, that you hired those men by the stream in Elveth. Jael's head swung around, studying Castell with heavy-lidded eyes. You have no proof, he eventually said. I have a bag of Isiltir gold with Roma's crest on it. Castell retorted. That means nothing. If that is so, then it would do no harm for me to share my information with Roma. Do as you wish. I care not. They walked in silence a short distance, then Castell stopped. Jael turned, hands clasped behind his back, that maddening false smile still fixed on his face. Briefly, out of the corner of his eye, Castell saw Uflas and the men with him. They were watching him closely. "I know not why you dislike me so," Castell said. "If I have wronged you, I am sorry." "Sorry. Wronged me," hissed Jael, still somehow managing to maintain his smile. "Aye, you have wronged me. And it is too late for sorry. Too late by far." "What is it that you think I have done?" Castell said, frowning. "You shamed me, Castell," Jael said quietly. "Before the greatest warriors in all of the banished lands, before kings, before the champions of kings, and before the sons of kings. Surely you do not think I would let that just pass?" "But this grudge against me, it did not begin in Geraldine." True, said Jael, waving a hand. "But then I was merely repaying you for your father's transgressions. Now, well, it is an entirely different matter, and a far more serious one. You shamed me before Nathair, the future king of Tenebral. He saw what you did to me, and I cannot let him perceive me as weak." "My father's transgressions? What do you mean?" Castell growled, feeling his temper rise. This was moving far too quickly, but his da had been mentioned. Jael frowned, looking at him intently, then laughed. "You really don't know? Well, I do not think that now is the time to talk on that subject." Castell breathed deep. Things were going off track. But his da, what did Jael mean? He blinked hard, shook his head with an effort, recalled the things he had wanted to say. "Romar has plans," he said, "for next year, fighting the Hunan. Those plans involve both of us. For the sake of Isiltir, we must lay our grudges aside." Jael clapped gently, slowly. "For the sake of Isiltir," he chuckled. "Isiltir does not need you. My uncle does not need you. He just pities you." A rage burned inside Castell now, flushing his neck and face. He felt his fists bunch. A distant voice in his head whispered that Jael was goading, provoking him, and with an effort of will he forced himself to breathe deeply, to smile, even though it came out more like a grimace. "You are a useless, ugly, slow-witted idiot, Castell," Jael continued, smiling broadly now. "Just like your da." Castell took an involuntary step forward, realized what he was doing, forced himself to stand still. "No, Jael," he growled. "I am no longer a bairn that you can play like a puppet. Pull this string and he will do this, pull that string and he will do that. No more." He wiped sweat from his face. Anger clouded Jael's eyes, contorted his mouth just for a moment, then the smile was back. "I see. Well, when the puppet does not respond to the master's will, then the puppet strings are cut and it is thrown on the fire." Jael took a pace forward and leaned close to Castell. "Make no mistake," he whispered. "I am the master here, and I promise you, one day soon, your strings will be cut and you will burn." He paused, sniffed. "And I fear those close to you will be burned by the same flames." What do you mean?" said Castell. Jael smiled. "Work it out, half-wit. You only have one friend. Poor judgment can lead to an early grave, you know." He speaks of Makin. With a snarl, Castell found himself lunging forwards. He grabbed Jael and heaved him backwards, throwing him into a stone wall. Jael grunted, and then Castell was on him again, hands around Jael's throat. There was a roaring sound in his ears, his vision distorted so that he saw Jael as if through a mist, eyes bulging, ineffectually swatting at his arms, but nothing could move him. Distantly, he heard shouting, felt a sharp pain in his back, hands pulling at him. Jael's legs gave way, and his cousin began to sink slowly to the floor. Castell still squeezing. Somewhere behind him, a voice filtered through the red fog. "Him go! You'll kill him, fool! Let him go, or die!" He saw his hands open slowly, releasing Jael, who slumped to the ground, gasping, retching, sucking in deep, ragged breaths. Men rushed forwards, lifting Jael. Stepping back, Castell felt the pain in his back again, and turned to see Ulfalas with a knife in his hand, the tip, about half a finger long, stained with blood. What have I done? Jael pushed his helpers away, standing unsteadily on his own.
You,
he rasped, pointing.
This is the end of you.
Castell grimaced, turned and stumbled away. Men shouted, reaching for him.
No,
creaked Jael.
Let him go. My uncle will deal with him now.
Castell thumped on Makin's door, trying to control the panic that was bubbling inside him. He checked Makin's favoured haunts, but there was no sign of his friend. Eventually, he tried Makin's cell in his hold, although he knew it was still much earlier than his friend usually liked to retire. He banged on the door again, harder, and heard footsteps. The handle rattled and pulled open, Makin's frowning face staring out at him.
Has rot's teeth, lad. What's wrong with you?
Castell threw himself at the old warrior, hugging him tight. Makin grunted, then Castell suddenly released him and stepped back, looking at the floor.
You're all right, then.
Aye, lad, said Makin, his expression hovering between frown and smile.
Shouldn't I be? I've been to see Jael.
Ah, good. How did it go?
Not well,
Castell mumbled. He dragged in a deep breath, stood straighter, meeting Makin's eyes.
I'm for the Gadway. If you still wanted to ride with me, I'd be happy.
Makin grinned and slapped Castell's shoulder.
Well done, lad.
He peered into Castell's eyes.
No reconciliation with your cousin, then?
No, grunted Castell.
I didn't hold much hope. Still, at least you tried, lad.
He scratched his chin.
So, when do you wish to leave?
Now.
What? But we've things to arrange. What about Roma? You should speak with your uncle, surely.
I already have, said Castell. His uncle had not been happy. Far from it. Castell would have felt better if Roma had raged at him, but instead he had just looked at him, disappointment writ plainly on his features.
Why?
Roma had asked.
Why would you leave, when you know my plans for you?
Castell had known that Jael would be pounding on Roma's door soon, telling him of what Castell had done in the weapons court, so he had tried to explain. It had come out confused, serving only to harden Roma's attitude. In the end, his uncle had taken a quill to parchment, sealed it with hot wax, and stamped an imprint of his ring into it.
Give this to Vandil. He is lord of the Gadre, or Ogle, his captain. No one else. Do you understand me, boy?
Roma had said. Castell just nodded. Roma had hugged him tight, crushing the air from his lungs, then opened the door and ushered him out. Makin frowned.
There's more to this tale than you're telling.
Aye, there is. Come, I'll tell you while you pack. Chapter 41. Corban. Corban shivered and pulled his cloak tighter about him, waiting for Cohen. He looked up, towards the Giant's Way, as a rider appeared out of the rain, draped in a sodden red cloak. Another messenger from Narvon. Ever since the day Adana had told them of her father's plans about Braith and the Darkwood, and of this prophecy of a war, the Giant's Way had been thick with messengers. Time had passed since then, the Reaper's moon turning to the Hunter's, and then the Crow's moon. The last day of summer was marked by Samhain, already a 10-night gone. Brenin's messengers had left soon after Adana had told them of the king's request, inviting fellow rulers to the stone circle on Midwinter's Day. Most messengers had returned already. According to Adana, all the kings had assented, even Eramon, the ruler of distant Down.
All well at Brenner's,
Cohen said cheerily as she approached.
Aye,
he muttered. He hated the rain. Hot, cold, snow, he took in his stride, liking something of all of them, But the rain. Must we do this today? He grumbled. Cohen frowned but did not stop, ducking under the paddock rail. Horse training doesn't heed the weather ban, she said, sounding annoyingly like Gar. He said, not entirely agreeing, but following her anyway. Storm rose silently and padded at his heels. Cohen stopped a score of paces into the field, waiting for them to catch up. She rested a hand on Storm's neck, sinking her fingers into the wolfen's fur. She did not need to bend to reach Storm now. The wolfen could hardly be called a cub anymore, so rapidly had she grown. A shade taller than Budai already, her head level with Corban's waist. She had lost her puppy fur, her coat coarser, thicker, dark blazes running jaggedly down her torso, looking like claw marks on pale flesh. Here, Cohen said to him, holding out a rope halter. Remember, take your time. Are you sure you remember what to do? Corban ignored her. Come, boy, he called, clicking his tongue. Isn't it about time you named him? Cohen said quietly. He ignored her. His colt was standing beside its mother, taking shelter from the rain under an oak that dominated the centre of the field. He neighed and trotted towards them. Corban reached into his cloak, pulled out a slice of apple and held it out. Crunching the apple, the colt bent its neck and sniffed Storm's head. The wolven stood still, not looking at the young horse. Corban chuckled. She'd had a kick a few moons back, when she used to chase everything that moved. The colt had tolerated that, thinking he had a new playmate, but when she started nipping at his heels, Storm had received a hoof-shaped warning. Since then, she had just ignored the colt. Slowly, he raised the halter. The colt eyed it suspiciously. Corban had done this many times at the fortress, but this was different. It was his horse's first time with a halter, and he knew how important it was that he did this right. He gently slipped the halter over its head. The colt jerked back sharply, ears flat, but the job was already done. It danced backwards, startled by the unfamiliar halter rope which bounced against its flank. The colt broke into a gallop around the field, bucking as it ran. Don't worry, Ban, Cohen said, coming up beside him. That was well done. He'll come around soon. Be patient. They headed back towards the shelter of a small clump of hawthorns near the paddock rail. Corban heard a call and looked up. 3 riders were on the Giant's Way. Corban squinted, wiping rain from his face. Then the front rider pushed the hood of his cloak back. It was Von, Evnis' son. He spurred his horse off the road and down the steep embankments, cantering to the paddock. His 2 companions followed. Corban sighed, his mouth suddenly feeling dry. Von had never made good on his threat in Brynner's cottage to find Corban and teach him a lesson, not after Tull's words in the rowan field that day. No one wanted their head cracked by Brenin's first sword. In fact, things had been much better for Corban since then. Even Rafe had confined himself to angry glares and the occasional harsh word. But they were quite away from the fortress and village now, with no one around. Corban felt worry stirring deep in his gut. "Oh there, wolfen boy," Von called out, his face stern. He reined in his horse, dismounted and ducked under the paddock rail. His 2 companions followed. Corban groaned as he recognised them, Helfach and Rafe. The huntsman's hound, Brain, padded at their heels. The 3 of them filed across the paddock, stopping a dozen or so paces away from Corban and Cohen. Storm shifted beside Corban, her weight nudging against his leg. Well, well, said Von, his expression hard. I have long hoped for an opportunity to talk with you privately. He looked around, emphasising his point. Elion must favour me. Corban just stared at him. What? Nothing to say, now that I'm not confined to my bed? I remember you being more vocal at the healers. What is it that you want? Corban said, pronouncing each word slowly so that his voice would not shake.
Want? Now there is a question, said Von, a grim, humourless smile flickering across his lips. Merely to remind you of our words at the healers. I remember them well enough, Corban said. Do not think that I spoke lightly, or in a grip of some fever. I mean to fulfil my promise to you, even if I have to wait until you have sat your long night and we can speak differently, as warrior to warrior. Corban sighed. I had hoped your words came from your fever. I would be happy to lay them aside. Von laughed, little humour in it. I am sure that you would, but I, however, am not happy to lay them aside. He reached down and rubbed his knee. My leg still aches more in this rain because of you. I did not cause your horse to fall upon you, Corban said. I remember events differently. Corban held a hand up. There is little to be gained in this bickering. King's justice has spoken about my wolfen, so, whether you agree or no, there was naught you can do. Better for all, I think, if we just put the past behind us. Helfax snorted. Better for all. Better for you, more like, he spat. Corban sucked in a deep breath, trying to master his emotions. He clasped his hands together and laced his fingers to stop them from trembling. Look at him, Helfax continued, a sneer twisting his mouth. He's scared. He hasna got Tull or that outlander standing at his back. My son has told me of the boy's cowardly ways. He glowered at Corban. Is that not right, boy? He thinks he has all the protection he needs, Rafe added. His sister's here. She's well practiced in fighting battles for him. Shut up, Cohen snapped. Rafe leered at her. Hush, Kerr, said Corban. He ignored Rafe, felt the fear inside him start to shift into something colder. He looked pointedly at Helfax. You left out one of my protectors. You left out my da. He met Helfax's glare with one of his own. Why is that? Helfax blinked and looked away, obviously remembering the day in Evnis's courtyard when Thannon had confronted him, beaten him unconscious. His hound, broad-chested and squat, growled, sensing a change in his master. Storm bared her teeth, a deep rumbling response growing in her chest. Corban laid a hand on her neck, felt her hackles standing on end. He clicked his tongue, and the rumbling stopped. Suddenly, Alona's words returned to his mind like a bell, sharp and clear. If there is one incident where a subject of mine is harmed by this creature, it will be destroyed. He swallowed, fear again spiking within. Kerr, he said, take Storm away. What? No, why? Just do it, please. She stared at him, puzzled, then nodded and walked away, calling Storm. The wolfen did not move, stood motionless beside Corban, muscles tensed. Go, said Corban, snapping his fingers and pointing. Storm turned reluctantly and walked after Cohen. Why have you done that? Von asked, frowning. Corban ignored him, watching until his sister and Storm reached the oak where the colt's mother still stood. Answer your betters, boy, Helfax grunted. Corban's mood changed then, quickly, suddenly. He turned to face them. You say I'm different, without my protectors here. Well, what of you? You are different too, aye, bolder. Why is that, huntsman? You are mighty brave, all three of you. Would you be the same if my da were here, or Tull? Tell me, he snorted. And you call me coward. I only came to tell you there will be a reckoning between us one day when you are an age to face me, Von said, angry, but there was something else in his eyes. Shame? Helfax, though, turned slowly purple, eyes bulging, a vein in his neck throbbing. How dare you? He snarled. We may be forbidden to touch you, but what can I do about a hound turned wild? Brain! The hound growled, baring its teeth. Helfax, what are you? Von began, but then it was too late. The hound launched itself. Corban let out a strangled cry and turned,
tried to run, but the hound crashed into his back, jaws snapping. Corban sprawled forwards, fell to the ground, the hound snarling, caught up in his cloak. "No!" Corban heard someone shout. "Von?" The hound was rolling in his cloak, tearing at it. Cohen yelled his name. As he rolled on the grass and scrambled backwards, he glimpsed her running towards him. Storm was speeding before her, then the hound was on him, scrabbling up his chest. He grappled with it, digging his fingers into the thick cords of muscle around its neck, but it broke his grip easily and sank its teeth into his arm. He screamed, wrenched away, felt droplets of blood splattering across his face. The hound lunged for his throat, jaws gaping, teeth clicking a hair's breadth from his flesh, hot, fetid breath blasting his face, huge feet pinning him to the ground. A roaring thunder grew, filling his ears, drowning the frenzied growls coming from the hound. He heard a wild neighing, felt a jarring, bone-crushing impact, a high-pitched whine. Then suddenly, the weight of the hound was gone. Hooves thudded down around him, his colt filling his vision, rearing, forelegs lashing out. There was a sickening crunch, then the colt's feet thumped to the ground. It stood over him, nostrils flaring, hot air shooting out in great cloudy blasts. Then Storm was there, nuzzling him, licking, standing beside the colt, between him and his attackers, crouched, snarling, long teeth bared. He rolled over, felt Cohen's arms around him, helping him stand. His arm was throbbing, blood pulsing from his wound in time with his pounding heart, the rain sending it in red rivulets down his sleeve. Von made to approach him, but Storm snapped, snarled, and he stopped. Helfak was kneeling in the grass, cradling his hound's head on his lap. Rafe standing behind, frozen, staring. You killed him!" Helfak gasped, tears streaming down his cheeks. "No," Von said. "You killed him, Helfak. Come. I will help you carry him." He hooked an arm around Helfak as he looked at Corban. "I am sorry," he said haltingly. "Are you... your arm? You must go to Brenna." Corban nodded, numb, and watched the three of them carry the limp corpse of the hound out of the paddock. "Ban, your arm," Cohen said, hugging him, ripping the hem of her cloak and tying it tight just below his shoulder. "What happened?" Corban mumbled, feeling suddenly sick and dizzy. "We tried to reach you when the hound attacked, but we were too far away. Even Storm was not fast enough. Ban, it nearly killed you. It could have killed you." "What happened?" Corban repeated, firmer. "Your cult, Ban. He just raced past us from nowhere, threw himself into the hound. He killed it, Ban, defending you." She blew out her breath and shook her head. "I've never seen the like before. I've heard tales of full-grown horses doing things like that, war horses, but never heard of a cult doing such a thing." Corban nodded, walked forward unsteadily. Storm nuzzled his hand. He wrapped his good arm around the colt's neck and laid his head against it. "I shall call you Shield," he whispered. Chapter 42. Veradis. Veradis smiled as he crested a gentle rise in the land and saw Geraldine rise out of the plain before him, its central tower of black rock pointing to the sky like a scorched, accusatory finger. Small figures were busy on the lake shore, beneath the fortress, the day's catch being unloaded from scores of fisher boats. The sky was clear, a deepening blue as dusk settled around them. He looked over his shoulder, saw the warband spread across the slope and plain behind him. He took a deep breath of the cold, sharp air. "It is good to be back, eh?" he said to Nathair and Rauka, who were sitting their horses beside him. Rauka gripped Nathair's standard in leather gauntleted hands, the eagle pennant snapping in the wind. "Good to be back," Nathair echoed, shifting his weight in his saddle. "Aye," agreed Rauka, a grin splitting his face and short dark beard. Without another word, Nathair spurred his horse on, cantering down the gentle slope. Veradis and Rauka followed him, the warband spilling over the rise behind them. The journey home had been quick and uneventful. The memory of finding hidden Telassar, of Calidus's revelation, of the Jihar warriors swearing their allegiance to Nathair was all blurred somehow. Since that moment, everything seemed to have changed, to have fallen into place. Seeing Calidus unveiled had sealed everything, although he had reverted to the bowed old man before they had left Sumo's chambers, swearing them all to secrecy. Veradis knew now, beyond all doubt, that Nathair was Elion's chosen, that he rode with a man who would change the world. Just the thought made his heart swell with pride. They had ridden from Telassar with Sumo's promises ringing in their ears, that he would gather the Jihar's might, prepare them for war, and then march for Geraldine. Within a 10 night of leaving Telassar, Veradis and Nathair had rejoined their warband, finding them camped in a bay on the coast. Lycus had been there too, waiting with a fleet to ferry them back to Tenebral. Their passage home had been swift, although the weather was changing for the worse, so enfeebled warriors clustered the ship's rails. Veradis had walked amongst them, thanking Elion for his upbringing on the coast and berating his giant killers for letting the weather cow them where giants and drakes had not. Alcyone had left them before they had boarded Lycus' ship, bowing to Nathair and nodding a farewell to Veradis. It was strange. He felt that he almost missed the giant's company. He snorted to himself, laughing quietly. Lycus had returned them to the same quiet bay where they had first met him. Since then, they had ridden another 10 night, a mounting excitement and desire for speed amongst the warband. Now they were back, Nathair ordered horns to be blown, announcing his return, an answering blast echoing from Geraldine's battlements. Veradis felt his back straighten when they entered the crowded courtyard to cheering, a smile spilling across his face. This was something indeed. Valin was at the stables, armed with a host of stable hands to help warriors tend their mounts. He grinned at Veradis and pulled him into an embrace. "I'm glad you're back, lad, and in one piece." The stablemaster stepped back. "You've some tales to tell, I'd wager?" Veradis just nodded, smiling broadly. He hadn't realised how much he had missed the stablemaster. "Well, enough of that," Valin said. "I've work that needs tending. We'll talk, eh? Later." "Aye," said Veradis. "Later." Veradis set to, stripping down his horse's saddle and tack, but he was only part way done when a hand gripped his shoulder. "Come," Nathair said to him. "I am eager to see my father, and I would have you beside me." Veradis had found a stable boy to tend his horse and followed Nathair to the keep. As Nathair and Veradis crossed the empty feast hall, footsteps echoing, a door opened. King Aquilus hurried through, Fidele just behind. The king saw Nathair, crossed the room in several strides, almost running, and grabbed Nathair in a crushing embrace. Queen Fidele joined them, arms about them both, smiling, stroking Nathair's face, his hair, tears glistening on her cheeks. Veradis looked away, feeling as if he were trespassing. He thought of his own father and felt a stab of something deep inside. Jealousy? The feeling shifted rapidly into shame, edged with anger. He stared at the stone floor. Eventually, the three figures parted, Nathair's cheeks colouring, a hesitant smile flitting across his face. "I am back," he said. "So we see," Aquilus laughed. "Come, you must have much to tell." Nathair nodded, still smiling. Soon they were seated in a room in the tower, a platter of food and a jug of wine on the table they were sitting around. "Rahim sends his greetings, and his thanks," Nathair said. "I am sure he does," said Aquilus, looking at Nathair proudly. "How many were in this giant warband?" he asked, not for the first time. "Fourscore," Veradis mumbled, his mouth full of salty cheese. "And they were mounted? On dregs?" "Aye," Nathair said. Veradis drew them onto a valley slope, weathered the brunt of their attack. You should have seen him, father, the prince added, squeezing Veradis' shoulder. He has earned his title thrice over. Veradis coloured under the approving looks of King Aquilus and his queen. I charged them from behind, Nathair continued. Veradis was the anvil, I the hammer. He slammed his hand against the table with a crack, making his cup of wine jump. Aquilus shook his head. Son, if I had known how many, and dregs, I never would have sent you. No, you would not, Fidele said, scowling at her husband. You have surpassed my hopes, Aquilus continued. Well, the plan was for you and your warband to cut your teeth. I think we have accomplished that. Ah, you remind me, father, Nathair said, reaching into a pouch at his belt. He held his hand out. A long, curved tooth sat there, longer than his palm was wide. It is a drake's tooth. A memento, father, of the first campaign that you entrusted me to lead. Veradis' hand crept to his hip. A finger tracing the tooth that Nathair had given to him, set now in his sword hilt. The prince had given them to all of his warriors, the night before they had boarded Lycos' ships and left Tarbesh. Somehow it bound them even tighter to Nathair, if that was possible, filling them with a fierce pride. At the same time, Nathair had sworn them all to secrecy concerning the Vinthalan fleet. Aquilus took the tooth, holding it up before him. Thank you, he murmured. There was a knock on the door. Enter, Fidele called. Peritus swept into the room, smiling at them all. Aquilus gestured to a chair, and the battle chief sat. Veradis returned the greeting, but less warmly, remembering the doubts Peritus had voiced the day he had viewed the warband training. Nathair was colder still. The king told Peritus of the campaign, the battle chief nodding and grunting as the tale unfolded. So, you see, Aquilus said, your doubts were unfounded. Aye, and I am glad they were, Peritus said. I was only concerned for your safety, he said to the prince. Nathair snorted. When is battle ever safe? True enough. We can never know what may befall us in battle. But there are sureties that we can seek. That is Elion's gift to us, no? Intellect. Choice. But, regardless, I have been proved wrong, and I am glad about it. Think nothing of it, Nathair murmured. The man has not been born who is right all of the time. Laughter rippled around the room. I am surprised, though, at your speed. I had not reckoned on your return for at least another turn of the moon. I was eager to return, Nathair said. I drove my men hard, perhaps harder than I should have, but they are none the worse for it. He stood and groaned, stretching. I am for some hot water, he said. Strip this dirt from my skin. Of course, said Aquilus. Come, Veradis, said Nathair, turning and walking to the door. Veradis followed him. Nathair, Aquilus called out. The prince stopped, turned his head. I am most proud of you. Nathair stood there, eyes closed a moment, savouring this praise. Thank you, father, he said, then left. Veradis walked quickly away from the weapons court, fastening his cloak around his shoulders as he went. A thin layer of snow now crunched under his boots, and he pulled the cloak tighter. He was still sweating, blood pumping and various aches and pains only now making themselves known. He took a deep breath, slowly calming after his exertions on the court, and touched a knuckle to his cheek, the skin swollen. He ducked through the doors to the keep and slammed them shut on the snow, a blast of hot air hitting him as he walked into the feast hall, carrying the smell of roasting meat, gravy, wine, sweat. It was always busy of late, the fortress filling with people gathering for Midwinter's Day. Where had the time gone? 3 turns of the moon had passed already since Tarbesh, only 6 more nights until midwinter, and all that brought with it. Quickly, he filled a plate and found a space to sit alone with his back to the entrance. The room grew noisier as more people came in. He heard footsteps, felt a slap on the shoulder, and Rauka dropped onto the bench opposite him. "There's a crowd still standing in the weapons court, freezing their knackers off, waiting to congratulate you," the warrior said. Grunted Veradis. "Why'd you sneak off?" "I was cold, hungry, didn't see a reason to stay." "No reason to stay?" said Rauka, leaning forward. "You just bested Armitus, man. I couldn't think of a better reason to stay. He's been weapons master since I was 12 years old and unbeaten long before that." Veradis shrugged. "He's past his best, and this cold slows and stiffens old bones." Rauka shook his head. "Past his best or not, there's no one else in all of Tenebrae that's able to put a sword tip to the man's throat. You should be enjoying your newfound glory, not looking like you're about to start weeping into your plate." "Aye," Veradis sighed. Rauka was right, he knew, but something about the whole contest had tasted rotten. Since Nathair's return to Geraldine, there had been a growing, unvoiced tension between the prince and Peritus, and this had spilt into their warbands. Armitus, the weapons master, was a childhood friend of Peritus, and had spoken out a few times against Nathair's new methods of training. Nathair had steered today's sparring contest between Armitus and Veradis, and although there had been no official recognition of the bout, almost every warrior within a 5-league ride of the fortress had tried to view it. Veradis would do anything for Nathair, give his own life. But there was something about this that he had not liked. He had felt manoeuvred. And besides, he liked Armitus, and had felt little joy in beating him. He raised a hand to his cheek and probed where Armitus had struck him. "He gave about as good as he got," he winced. "No," Rauka said firmly, shaking his head. "I don't think so." He winked at Veradis. "You'll have a reputation to defend now. Every warrior that thinks himself handy with a blade will be wanting to make a name against you." Veradis grunted again, not liking where that thought took him. A door banged nearby, and he looked up. King Aquilus strode through the hall, stern-faced, weary-looking, the skin under his eyes tinged grey, the lines in his face more pronounced. "Much rests on midwinter's day," Rauka muttered, watching the king pass through the hall. "Is there word of Mandros yet?" Veradis asked. The king of Carnatan had been invited back to Tenebrae to be in Aquilus's company for the witnessing of Micah's prophecy. Rauka shrugged. "I'll believe he's coming when I see him before me." Veradis nodded. He was not sure he wanted Mandros in the same place as Nathair anyway, not with his talk of Mandros being a servant of Azeroth. "If he does come, I'm sure he'll be well guarded," Rauka said. "Not that his shieldman will be a problem to you." Veradis shook his head. "Have you received a blow to the head? I'm not one of the Ben Elim." Rauka rocked in his chair, spluttering laughter. "My friend, I do not think you see yourself as you really are. True, you are not as handsome as me," Veradis snorted, "and that broken nose you sport has not helped you there. But—" Rauka leaned forward now and gripped Veradis' wrist. "Something happens to you when you draw a blade, even if it is only made from wood. You become fearsome." His face grew more serious, intense. "There is no one I would rather stand beside in battle, living or dead, than you." Veradis looked away. "Azeroth's teeth, man. You even stood your ground against a charge of angry drakes. I almost wet my trews, and I was only sneaking up behind them and prodding them with my spear." "I was too scared to move," Veradis said, smiling a little. "Besides, I was one of 400 men. We all did what we had to do." Aye, Rauka said, leaning back on his bench and shaking his head. "You are a rare man indeed, Veradis Ben Lamar. If I was you, I'd be standing on this table, proclaiming my greatness to all who would listen and enjoying the attentions I'd won." "Then 'tis good you are not me," Veradis said, smiling now. "Aye, you're probably right." Rauka bit into a leg of lamb, tore a strip of meat, juices trickling into his beard. So, where would you rather go? He mumbled, mouth full. Go? In the spring. To fight giants in thorn forests or outlaws in... Where are they? Arden, Veradis said. Yes, Arden. Well? Veradis shrugged. I'll go wherever Nathair chooses. Rauka snorted. I know that. But where would you rather go? Thorn is the darker campaign, eh? More giants. A harder task than rooting out brigands hiding in treetops. He slurped from a cup of wine. But more glory fighting giants than men, I would guess. Aye, I suppose so. I would not mind going to Thorn Forest, though. I grew up beside the Sava. One forest is much like another, I would think. And I made some friends who came from Isiltir during the council. It would be good to see them again. You? Rauka shrugged. Remember that old man who taught me a lesson on the weapons court? Aye. How could I forget? He was from Arden. Tull. I'd like a chance to even the score with him. You sure you can? Rauka laughed. No point worrying about it, Veradis said. We're warriors. We'll go where we're pointed. Aye, sure enough. Rauka stood and cuffed his mouth. Talking of warriors, there's a fair few waiting for us. Time we went and knocked some more sense into our prince's warband, eh? Veradis nodded, rose, chair legs scraping on the stone floor. The two friends walked from the hall into the soft falling snow. You did well today, said Nathair, reclining in an oak chair, torchlight flickering on the dark, shiny wood. Thank you, Veradis said, not meeting Nathair's eyes. He looked around instead. They were in Nathair's chamber, a large stone room situated in Geraldine's tower, unshuttered windows looking out over the lake and plain. Night had fallen, lights from the village reflecting a faint glow from the snow-covered plain. Long tapestries hung on Nathair's walls, from roof to floor. There was little furniture, other than an ornately carved bed, the two chairs they were sitting in, and a table with a platter of nuts and a jug of warmed wine standing on it. I have been unhappy with how Peritus has been disrespecting my warband. We have earned respect, have we not? The prince's hand rose to the long drake's tooth that hung on a leather cord about his neck. Aye, we have, said Veradis. It would have been unseemly for me to stand against Armitus or any of Peritus's supporters, but something had to be done. A statement had to be made. And what a statement. The prince took a handful of nuts from the bowl in front of him. A silence grew between them, Nathair looking out of the window, systematically cracking nuts and eating them. Much will change after Midwinter's Day, he eventually said. Once the prophecy has been fulfilled, things will be set in motion, choices made, and only half a 10 night away. Is there news of Mandros? Veradis asked. Nathair sneered. No. He may come, he may not. I care little either way. I do not understand why Father runs after him, seeking his approval. It worries me, Veradis said, what Kalidas said about him, serving Asroth, the Black Sun. Maybe it is better that he comes here. Friends close and enemies closer, isn't that the saying? The prince shrugged, worried. I have thought often of our time in Telesar and Mandros' behaviour. Veradis nodded. As have I. The Jihar spoke of another that had come to them making claims. Do you remember? I do. But they spoke of sword brothers deceived, of men that left Telesar. Looking for the bright star, I suppose. Looking for you. Well, they have not found me, Nathair said with a smile. But it troubles me. Warriors of the skill of the Jihar, loose in the banished lands, serving someone else, he sighed. We need to find them. We must talk to Kalidas, Veradis said. Aye. But he is not here, and my father, with his feelings about the Vinthalan, means that it would not be wise to bring Kalidas here at this moment. Nathair, Perhaps you could speak of this with your father. Nathair shook his head, a single curt movement. But why not? Surely it would make things easier on you. It is you that he is waiting for, after all. He just does not know it yet. Tell him. No. Nathair drew in a deep breath, his body tense. I spoke to you once of living under someone else's shadow. Do you remember? Aye. On the journey when we met Calidus. Yes. That shadow is my father's imagining of the bright star. This fabled person that he has spent his life waiting for, preparing for. He smiled. Ironic, don't you think? That it's me. Tell him, Veradis urged again. No, I cannot. Father has believed for so long that this person is a stranger, that he will come to us. He would not believe me. Things are good between us, better than they have ever been. I have longed for him to look at me as he does now. He trailed off. I would not risk that. Not yet. Veradis could understand that, thought suddenly of his own da. He had felt just as Nathair, once. No longer, though. His feelings for his father were buried deep, complex and without joy. But he is wrong. It is you that Elyon has chosen, you that Elyon speaks to. Nathair shrugged. Aye, but he must realise this in his own time. The truth will out, as he is so fond of saying. Yes, including how we travelled to Tarbesh. The men have kept your secret so far, but how much longer? It would be better if he heard these things from you, surely. And Nathair, things would be so different if he realised, if he knew that you were the bright star. Nathair held a hand up. He has been set in this a long time, Veradis. There is time. I will give him time before I need assert my station. A gust of cold air blew through the open window. Torchlight flickered across Nathair's face, sheets of darkness and light sweeping the contours of his features. Veradis thought of Micah, his pale, enigmatic face, his dark eyes. The king's counsellor. He was the key to Aquilus's stance on the prophecy. A soft tapping on the door startled them both. Enter, Nathair called. Fidele opened the door, closing it quietly behind her. She paused when she saw Veradis. I had hoped to speak with you, she said to Nathair. Of course, mother. I was just sharing a jug of warm wine with Veradis. He smiled. Veradis stood and offered Fidele his chair. No, thank you, she said. There was a tightness in her voice and face. What is it, mother? Nathair said. What troubles you? Fidele glanced at Veradis. I thought I would find you alone, she said. Whatever you would say to me, you can say in front of Veradis. He is as a brother to me. Very well, then, she said, with the slightest of shrugs. I have heard unsettling things. Rumours. Oh? Said Nathair. Of your campaign? In Tarbesh. Nathair remained silent, waiting. The Queen drew in a breath. I have heard talk of sorcery, of giants numbered amongst your warband, talk of enchanted mists, of a mysterious fleet of ships. I have heard the Vinthalon spoken of. Mother and son stared at each other. Who has said these things? He said. Peritus? You know, he seeks to undermine me, fears my growing authority. It matters not where I heard these rumours, Fidele snapped. Are they true? Where did you hear these things? Nathair repeated. If there was truth in these tales, why are they whispered behind my back? I would see my accuser. Doubt touched Fidele's eyes. So, you deny them? She said, her voice less firm, hopeful. I deny nothing. I am a man grown now. A prince. A child no longer.
I will make judgments, decisions, as I see fit, and I would know who seeks to slander me, who seeks to drive a wedge between my father and me."
The Queen shook her head.
"Nathair, do not forget all that I said to you before you left. If you have any involvement, any ties with the Vinthalan, lay them aside. It will go ill with you if, when your father knows the truth of it."
She stood tall, queenly now and cold.
"You are prince, not king, a son, not a father. Obey your king, obey your father in this. Do not seek to test him. These times are heavy enough on him without his own son."
She looked troubled.
"Do what is right," she said,
almost pleading now, then left.
"I shall,"
Nathair whispered to the closed door. Chapter 43. Corban. Corban squinted as he looked up at the cloudless sky, the sun a pale, watery, distant thing. It was cold. His skin felt tight. Snow was coming, thick, heavy clouds gathering on the horizon beyond the distant line of the coast and out over the iron-grey sea. This was not the weather to be travelling in, but here he was, 6 nights out from Duncarrig, riding on the giant's wave the King Brenin at the head of their column. They were heading for Baden, a fortress close to the stone circle, to witness the prophecy that Edana had told him of, when day becomes night. Apparently Rin, Queen of Cambren, as well as the kings of Narvon and Dowan, would be there, come at Brenin's call to discuss the clearing of the Darkwood, along with other issues, all related somehow to the council in Tenebral that King Brenin had attended. They had travelled east for 5 nights, skirting the surf-beaten coast of steep, sharp-faced cliffs and hidden coves. Today the road had veered southwards, passing around a treacherous space of marsh and bog. As the road sloped gently downwards, Corban saw the fenland spread out before him, water sparkling in the weak sunlight like a huge dew-covered cobweb laid out upon the land, a hill and broken tower standing at its centre. He glanced to his side. Brenna rode next to him, saying something unpleasant, if the expression on her face was anything to go by, to Heb, the lawmaster, who had ridden close to her since they had set out at daybreak. There was a dark blur on the horizon.
"What is that?"
Corban asked.
"That is the Darkwood," said Heb.
The shadow that was the Darkwood stretched from the coast across the horizon as far as he could see. Braith is in there, and Camlin, if they made it, Corban thought, gazing at the distant forest. Instinctively his eyes sought out Marek and found him further up the grey-cloaked column, riding beside Hallion and Connell. Not much further on, King Brenin rode at their head, the hulking forms of Pendathrin and Tull flanking him, his daughter Edana just behind, shadowed by Ronan, as always. "How does your Wolfen cope with our journey?" Heb asked, pulling him out of his thoughts. He glanced down at Storm, who loped alongside him, head down, muzzle close to the ground.
"It has been no problem to her," Corban said. "I think she likes it." The Wolfen had rung alongside him every day, matching their speed effortlessly. But that did not surprise him. She was still growing, her shoulders only a few handspans below his horse's back. He leaned in his saddle, his fingertips just brushing the coarse hairs of her neck. He was glad of her company. The nights were cold, but he was sure that he was by far the warmest every night, with Storm curled up close to him. He shivered and pulled his cloak tighter. When Princess Edana had first told of the journey to the Stone Circle, he had longed to go, and had not believed his good fortune when Brenna had told him she required his assistance. He was not so sure now. 6 nights sleeping in the cold and days in the saddle had done much to erode his enthusiasm. Still, they were close to their journey's end, and he was beginning to feel that first excitement spark inside again.
His mother had not wanted him to go, had forbidden him, in fact, until Brenna had spoken to her. Officially, Brenna was going because she was King Brenin's most renowned healer, but Corban knew that she wanted to go, so that was that. And, as her apprentice, he would have to accompany her. Once Brenna had spoken to his mam about it, then suddenly Gar had to go to look after Brenin's mount, but he suspected it was more about looking after him. At least Gar coming meant that Cohen did as well. She had looked as if she'd swallowed a bee when Corban told her he was going and she was not, but the stablemaster's sudden decision had given her just the leverage she needed. Gar, in turn, had gathered stable hands for the trip, and Cohen had managed to have Dath included. To Corban, it felt as if half of Duncarrig was riding to Baden. He glanced over his shoulder at Gar on his piebald stallion, but could not see Cohen or Dath amongst the press of warriors. The day passed slowly, snow beginning to fall, and as dusk eventually spread around them, the snow grew thicker, clinging insistently to the land. It grew darker, and torches were lit, Brenin choosing to ride on as their destination was close. Suddenly there was a call from the front of the column, and the line halted. There were riders in the road ahead, 2, huddled closely around Brenin. They stood there a while, snow settling on Corban's shoulders and the cold seeping through his cloak until the column lurched forwards. The riders fell in close to Corban. One was clearly a warrior, a scabbard poking out from under his cloak. Corban saw his face briefly in his cowl, pale, with dark, sunken eyes. The other appeared to be a woman, slighter of frame. Corban caught a hint of red hair in the torchlight. Not long after, they saw lights in the distance. Baden, last dwelling within Arden before the Darkwood and the Kingdom of Narvan. "No time for that," Gar said to Corban, as he saw him reaching for a honey cake. "You can break your fast later. I need another pair of hands. If Brenna can do without you for a while?" Brenna snorted, waved a hand dismissively at Corban, and so he found himself trudging through the snow, following Gar's limping gait, Storm leaving a trail of paw prints behind them. The fortress of Baden had grown large because of its position guarding the Giant's Way that led through the Darkwood into the kingdoms of Narvan and Cambra and beyond. Dath and Cohen stood at the doors to a huge barn, filling buckets of water from a barrel. Cohen smiled at Corban as they drew near. "You have an audience," she said, looking over his shoulder. A group of children had gathered and were following at a distance, pointing and whispering. "Not me, Storm," Corban said. People had grown accustomed to the Wolven at Duncarrig and Haven, but here was a different matter. It was only because he rode with the king that he had even been allowed to enter the fortress, many warriors scowling and making the sign against evil as he had passed through the gates. Not all thought it so terrible, including most of the children that lived at Baden, apparently. "You are making a name for yourself," commented Gar. Corban shrugged and began helping Cohen. The feast hall was emptying when Corban arrived with his sister. But close to the fire pit sat the princess, Ronan filling a plate for her. Idana beckoned to them. "I'll get yours," Ronan said, smiling at Cohen. "Father's grumpy," Idana said, nodding towards a corner of the hall. King Brenin stood with a small group of men. Tull and Pendathrin were there, along with Evnis and Von. Corban had been thankful to see little of the councillor's son since that day in the paddock, when Helfax's hound had been killed. Brenin was talking to a tall, blonde-haired man, his long warrior braid touched with silver. He had an open, likeable face and was smiling at the king. "Is that Gethin?" said Idana, nodding. Corban frowned. Gethin was lord of Baden, but he was also Evnis's elder brother, and so Corban automatically disliked him, regardless of his appearance. Ronan put a bowl of porridge in front of Corban, berries and cream for Idana, and a plate of hot oatcakes, bacon, and thick buttered bread before Cohen. Corban looked between his bowl and the other bounty on offer, frowned. Cohen smiled a thank you at Ronan. "King Owain is here," Idana said quietly, "with his son,
Uthan. The others haven't arrived yet. But Midwinter's Day is tomorrow, said Cohen.
The princess nodded.
That's why father is grumpy. He thinks Rin plays games with him, though King Eramon has not arrived either. But he has much further to travel, all the way from Dowan, beyond Narvon and Cambren, and he is ancient, apparently. Do you think they'll agree? Cohen said. To your father's plan? I don't know, Idana shrugged. Owain should, as Braith raids his borders too, but he often likes to disagree with father, just for the sake of disagreeing. As for the others, Rin and Eramon have less cause to commit to clearing the Darkwood. After all, Braith does not raid their lands. There is more to it all than clearing the Darkwood, though, isn't there? Cohen said. This prophecy...
Idana nodded.
Father said that day will become night at high sun tomorrow, whatever that means. I cannot imagine such a thing.
She toyed with a spoonful of berries on her plate.
It is supposed to signify something about a war between Elion and Azroth, about it being fought here, in the Banished Lands. Who are they?
Cohen whispered. Two figures had entered the hall, those that had joined them on the roadside. The man was young, pale-faced, dark rings under his eyes, a warrior braid in his hair. His eyes read the room as he ushered his companion to sit, an older woman, red-haired with streaks of grey.
I'm not sure who they are. I asked father, but he wouldn't tell me.
Idana ducked her head closer, conspiratorially.
I think they asked father for sanctuary.
If these two had come to King Brenin seeking sanctuary, they would not be the first to be drawn by his reputation. Hallion had told him that he and his brother had done the same. The weapons master had been most tight-mouthed, though, about what exactly they were running from.
So we must wait and see if Rin and Eramon arrive, if your father's hopes are to succeed.
He pushed cold porridge around his bowl.
Aye,
muttered Ronan.
Much depends on them,
Idana said. A column of riders filed out of the Darkwood. Corban counted some 80 as he stood on the wooden palisade that ringed Badon.
There's Queen Rin,
Idana said, pointing, as they drew nearer to the town's open gates.
There, with the white hair?
Rin rode close to the front, a half-dozen warriors before her, tall spears couched upright in their saddles. A warrior rode beside her, young, handsome, exuding confidence. He laughed as the Queen commented on something, more akin to a courtier on an excursion than guard to the Queen of Cambren.
I don't see King Eramon,
Idana muttered.
He has not come, but he sends others in his place,
Ronan said.
Those on the grass, they wear the green of Dowan.
The rider at the front of the group, cantering ahead of the others, was old, grey hair streaming behind him. He did not wear the talk of the king about his neck, only a thin band of twisted silver around his arm. As Corban watched, one of the riders with him lifted a banner bearing the outlines of black wolves on a red field.
Wrath,
Ronan breathed. Corban had heard of the old warrior, battle chief once to Eramon. Giants had raided out of the north, slain all in his hold. Wrath had sworn vengeance, pledged himself to the defence of Dowan's northern border so that he might have more chance to avenge himself on the giants who had slain his kin. If the tales were true, the old warrior had fulfilled his oath many times over. The men that rode with him, the Degad, were as famous for their prowess as he, rumoured to be as fierce and savage as the giants they hunted. Rin looked up as she reached the walls, a faint smile visible as she passed from view. Chapter 44. Evnis. It is good to be alone. Pretending to like my brother is so draining. Evnis stood with hands clasped behind his back, staring at the cairn. His mother was in there, beside his father, long dead, just bones now. His mouth twisted, and he spat. He wished she still lived, so that she could see his triumph, his ascension. First, he would eclipse Gethin, his fawning brother, seeking to match his daughter to Uthan, King Owain's son. Once, that would have angered him, but no longer. Let him have his small victories. Greater things were in store for Evnis. Of that, there was no doubt. He had made his bargain, sworn his allegiance many years ago in a dell in the Darkwood. And now, he was counsellor to a king, had the earth power at his fingertips, and more. The necklace with the black stone. It scared him, but called to him too. He had studied it, searched the old manuscripts, even talked to that fool Heb. He was sure now what it was. One of the 7 treasures, Neman's necklace. It had great power, but how to tap it, use it? He squeezed his eyes shut. He was tired, sleep becoming elusive of late, and when he did find it, there were always the dreams, troubling dreams that he would wake sweating and anxious from. He must keep his wits about him. There was so much to do. Seeing Rin had been good. Seeing her riding through the gates of Badon seemed to make all the plans and schemes real, suddenly. She had smiled at him, though not in the way she used to. That was reserved for the young warrior riding at her side. Probably for the best, he sighed. Rin's appetites are voracious. I doubt I could keep up any longer. Besides, it would feel like a betrayal to Fane, even though she was dead. He felt the pain of her loss again, suddenly, just at the thought of her. Would it ever diminish? He heard voices and stepped back into the shadows of his parents' cairn. 2 men, warriors, coming closer. Halion and Connell, he realised. 2 men he wished were in his service. He could always use good swords. But the elder, Halion, seemed unapproachable. He had met the man's like before, morally inflexible. His brother Connell, however, now there was a man that could be worked on. Pride is a brittle master. I will not run and hide like some girl, Connell was saying. Use your head, Con, his brother said. We cannot let him see us. No one knows where we are, who we serve, and it needs to stay that way. Then they were past him, continuing their hissed conversation. Interesting. Evnis allowed the shadows to mask him a while longer, then started walking. I must get word to Rin of Brenin's latest act of charity. She will be eager to hear about the 2 who rode in with Brenin, having begged him for sanctuary. Sanctuary from Rin. Chapter 45. Corban. Brenna had been given an empty cottage to stay in whilst they were in Badon, and after seeing the cramped sleeping quarters of most of their party, Corban was, for once, grateful to be linked to the healer. That sense of gratitude had been short-lived, though, as she had made him sweep the cottage from top to bottom. She had told, rather than asked, Cohen and Gar to share the small cottage with her and Corban, and they were also only too happy to obey. Corban stepped into the night, following Gar and his sister, Brenna close behind him. Corban was sure he heard a rustle of feathers and saw a black, beady eye from the rafted shadows within the cottage as the door snapped shut. Soon, the thick wooden walls of the feast hall loomed out of the darkness, pitch-soaked torches burning bright around the wide doors. They were some of the first to arrive, Brenna keen to eavesdrop on the high table. The hall started to fill, people trickling in at first, then in greater numbers, and soon it was thrumming with conversation and laughter. Dath rushed in and sat with Corban, as did Tull with a clutch of Dun Carrig's warriors about him. Then those at the high table took their places after Kings Brenin and Owain. Rin was the last to enter, a sable cloak about her shoulders, trimmed in white fox fur. The Queen of Cambring claimed her place at the high table, then made a show of insisting that her debonair young champion take a seat beside her. He was quick to ascend. Corban heard grumbling ripple through the hall, saw warriors frown. Champions were not supposed to sit at the high table. It was a privilege reserved for lords and their close kin. Ronan pushed her way through the feasting crowds, making a path for Idana. When she was seated, the young warrior scanned the room, came and sat on the other side of Corban, winking at Cohen. The warrior smiled as she flushed red. Then movement at the back of the hall caught Corban's attention, a hooded figure entering late, standing in shadow. Rin's champion rose and made his way through the hall, left with the newcomer. Suddenly a loud banging filled the hall, drawing all eyes to the high table. Lord Gethin was standing, cracking a spoon on the base of a wooden plate. "Welcome to my hall and my table," Gethin said in a loud voice. "We stand in the highest company the West has to offer, upon the eve of a momentous occasion." His eyes flickered to Brenin. "I have an announcement, something that will add to the joy of this gathering, I hope." He looked to the young woman that had followed him to the table. "Stand, Kyla," he said. Hesitantly she did, eyes downcast. A chair scraped further along the high table, and Uthan stood also. "Today, my daughter has been betrothed to Uthan ben Owain," Gethin said with a grin. Many in the hall cheered, cups banging on tables, but King Brenin's face pinched into a slight frown. Quietly, Rin's champion returned to his chair, leaning over to whisper in the Queen's ear. Her expression clouded. "They will be hand-bound in the spring. I hope their union will be a mark of closer relations with our kin in Narvon." Gethin looked at King Owain, who nodded. Beside Corban, Heb the Lawmaster muttered something to Brenna. "Circles within circles," she said. Suddenly, Rin stood, her chair falling behind her. "Where are they?" she hissed, pointing a clawed finger at Brenin. He looked back at her, meeting the venom in her glare, but said nothing. "Do not play me for a fool," Rin said, almost spitting in her fury. "I knew you when you wet your bed every night." Chuckles sprinkled the hall. "Do not cross me in this. I know they are here. You will give them over to me. Now!" Brenin closed his eyes and blew out a slow, deep breath. When he opened them again, his face was firm, resolute. "They are not your property, Rin, and they have asked me for sanctuary." Rin's face was cold, almost frightening. "Have you granted this?" she whispered, though all in the hall heard. Brenin nodded. "Aye." There was a moment of silence. Rin absolutely still. "Very well. The Court of Swords will decide this." "Morcant?" she said, glancing at her champion. He rose fluidly, smiling. Suddenly, Tull was on his feet as well, stepping into the space between the crowd and a high table. "What? No, Rin, you must not do this," Brenin said, standing as well. "Must not? You forget yourself. But tomorrow, our pact—" "You should have thought of that," she snapped, cutting him off. "I will have what is rightfully mine, and I will not bargain or plead with you, Brenin." Brenin opened his mouth, but Rin's tirade could not be staunched. "You summon us, me, like vassals to your gathering? Well, I came, but you go too far, you and your honour. You shall reap what you sow. Surely your father taught you that." She fastened her eyes on her champion. The young warrior nodded and moved to face Tull. "The Court of Swords will decide this matter. Now," Rin said. Brenin scowled, gripping the table. "So be it." Tull strode forward, drew his own sword, and touched it to Morcant's waiting blade, accepting the challenge. Morcant laughed. Tull shrugged and stepped backwards, eyes on Rin's champion. The air whistled as he chopped his sword through the air, rolling his huge shoulders. The room exploded into noise as people jumped from their tables, forming a half ring around the two men. Coins chinked as wagers were exchanged. Corban stood in the front row and people took care not to jostle him because of Storm, who eyed the two warriors with suspicion. Corban could not believe what was happening. His heart was pounding in his chest. He had never seen a duel before. Plenty of sword crossings and sparring sessions with padded or wooden blades, but not with sharp, death-dealing swords of iron. He was suddenly scared, and excited too. Tull's reputation was massive, and seeing him in the flesh, it was impossible to imagine him ever being bested. Yet there was something about Rhin's champion. His confidence was unnerving. A hush fell as the two champions approached the high table. Tull bent, grabbed a handful of ash from the corner of the fire pit, and rubbed it into the hilt of his sword. They bowed to Rhin and Brenin, then turned to face each other. Corban expected them to rush each other, to beat at each other, but they didn't. Morkant walked slowly around Tull, the older man turning with him, his sword tip held low. Suddenly, Morkant darted forwards, sword snaking out almost faster than Corban's eye could follow, but Tull met the lunge with little effort, turning his block into a swing of his own, his blade whistling through air as Morkant danced lightly backwards. He settled back into his slow walk around the big champion, lunging in, fast as a striking snake once more, then again. "They seek each other's measure," Gar whispered to Corban. He nodded, but could not speak or move his eyes from the contest before him. Then Morkant was moving forwards, not with a single stroke as before, but a blurring combination of slashes and lunges. Tull met each one, stepping backwards until he was close to the ring's edge. Corban could see sweat on the big man's bare shoulders, stains on his leather vest. Tull grunted with each block, feet planted, then stepped nimbly aside, Morkant's blade slicing through air. Rhin's champion staggered forwards a half step, and suddenly he was on the defensive, retreating before Tull's looping, powerful strokes. Corban resisted the urge to cover his ears as the iron blades clashed and rang. Brenin's champion was almost a head taller than Morkant, strong as an ox, but also fast for a big man. His attack was relentless, and suddenly Morkant's mocking smile was gone, his face drawn in concentration as he met each of Tull's blows, every one powerful enough to gut a boar. But Rhin's champion was quick, with an iron strength in his leaner frame. He parried an overhead slash, pushing Tull's sword away and down, stepped close inside the big man's guard, and spun away, cutting backwards with his blade. The tip cut into Tull's waist, drawing the first blood of the contest. Corban gasped. "You bleed like the rest of us, then," Morkant said, his smile returning. Tull touched his fingers to his waist, drew them away, read, snarled, attacked again. Morkant retreated under another withering barrage, somehow managing to fend off the flurry of great two-handed strokes. Tull slowed briefly, and Morkant lunged, forcing Tull backwards again. The two warriors fought back and forth across the ring, Corban losing all track of time, flickering flames from the fire pit making the warriors look like fiends, like Asroth's Kadashim themselves. Eventually, they broke away from each other, stepping back in some unspoken agreement. Both were sucking in great lungfuls of air. Tull's waist was soaked with blood. A thin line of red ran down his shield arm, from shoulder to elbow. Morkant was unmarked. Tull snorted, gathered his energies. He battered Morkant backwards, then swung an overhead blow. Partway through, he suddenly released his blade, snatched it with his left hand, and slashed it diagonally instead of vertically. Somehow, Morkant managed to change the angle of his block, but Tull's blade still raked him from shoulder to navel, leaving a welling red line in its wake. "Aha, old man," Morkant said, stepping out of range. "You are too famous for your own good. I've heard of all your tricks." For the first time, Tull seemed hesitant. Corban glanced at Brenin, tearing his eyes away from the two champions. The king's face was taut, worried. Iron clashing on iron drew him back. Morkant was pressing the attack now, his sword slashing and lunging in a blur. Tull retreated, an edge of wildness, of desperation in his movements as he blocked and turned the hail of blows. Blood welled on his forearm as Morkant's blade nicked him, then across his chest, his thigh. His back slammed into an oak pillar. Morkant slashed again, sparks flying as their swords grated until they were standing chest to chest, wrist to wrist, locked for a moment. "Soon, old man," Morkant grunted. With a heave, Tull shoved Morkant away. Rin's champion staggered back out of range, but Tull did not follow. Instead, he leaned one hand on his thigh, braced his sword tip into the floor, dragging in deep, ragged breaths. "I must confess," he gasped. "You are quite good." Morkant smiled, stood tall. He was weary, but not as tired as Tull. "Ready to die, old man?" "Not yet," Tull said through gritted teeth. He flicked his wrist, his sword point flinging rushes and earth into Morkant's face. Rin's champion grasped at his eyes, stepping backwards, raising his sword to protect his head and chest, but Tull did not strike there. He stepped forwards, swinging his sword low and hard into Morkant's booted ankle. There was a loud crack, Morkant wobbling for a moment, then he crashed to the ground. Tull leapt forwards, trod hard on Morkant's sword wrist, and levelled his blade at the fallen man's chest. "My king," Tull said, not taking his eyes from Morkant's. There was utter silence, broken only by the loud breaths of the two champions and the crackle of flames. Corban's palms were clammy with sweat. He held his breath. All eyes turned to Brenin, knowing Tull asked his lord's sentence. The King of Arden bowed his head, looked at Rin. "Let him live," he said. Tull was still a moment. Then he shrugged, spat blood and saliva into the rushes by Morkant's head. "As you wish," he said, lifting the tip of his sword away from Morkant's chest. He traced a line up the man's neck, over his chin, rested the point on his cheekbone, flicked his wrist, cutting a deep line below Morkant's eye. "Here endeth the lesson," Tull said, then turned and limped from the hall, Tarban and a handful of warriors from Duncarrig hastening after him. Rin glared at Brenin and pulled her cloak about her. "I seem to have lost my appetite," she said, and left, not even glancing at her fallen champion. Chapter 46. Veradis. Veradis brushed his horse's flank, the slow, rhythmic movement helping to calm him. He felt anxious. It was midwinter's eve. 4 nights had passed since he had witnessed the confrontation between Nathair and Fidele. Nothing related to Fidele's warning had actually happened since then, but its potential seemed to hover over Veradis like a bad dream, always there and just out of view. The things that Fidele had said were true, and so it was surely only a matter of time before Aquilus heard the same rumours and confronted Nathair. The truth will out. That was not a confrontation he wanted to witness. Nathair had said that he was going to tell Aquilus, talk to him about the Vinthalan and their uses. He was just waiting for the right time. Veradis hoped it would be before Aquilus heard from some other source. And then, tomorrow was Midwinter's Day. Would the sun really turn black? He had never doubted Nathair, and that included the prediction of tomorrow's events. And of course he had seen Calidus transformed, although the memory of it felt distant, insubstantial, somehow like a fading dream. And tomorrow was so central, so pivotal to everything that had happened since Aquilus's council, as if all led to this one moment. This moment that would mark the beginning of... what? A new age, Nathair called it. Word had reached them that all over the banished lands kings and queens were gathering. But what if the sun did not turn black? He had heard tales of similar omens. A blood-red star in the sky, falling to earth, had supposedly heralded Elion's scourging when the world had been a different place, even a different shape. But that was just a tale. Over 1,000 years the exiles had dwelt in the banished lands, with no talk of wars between Elion and Azeroth, no unnatural signs in the sky. He sighed and rested his head against his Grey's neck. "What will the morrow bring?" he muttered. He shook himself and set to pulling knots from the horse's mane. What will be, he thought. One thing is sure. Come what may, I am the prince's man. I will follow his lead. The sun rose into a clear sky on midwinter's day, a bitter wind blowing from the mountains. The land froze iron hard. It was mid-morning when Veradis stood in the hall outside Nathair's chamber. He waited there a while, then straightened his shoulders and knocked on the door. Nathair answered quickly. A sable cloak draped his shoulders, the white eagle of Tenebral standing bright on a black polished breastplate. His short sword hung at his hip. "Ready?" the prince said, grinning at Veradis. "Aye. How many gathered?" "Some, though your father has not yet left the keep." "Good. Come then," Nathair said, striding down the hallway. They found Aquilus and Fidele in the feast hall. A small crowd gathered about them. Peritus was there, as was Armatus, the weapons master. Although Veradis had bested him recently, the grizzled warrior was still King Aquilus's first sword. King Mandros of Carnatan stood in conversation with Aquilus, a sour look etched on his face. He had arrived late the previous day and still looked worn from the journey, dark rings under his eyes. News of their first meeting had spread through the fortress, Mandros all but accusing Aquilus of setting the Vinthalan loose on his realm. Veradis eyed him suspiciously. He did not like the thought of enemies allowed so close to Nathair and Aquilus. His gaze lingered on Mandros' sword. A tall figure stood beside Fidele. Michael had returned. The king's counsellor had been absent since before they had left for Tabesh. It was unusual for a counsellor to be away so much, but it was Aquilus's choice to send him on such lengthy quests. When Veradis had mentioned it to Nathair, he had only replied that his father was strong-minded and took little counsel anyway. It was fitting, though, that the tall man should be here today. After all, it was he who had found the book that had drawn them all to this point. Michael leaned forward and whispered something to Aquilus as Nathair and Veradis approached. The king swung round, eyes fixing onto his son. "Father," said Nathair, bowing his head, "the day long awaited is finally here." "Aye," Aquilus said curtly. "Come, let us find a place on the walls, the better to see it." They filed out of the keep, a warrior escort waiting beyond, and made their way to the battlements that ringed the fortress, climbing the wide, giant-crafted steps to look out upon the plain and lake. Scores of people stood on the lake shore, and the battlements and streets of Geraldine were crowded, everyone looking upwards. The sun was high now, bright in a pale blue sky. Everything looked normal. Veradis swallowed, his mouth dry. He looked around, saw stablemaster Valin standing further along the battlements, also staring skyward. He scratched his head, tried to stifle a yawn as he scanned the crowd, eyes coming to rest on Michael. He stood almost a head taller than anyone else in the crowd, the scars on his face silver in the daylight. Unlike most, he was not looking at the sun. He looked around the crowd, studying, measuring everything, everyone, his eyes eventually fixing on Veradis. Seeing the warrior watching him, he returned the gaze, his expression unreadable. Veradis thought of Nathair's words, of the part Michael had played in Aquilus's plans. The dark-haired man looked away, gazing upwards. Suddenly, almost collectively, the crowd gasped. Veradis' head jerked up, staring at the sun, shielding his eyes. Through the glare, he saw something, an indentation on the sun's western rim. He blinked and rubbed his eyes. The mark was still there when he looked again, appearing like a curved finger caressing the sun's edge. People cried out, pointing. Slowly, the black smudge grew, spreading like a stain across the disk of the sun. He shivered, blew out a long breath, and saw it mist in the air before him. It was colder, dramatically more than when he had climbed the steps to the battlement. A sound, a movement, caught his eye. Michael had staggered, was clutching at the black stone of the battlement. Beside Veradis, Nathair muttered something and leaned against him. "Are you well?" Veradis said, suddenly worried. Nathair collapsed. Chapter 47. Corban. Corban gazed up at the sky, wondering what, if anything, was going to happen. The snow clouds were gone now, the sky a sharp blue, the sun pale and weak. He was stood close to the stone circle, amongst a crowd of onlookers. Brenin, Owain, Rin and Rath were within the tall stones, though there was an icy gap between Rin and Brenin. Corban was still filled with the excitement of the duel between Tull and Morcant. Both men were standing close to the circle, though Morcant had his head bowed, the cut on his cheek stitched now, raw and angry. Suddenly, something changed. It was colder, Corban's skin goose-fleshing. People were shouting, pointing. He squinted at the sun, saw a shadow creeping across it like a veil being drawn. He felt lightheaded, dizzy, and he staggered. Cohen was beside him, caught his arm and snorted in annoyance. Then his legs were too weak to support him, and he was falling, his vision fading. He was alone, still at the stone circle. He walked into it, turning as he did so, looking all about. All was the same, yet different. Mist swirled about his feet. The sky was grey, the sun a bleached, colourless brightness behind thin clouds. The stone seemed taller, more ominous, somehow, the dark wood an impenetrable shadow before him. A figure appeared from those shadows, the man he had seen before, marching toward him, an urgency in his stride, his cloak billowing behind him. "It is time," the man said, smiling warmly as he drew near. "I have given you all the time that can be spared. Will you help me?" "Where am I?" Corban mumbled. "The other world, the place of spirit," the man said. "And who are you?" The man smiled, his eyes creasing. "You're a friend." A smell touched Corban, decay, thick and cloying. "Help me." I don't know," Corban said. The man grimaced, his mouth tightening. "I have been patient, but I cannot wait any longer. You are not my only option, you know." He gestured in the air. Corban saw a figure, transparent but clear, a curly-haired man, handsome with striking blue eyes. He was walking alone on a battlement, staring out into an empty plain. Cords, chains were wrapped around the man's wrists and ankles, though loosely, moving with him as he walked. Corban felt a sharp stab of worry for the man. He is ensnared, yet does not know it. A wind gusted and the figure melted away. "Others can help me, but I want you." The last word was almost a growl. "You must make a stand. Fight what is right. Fight for me. If not, you will fight for someone else eventually. I will not let that happen." Suddenly Corban felt scared. "I have no use for cowards," the man continued. "Courage is what I need. I can see the fear in you, can smell it." He took a long, languid breath, his tongue flickering out as if tasting the air. "You must face your fear. Defeat it. Do not be afraid of the task I set you." "It is not the task that I fear," Corban said, looking into those ancient amber eyes. "It is you." The man frowned. "That is a shame." He looked genuinely saddened. His hand reached inside his cloak, resting on a sword hilt. Corban saw he was wearing a coat of chainmail, dark and oily, but as he stared it flickered, looking for a moment like scales. "I have been patient. Decide, now, will you help me?" "I will not," Corban said, not knowing why, just that every sense within him was screaming no at the man before him. The man sighed, shook his head, and drew his sword. Black smoke coiled around the blade. Corban turned and ran. Behind him, the man screamed, full of rage. There was a sudden rushing of air, the sound of beating wings, and figures dropped to the earth about him, the wind from their leathery wings almost knocking him from his feet. 6 of them, all wearing dark mail, carrying smoke-wreathed weapons, sword, axe, spear. Their faces were human-like, though sharp-featured with slitted reptilian eyes. They converged on him, barring his path. "Please," Corban whispered. "Too late for that," the yellow-eyed man said behind him. A strange sound rang out from somewhere above. A horn call? Corban looked up, saw figures bursting through the clouds. They sped towards him, like arrows loosed from a bow, growing from pinpricks to man-size in moments. "The Ben Elim," growled one of the figures nearby. They alighted about Corban, broad wings of white feathers folding behind them. Without a word, they fell into savage combat with the creatures about him. The ferocity of it stunned Corban. There was no posturing or negotiating, only a primal, feral violence. One white-feathered warrior hacked through a shoulder, the blow continuing through a leathery wing. The creature screamed, collapsed, writhing to the ground, black smoke issuing from the wound. A head rolled on the floor before Corban. All about him, the clash of arms, grunts, and battle cries of combat. 2 figures took to the air, clawing, gouging at each other. Hands grasped Corban, and suddenly he was being lifted into the air, great white wings propelling him skywards. He twisted, but was held firm. "Be still," a voice growled in his ear. He looked into a grim, battle-scarred face, dark, purple-tinged eyes staring back at him. The hand reached out, touched his temple, and he heard whispered words, then all faded into darkness. His eyes fluttered open. It was mostly dark, a soft light seeping into the edges of his vision. "Where am I?" He blinked, saw wooden beams condense, take shape in the darkness above, and realized he was lying on his back. Slowly, he lifted his head and rose onto his elbows, tried to move his feet, but found that he couldn't. A noise broke out above him, a flapping, a squawking. "Awake! Awake! Awake!" rasped a harsh voice somewhere up in the rafters. A door opened, footsteps, a face filling his vision. Brinna. She pressed a cool hand against his forehead, her skin rough. Fingers touched his temples and probed his neck. "You'll live," she muttered, then smiled at him, which scared him more than anything else. He was far more accustomed to scowls from the old healer. Something moved at his feet, scrambled up the cot he was lying on, and then his face was engulfed in fur, hot breath, a wet tongue. Storm. Smiling, he pushed her away and sat up. Cohen, Gar, and Dath were hovering behind Brinna, Dath's gaze flitting between Corban and the roof, where Kraft was hopping about on a beam, scratching wood and muttering incomprehensibly. Gar looked about as worried as Corban had ever seen him. Cohen flung herself upon him, hugging him tight. He grunted, hugging her in return. "I was so worried," she mumbled into his neck. What happened?" Corban asked. "How did I get here?" "He just fell over, Ban," said Dath, moving closer, reaching out to touch Corban's arm. "Right there, in the snow. The sun turned black and then you just fell over." "Oh," said Corban. Cohen released him from her grip and stepped back, wiping at her eyes as Brinna bustled out of the room. "We didn't know what to do," Cohen said. "Kerr was screaming," Dath added over her shoulder. "We didn't know what to do," Cohen repeated, shooting a glare at Dath. "Gav threw you over his horse and galloped you here." "Where is here?" "The house we've been staying in," Dath said, sitting at the bottom of the bed. Brinna returned, holding a tray in her hands, a cup and bowl on it. "Here, drink this," she said, passing him the cup as she hooked a hand under his arm and hoisted him, none too gently, into a better sitting position. Gar hurried to help. "What is it?" said Corban, sniffing suspiciously at the steam rising out of the cup. He wrinkled his nose. "What do you think?" the healer snapped. He frowned, sniffing again.
Hemlock. And something else?
Huh? Grunted Brenner.
Hemlock and worwood, if you must know. Now drink up. It will help.
Screwing his eyes shut tight, he took a sip, wincing at the bitterness of Brenner's concoction, then held his nose and swallowed the lot. He thought he might as well, before Brenner grabbed his nose and did it for him. He'd seen her do that too many times to those in her care.
Good boy, said Brenner, smiling sweetly. Now, eat this. She passed him the bowl and a wooden spoon. Just oats before the questions begin again, to fight any fatigue.
Corban nodded and began spooning the porridge into his mouth. Cohen laughed.
Well, Brenner, you must teach me a secret. I've never seen Ban go along so meekly with something he does not want to do.
I've only just woken, Corban mumbled, his mouth full. She's taking advantage of me. Dath laughed, but it trailed off as Craff fluttered out of the darkness above, alighting on a bedpost at the foot of the cot, right next to Dath. The fisherman's son eyed the crow warily. Storm nuzzled Corban's hand, trying to stick her nose into the bowl of oats.
She wouldn't leave you, Ban,
Cohen said. Corban scratched behind the wolven's ear and let her lick the last of the oats from his bowl.
Stranger,
squawked Craff, suddenly in Dath's ear, causing him to leap from the bed as if he just sat on a roaring fire.
Oh, hush, said Brenner,
waving a hand at the crow. Dath had gone bright red, his eyes looking a little wild.
How long have I been here?
Corban asked.
Not long, said Brenner. You've been here as long as it takes to boil a pot and mash some oats.
What happened to me? He asked.
You fainted,
Brenner said with a shrug. Suddenly, a memory struggled within him, faint like a moth battering against wooden shutters. He heard the sound of wings, smelt something rotten, saw purple eyes. Then it was gone. He passed a hand over his face, pressed at his forehead.
Can you smell something?
He wondered.
Eh?
Snapped Brenner.
No, and don't change the subject.
Is he well? Gar asked, frowning deeply.
Well, there is nothing seriously wrong as far as I can tell, other than his permanent ailments, that is, stubbornness, stupidity, spouting ridiculous questions, and ability to vex Elyon himself.
She folded her arms and smiled again. Cohen snorted in agreement. Corban rolled his eyes. The less time Cohen spends in this woman's company, the better.
Why did it happen, though? Said Gar, still frowning.
Brenner shrugged.
Many people faint, she said, peering at Corban. A shock? Lack of food, water, air, many reasons. See, Kerr, I'm fine. And you don't need to be telling Mum or Dad about this. There's no need to worry them, is there? Well, I don't know, Ban.
Please, Kerr. If it happens again, tell them. If it happens again, I'll tell them.
But it won't.
There's no point you two having this conversation, said Gar. I'll be telling your Mum and Dad as soon as we're home. And, talking of home, you all need to make ready. King Brenin has concluded his council with the other rulers. He is leaving. Chapter 48. Veradis. And you are sure that you feel well now? Veradis asked Nathair, not for the first time. When Nathair collapsed on the wall, Veradis had thought he'd been victim to some attack, poison or elemental magic. It had only been his utter panic over Nathair that had stopped him stabbing Mandros then and there. He was convinced that the King of Carnarton was behind it. Nathair had been carried to Aquilus's chambers and healers sent for. They had only just arrived when Nathair had woken, though. He had assured them that he was well and continued to do so every time that Veradis asked him, but he looked odd, somehow, distracted. I cannot believe I missed it, Nathair said, smiling. All this time, waiting, and then I go and faint, just as the sun turns black. He shook his head. Tell me again, Veradis. It did happen, didn't it? Aye, just as Halvor's book said. Day became night. It was the strangest thing. It was not pitch dark, but close and bitter cold for a while. Nathair paced to a shuttered window, thrust it open, and breathed deep of the cold air that came swirling in, rustling amongst parchments that littered tables and tall scroll shelves covering the walls of the room. Veradis stood in silence, watching the prince. Eventually, Nathair turned. So, it has happened. Aye. Looking out at the pale sky, the whole episode felt like a vivid, freshly remembered dream. What happens now? Nathair crossed the room, sat in a chair beside an inkhorn and scattered quills. First, I think it is time that I spoke to my father about who I am. It is time. There was something in Nathair's tone that caught Veradis' attention. Something resolute. You are sure? Veradis asked. Now is a good time? Yes, it must be. Time is running out. Nathair nodded to himself. And after that, we take control of this war, Veradis. We stop waiting for things to happen. We do. I will not sit idly by and wait for Azeroth's black sun to grow stronger. I will take the battle to him. Veradis rubbed his chin, itching his palm on the short, stubbly beard that he had been cultivating. And how exactly will we do that? Finish what we have begun. Forge a warband the banished lands have never witnessed, an army, a fleet. Bring the weak to heel. I must have a firm grip on the land if I am to fulfill the task Elyon has set me. They fell silent as footsteps echoed in the corridor. The door opened, and Aquilus entered, Michael behind him. Nathair smiled at his father, but did not rise from his chair. Aquilus just stood and regarded his son a moment, looking weary beyond measure. A silence fell. Michael has returned to us. So I see, Nathair said. A timely arrival. He looked at Michael. The tall, dark-haired man returned his gaze in silence. Where have you been? Nathair asked him. Tarbesh. Veradis felt his heart suddenly quicken in his chest, thudding against his ribs. Rahim was full of praise for you, Aquilus said, though he was most surprised with your methods. Using giants and sorcerers to track the Shekam, using a fleet of ships to speed your journey, using the Vin Thalon. Nathair looked away, eyes flitting across the road scrolls on the walls. Have you nothing to say? Aquilus asked. It was necessary. Necessary? Aye. Victory is what counted. I succeeded in the task you set me, father. What matter the means? Aquilus quickly closed the gap between him and his son, slammed a clenched fist onto the table, tipping the inkhorn. A dark stain spread across the tabletop, ink dripping to the flagstone floor. You lied to me. I did not lie. I withheld some of the details, true, but only for a time. I was going to tell you, Nathair said, a tremor creeping into his voice. Father, consider the result. Consider the possibilities. No, Aquilus said, voice controlled now. You deceived me. You disobeyed me. I forbade your involvement with the Vin Thalon. The king seemed to falter and reached out a hand, steadying himself against the table. Father, I am sorry. I did not mean to. I wish only to make you proud of me. All that I have done has been to win your favour. Nathair's voice wavered suddenly, tears filling his eyes. He looked down to hide them. My favour, said Aquilus. He shook his head. You know what we face, Nathair, know what I seek to achieve. We must be ready for the bright star. Nathair straightened and took a breath to speak, but Aquilus continued. How can I trust you? Allow you into my confidences? The king sighed. Now, tell me the truth. of what happened in Tarbesh. I must know it all before we talk of what happens now."
"What do you mean, what happens now?" Nathair said.
"Do as I command," Aquilus growled, dangerously now.
Nathair glowered at him a moment, then began to speak. He told of their journey to Tarbesh, of Lycus and his fleet, of the information Alcyone and Calidus provided, though he took care to avoid any mention of Calidus's name. He told Ephraim's problems in finding the Shechem, of Calidus and Alcyon's aid in finding the giants, of thwarting their sorcerous mist, of the battle. He told all except their journey to Telesar. That he mentioned not at all. "So, you see, Father, I have only ever had one goal, your goal, in mind, the defeat of Asroth and his black son. I have just employed unusual means. Too often we are shackled by tradition, by ways of doing things. I say it is the results that matter. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good." "I have heard that phrase before," Michael said quietly, almost to himself. "A long time ago. No good came out of it then, either." "You speak out of turn," Nathair said coldly. "You are a counsellor. Speak when counsel is requested." Michael stared at the prince, only the slight flaring of his nostrils revealing a hint of his anger.
"Michael is much more than a counsellor," Aquilus said.
"More? What?"
"I was hoping to talk to you of that," Aquilus said. "But not now. Not after this. Truth and courage, Nathair. I have tried to teach you their value, have I not?"
Nathair just stared dumbly.
"Trust, Nathair," the king continued, both stern and sad. "Trust is vital between us. It is the mortar that protects us from Asroth's schemes and deceit, that holds us together. And I no longer trust you. You, my only son."
"That is ridiculous, Father. Who was the Vin Thalon?"
Michael interrupted.
Nathair paused, frowned.
"The one that guided you through Tarbesh, the giant's companion.
What was his name?" Nathair shook his head. "It is of no import," he muttered.
"What was his name?" Aquilus said.
"Calidus," Nathair breathed.
Aquilus froze, speechless.
He looked at Michael, who, for the first time, looked more than concerned, scared, even. Then Aquilus lunged forward and grabbed Nathair, shaking him.
"Do you know what you have done?"
he snarled into his son's face. Before he knew it, Veradis was stepping forward, his sword half drawn. A hand clamped on his wrist, the grip like iron, spun him.
"Hold, prince's man," Michael said.
Aquilus released Nathair, who stumbled back against the table, devastation on his face.
"You would draw your sword on me?"
Aquilus levelled at Veradis.
"No, my king."
He looked down, suddenly ashamed. Michael released him. With a click, he pushed his sword back tight into its scabbard. Aquilus sighed, rubbed his eyes, and walked to the open window.
"Veradis," he said.
"Yes, my king."
"I must speak soon with Mandros. Go, bring him to me."
"Is that wise?" Veradis blurted. Mandros was the enemy, of that he was sure.
"He has seen day turn to night, seen Halvor's words proven true. He will be humbled now, ready to join me."
"Not if he is a servant of Asroth," thought Veradis. "Not if he seeks to prepare the way for the Black Sun." Veradis glanced at Nathair, saw the prince nod. "As you wish, my king."
"Micah, I would speak with my son. Privately."
Michael looked between king and prince. "Come," he said to Veradis, and together they left the room,
Aquilus and Nathair regarding one another in silence.
"Your loyalty is admirable,"
Michael said, as the two men walked away. Veradis said nothing.
"Take more care that it is deserved, though."
"Do you speak ill of Nathair?" Veradis stopped abruptly, turning to Michael.
"I speak the truth, as I see it,"
the tall man said.
"He is the Prince of Tenebrae, and a better man you will not find."
Michael shrugged.
"His decisions are questionable. The companions he chooses.
Calidus is beyond doubt. It is you that concerns me."
"Me?"
Michael said contemptuously.
"I live to serve Elyon and his bright star."
Veradis grunted. "Your bright star is here, you fool, on the top floor of this tower." Michael's eyes narrowed.
"You cannot think... Nathair?"
"Ha!" Veradis spat. "The truth has been before you all these years, yet you have failed to recognize it. I have an errand to run," he said, heading away to Mandros's rooms. He did not look back until he reached Mandros's door. When he did, Michael was gone. The king of Carnatan was a large-boned man, once heavily muscled but now turning to fat, a belly pushing over a thick belt twined with silver. Veradis informed him of the king of Aquilus's request, and he came almost immediately, 2 warriors following. He still looked pale and shaken, as he had on the battlements, even after the sun had returned to normal. Not so mocking now, Veradis thought. Veradis led the way silently back up to the tower to Aquilus's rooms, passing Orcus, his personal guard. "Your weapon," Veradis said to Mandros. There was no way he was going to allow this man within reach of Aquilus or Nathair with a sword at his hip. He was still half sure that Mandros had somehow been behind Nathair's collapse at the wall. The king scowled at him, but unbelted his sword and gave it to Veradis. Nathair opened the door to Veradis's knocking. "Wait for me," the prince said, as Mandros entered the room. Then the door clicked shut. Veradis was left standing in the hallway with Mandros's 2 guards. He leaned against a tapestried wall. It had been quite a day. He remembered Nathair's face during the confrontation with Aquilus. The prince had been devastated, had even shed tears. At least Aquilus was not like Veradis' own father. Lamar would most likely have slapped him for such an unmanly display. Veradis felt a surge of sympathy for the prince, so clearly driven by a need for his father's recognition, his approval. He knew how that felt, had built walls against that pain long ago, but it was still always there like a thorn in his flesh. He squeezed his temples. Everything had gotten so complicated. The king's door opened, Mandros bustling through it, still pale, looking more haggard, if anything. His hands shook as he took back his sword and belt from Veradis. He closed the door quickly behind him and hurried down the hallway, his 2 warriors walking fast to catch him. As they disappeared down the stairwell, Orcus looked at Veradis and frowned. The guard was right. Something was wrong. Veradis went to the study door, straining to listen. No voices, only silence, then a coughing. Panic welled up and he shouldered the door open. Nathair lay against a thick table leg, propped on one elbow, blood staining his waist, pooling on the floor.
Veradis,
the prince stuttered.
"Orcus!"
Veradis yelled, as he rushed to Nathair, kneeling. A knife hilt protruded from the prince's side, just below the ribs. Nathair plucked feebly at it, eyelids fluttering, face as pale as death. "Lie still," Veradis said. Orcus surged into the room, stood frozen for a moment. "The king?" he said. Veradis just stared at him. "Where is Aquilus?"
"There,"
breathed Nathair, waving a hand. In shadows beneath the open window, a crumpled figure lay.
"No,"
Veradis whispered. Empty, lifeless eyes looked back at him. Chapter 49. Corban. What did you mean? Asked Corban.
When? About what?
Brynna said, rolling her eyes. At the feast, when you said, circles within circles, about Uthan and Kyler being betrothed. Brynna shot him a look.
Your ears are as honed as your talent for questions.
Thank you, Corban smiled.
It was not a compliment. I meant,
she began slowly, choosing her words carefully,
that things are not as simple as they appear.
What does that...
Ah!
Brynna snapped, holding a finger up.
I was going to explain, but if you insist on filling every moment that I pause for breath with a fresh question, then this conversation will end now.
Corban clamped his mouth shut with an effort of will.
Specifically, what I meant, she carried on, is that Gethin is forging his own links with the kingdom of Narvon. Uthan is King Owain's heir, so he will be king of Narvon himself one day, if he does not get himself killed first, and Kyla will be his queen. This is something that King Brenin may not be too pleased about. The brothers Gethin and Evnis are ambitious. They seek to elevate themselves and their kin within the kingdom and beyond, it would seem. Evnis has been manoeuvring for Von to be betrothed to Princess Edana for years.
Corban grunted. For some reason, he did not like that thought at all. Brynna raised an eyebrow.
Imagine that. Evnis's son married to a queen, Gethin's daughter married to a king. Not a great leap for their blood to be sitting on two thrones, eh?
Corban nodded slowly.
People are such selfish little creatures, Brynna sighed. Always seeking to further their own position, no matter how small or petty.
Not all are like that, Corban said, feeling somehow offended.
No? Well, maybe you are right. But look about you, Corban. Once you are aware of the particular shape and stink of human greed, you will not fail to recognise an abundance of such behaviour. It can be quite depressing.
People see what they want to see, Corban proclaimed, feeling almost wise. Brynna looked at him sharply.
And where did you hear that particular gem of wisdom? Heb?
Aye, Corban admitted, begrudgingly. Brynna just huffed and looked ahead. They were on the journey home to Duncarrig, Badon 3 days behind them now. A cold wind had blown down from the north on midwinter's day and had not left, freezing the land, ice crystals in the snow sparkling around them. It was so cold that Corban's ears ached. He was still in awe of all that he had seen at Badon. The duel between Tull and Morcant had taken his breath away, leaving him feeling both sick and elated, and then midwinter's day had come. He wished he had seen more of it. From what Cohen had told him, it had been amazing, and it was embarrassing that he had fainted. He was not looking forward to Rafe getting hold of that information. Somehow, though, he felt different, stronger. He had strange flashes of memory as if something significant had happened to him, however unlikely it seemed. He didn't know what had occurred between King Brenin and the other rulers, although Rin had left soon after the sun had returned to normal. And now they were bound for Duncarrig early the next day, the mysterious couple that had begged King Brenin's sanctuary travelling with them. Their journey back to Duncarrig was uneventful, and Gwyneth grabbed him and Cohen before they had even fully entered their kitchen, the smells of home assailing them. She hugged them long and hard, Thanon stepping in and wrapping his broad arms about them all. Then she insisted on hearing every detail of their journey. "Welcome home," his mam said, when they had finally finished. "No more journeying for a while, I hope." She hugged them both again. Frost-stiffened grass crunched under his feet as Corban followed Hallion to the edge of the sparring court. "Shield work, Corban, is not all about defence," Hallion said, gesturing at 2 men facing up to spar on the stone. "Watch a while, and you will learn more than I can teach you with words." Connell was on the court, dark hair pulled tight at his neck and a grin on his face, shield and wooden sword held ready. He faced Marek, who was taller, leaner, the scar on his face looking red and livid against his pale skin. The huntsman also held a shield and practice sword. They nodded to each other, and Connell instantly lunged forwards, Marek retreating hastily. "You see," Hallion said quietly, "how my brother uses his shield. Not just to block Marek's blade, he seeks to knock him off balance, to open his guard." Corban nodded. As he watched, Connell caught a downswing on his shield, pushed up and back, shoving his shield's boss at Marek's face. The huntsman jumped back, swinging his own shield into Connell's side as the warrior surged forwards, unsteadying him. Hallion grunted approvingly. The shield can be a weapon too. In battle, it would be iron-rimmed, iron-bossed. Strike your enemy with it, and you may end it all there. Shield work limits your choice of sword, though. Some men prefer a longer, heavier blade, which must be wielded two-handed. That will give you extra reach, more weight to your blows. To use a shield, you must wield a lighter blade, unless the man is an ox like your Da or Tull. Such as they can have the best of both worlds. Hallion looked Corban up and down, slapping his shoulder. Your labour in Thanan's forge will serve you well. Strong arms and shoulders. You'll not be as big as Idar, I think, but you'll be stronger than many. He stopped. Hallion did not usually say much, except when talking of swordcraft. Why did you stay away from the feast at Baden? Corban asked, remembering they had not been present during the feast and duel. What? That was moons ago. So? Shrugged Corban. Everyone was there and you missed the duel. I wanted to talk to you about it. I had my reasons, Hallion said, his mouth tight. Now pay attention. He turned back to the contest between Marek and his brother. The two men were trading blows now, huge sweeps and fast lunges, blocking and striking repeatedly. Marek is well matched against my brother, Hallion said. He is a strategist, while my brother is a force of nature. If he weren't so good, his anger would have got him killed a long time ago. Some men are like that, Corban. You can see it in their eyes. That can be a weapon too. Men make mistakes when they are angry. I know. Anger is the enemy, as Corban paused. Hallion glanced at him but said nothing. Would Colonel choose to fight with a shield? Corban asked. Sometimes, if the situation dictates it, he favours using two swords, or a sword and a knife. He grinned. As I said, he's not a patient man. He is fast, though, the fastest I've ever seen. As if to prove Hallion's point, Connell increased the momentum of his attack, his sword arm blurring in Corban's eye. He swept forwards, lunging with his shield, tucked his sword tight behind it, hidden from Marek's view. He swung his blade at Marek's ribs, checked the strike as Marek moved to block, angled his sword down in a half-circle beneath Marek's shield rim, then up, the tip of his blade digging into the huntsman's gut. Marek paused, looking slightly confused, then realised the contest was over. He dipped his head to Connell, who was grinning again. Many think sword play's about who's the strongest, Hallion said. And often, I suppose that is true. But for the masters, those that plan to live the longest, swordplay is about deception. About making your opponent think you will strike from the left and then striking from the right, making him think you will slash, but lunging instead. Deception. That is how Connell just defeated Marek. His sword was not where he had made Marek think it was going to be, so Marek's guard, his weight, his focus was elsewhere. And he used his shield to aid the deception. You see? Yes, I do. The duel you mentioned at Baden between Tull and Morkant, well, even though I didn't see it, I heard about every blow. Corban nodded enthusiastically. How could he ever forget? Tull won that through deception, remember, flicking the rushes into Morkant's face. He has a keen mind, Tull, as sharp as his blade. People think he just overwhelms his opponents because he's big, but that is not the case. He thinks. That is no small task when you're fighting to stay alive. Come, lad. Now you've seen how a shield can be used, let's see how you get on. Corban followed Hallion to the weapons racks. He had tried shield work in plenty, but still did not feel wholly comfortable with it. His training with Gar was always with the two-handed practice sword. That was the favoured weapon of the stablemaster, and so that was what he felt most at ease with. He glanced around the field as he crunched across frozen grass, saw Tull standing tall before a handful of warriors that he was working with. His mam had been different since he returned from Baden. He would often catch her staring at him, an unreadable expression on her face. And she was touching him more. Not that she had never shown him affection before his journey, but now she would gravitate towards him whenever they were in the same room, even if it was just her fingertips brushing the back of his hand. Maybe it was because of his fainting. But she was not the only one paying him more attention. Wherever he would see his da or Gar. When at Brinner's, performing his chores, which had somehow settled into a permanent arrangement, Gar would be nearby, working with horses in the paddocks. And if not in the forge with his da, he would often feel the big man's presence nearby, even when he was spending his meagre free time with Dath around the village. It was starting to annoy him. "Make sure your grip is good. It can make the difference between a broken arm or no," Hallion said, as Corban hefted an old battered shield. Then they set to, Hallion pushing Corban to think about every move, making him pay with a new bruise for every thoughtless mistake. It was not long before Corban's arm was numb, his shoulder throbbing from the blows that had soaked through the shield into his arm. Hallion grinned wolfishly at him. "That'll do for the day, lad." "Good," Corban grunted, sweat stinging his eyes. "You're doing well, more than well, with the blade, and your shield work is not bad either. We need to focus on bow and spear, though." "Huh," grunted Corban. "A sword's good enough for me. Warriors don't use a bow. Why do I need to learn?" "Because warriors need to eat," said Hallion. "You won't have food caught by other people for you all of your life. You will need to play your part. And who knows? Maybe one day you'll have to bring down your own meals. You'll be glad of time spent with bow and spear then." Corban didn't answer. He knew there was sense in Hallion's words, but he was hungry to learn with a blade. There was just no honour in a bow, unless you were a huntsman, like Marok. He had already tried it, with Hallion standing behind him, and done quite poorly. He had taken the skin off his forearm with more than one mistimed shot. He glanced over to the ranges at the far end of the field, saw the tall, gangly frame of Tarban, the small, distinctive outline of Dath beside him, straight-backed, launching arrows unerringly at straw targets. The fisherman's son had taken remarkably well to the weapon, although he was not overly happy with his newfound ability. He longed to be a swordsman. That was the only way he'd be taken into a baron's hold as a warrior, and that was his secret dream. To escape his da's boat, fishing, the sea, and to carve a warrior's life for himself. "Not today, though, lad," Hallion said, seeing Corban's sour expression. "We're done for the day. I'll see you on the morrow." Corban trudged out of the field, storm rising from beneath the first tree of the rowan lane as he approached. Others were leaving the field, walking on their own or in small groups. Corban paid them little attention until he heard Storm growl quietly. He looked up, saw Rafe with his usual companion, Crane. They were stooping as they walked, snatching up handfuls of gravel and stones and throwing them at someone in front. Corban sped up, trying to see better what was going on. In front of Rafe, a tall, broad figure strode, head bowed, as small stones ricocheted off his back. Rafe was laughing. "Just like his da," the huntsman's son was saying. "There's no room in the field for cowards, or the sons of cowards, you know." The figure in front suddenly stopped and turned. It was Farrell, son of Anwarth, the warrior rumoured to have feigned his wounding in the Darkwood when Ragor had been killed. Farrell's fists were bunched, face red and pinched. Tears stained his cheeks. "What?" said Rafe, sauntering up to him. Farrell was shaking. "Just stop," he said, a tremor in his voice. He was younger than Corban, but he stood as tall as Rafe and broader. Crane stepped up beside Rafe. "No," Rafe said. "I don't think I will. The rowan field is for the training of warriors. Why don't you spend your days at the village?
Try gutting and washing fish with the other women.
Why are you...
Farrell stammered. Corban reached the group. A deep, burning sensation was spreading outwards from his gut. "Leave him alone," he heard himself say. "Uh-ho," said Crane, turning. "Where are all these cowards coming from?" Rafe just scowled at him. Storm took a step forward, snarling, teeth bared. A line of spittle dripped from her mouth. Rafe and Crane took an involuntary step backwards. "I don't think she likes your tone," said Corban, touching her flank lightly. "Think you're the hero now, rushing to the rescue of other cowards," Rafe said. "You two could form your own warband, only cowards accepted. Walk on, blacksmith's boy. You'll have yours coming, but you've a while yet. 2 moons from now, I sit my long night. Not even Tull will be able to save you once you've sat your long night. I'll be waiting for you." Corban shrugged. "Leave him alone," he said again, glancing at Farrell, who was staring at him. He tried to smile reassuringly and took a step closer to the big lad. Suddenly, Farrell's hands were on his shoulders, spinning him around, hoisting him a handspan off the ground. "Stay out of it," the broad-shouldered lad said, vehemently, scowling at Corban. Without thinking, Corban kicked both his feet, cracking Farrell in the shins. He was suddenly dropped and staggered back. "I'm trying to help you," Corban stuttered. Farrell just glared at him, eyes screwed up, then he turned and ran, lumbering away. Rafe and Crane laughed, walking on. "You must try harder at making friends," Rafe called over his shoulder, still chuckling. Corban stood there a while, shocked, angry. He had only wanted to help. He knew what it was like to have Rafe single you out for attention. He set off, kicking his heels against the shingle. Then he remembered how he had felt when Rafe had first hit him during the spring fair, how scared, how angry, how ashamed that he'd done nothing. And then Cohen had stood up for him. He hadn't been too grateful at the time, either. He thought about that for a while. Maybe he'd try and talk to Farrell, apologise. How he loathed Rafe. "I'll be waiting for you," the huntsman's son had said. Well, good. Looking up, he realised his feet had taken him to the stables. His sister stood in the paddock. A horse's foreleg rested across her knee as she scraped out its hoof with a small knife. He settled against a post a few strides from her, waiting for her to finish. A strange sensation suddenly spread along his neck, down his back and arms, goose-fleshing his skin. He looked up quickly and saw Gar near the stable doors with a tall, dark-haired man holding the reins of a huge, dapple-grey stallion. The man had deep scars on his face like claw marks. They were both looking at him. "Who's that with Gar?" he asked his sister. "Huh?" grunted Cohen, concentrating on the hoof in her grip. She glanced up briefly. "Oh, he rode in earlier. What did Gar call him? Michael, I think." Chapter 50. Veradis. Veradis stood on a shingle ridge, arms folded across his leather-bound chest, watching. 2 ships sat anchored in the bay they had found, crewed by men he would, until recently, have regarded as his enemy. Now, they were his allies, speeding him towards his heart's desire. Mandros. Orcus's call from Aquilus's study to apprehend the king of Carnatan had come too late. Mandros had fled, not even gathering all of his warriors in his haste to vacate Geraldine. Aquilus's eagle guard had followed, but the gap had been too great, and Mandros had been reckless in his flight, losing men to the steep slopes and snow-filled trenches of the Agulas, but increasing the distance between himself and those that hunted him. Almost a full moon later, those that had set out to bring Mandros back had returned to Geraldine, heads low, empty-handed. Aquilus's burial had already passed by then. The barons of Tenebral gathered to pay their last respects as a cairn was raised above their dead king, and swear new oaths of fealty to a still weak and pale-faced Nathair. The knife wound had missed all of his vital organs, but the prince had come close to bleeding to death in Aquilus's study, waiting for healers to arrive, his grip on Veradis' hand growing weaker and weaker. Not for the first time, Veradis felt a flame ignite in his gut. A fierce rage had consumed him those first few days after midwinter. He had felt such shame, standing idly by in a corridor while his king was murdered and his prince and friend stabbed, left for dead. Since then, all emotion in him had been distilled, transformed into the raw essence of a cold, permanent rage that he had never experienced before. Mandros would pay. He had been tempted to leave as soon as those hunting Mandros had returned without their quarry, but Nathair had still been weak, and the passes through the Agulas mountains were closed to more than a handful of men. It would take more than that to root out Mandros. He would be safely back in his kingdom in Carnatan, surrounded by his warbands, who'd be guarding the mountain passes into his realm. Lycus, whom Nathair had summoned soon after the attack, had agreed to ferry a force to the coast of Carnatan, but he had counselled against sailing through the tempest and snow moons. So they had waited, planned, organised provisions, spoken of goals and strategy. Nathair had given Peritus overall command of the campaign, much to Veradis' surprise. "He has weathered many campaigns," Nathair had said. "No matter my grievances with him, he is good at this, and his anger against Mandros burns as bright as yours. Watch him. Learn from him." Veradis had grudgingly agreed, and soon recognised the truth in Nathair's words. Peritus was a keen strategist and a man of immense organisational skills. And so it was that he found himself on a beach on the southern coast of Carnatan, watching hundreds of warriors bearing the Eagle of Tenebral disembarking from a fleet of Vinthalan ships. They had begun unloading at sunrise, the first of a score of scouts and their horses quickly fanning out beyond the beach. It was now almost high sun. As he watched, a dozen men cried out. The wain they were guiding down a wide ramp lurched off its bearings. One wheel teetered in air before toppling into the surf below, scattering its cargo and sending a cloud of spray up about it. He cursed to himself, calculating the extra time needed to try and recover the wain's cargo. "Patience," a voice said beside him. He turned and saw Peritus a few paces away. Veradis nodded, turned back to watch warriors filing onto the beach. They were forming into two loose clusters. The smaller was his warband, around 600 men, the survivors of their campaign in Tarbesh, each man carrying a drake's tooth. When added to Peritus's larger band, the whole force numbered a little under 3,000 swords. Not a large force to send into the heart of an enemy realm, but they hoped stealth would be their ally. Mandros would expect them to wait for the spring thaw and cross the Agulas mountains in large numbers when the passes opened, but that was at least half a moon away still. Their scouts had reported a massing of warriors at Taba, the fortress guarding the mountain pass into Carnatan itself. They did have another warband gathering at Geraldine, ready to march through the mountains with the thaw, but hopefully they would have Mandros by then. The task now was to march north to Mandros' own fortress. Lycus had assured him that Mandros had fled there, gone to ground like a fox fleeing the hounds. On the beach, a man detached himself from Veradis' gathering warriors and raised an arm to him. Rauka. He strode purposefully up the shingle ridge dotted with thin, straggly clumps of grass and stood beside Veradis. "There'll be songs about us one day soon," he grinned. "Lads will dream of being us, lasses will just dream of us." Veradis snorted, Rauka's grin broadening. "Be careful they're not singing your cairn song," Peritus said. "No chance of that. I plan on standing right next to Veradis through every moment of combat." Veradis shook his head. In silence, the three men watched the last warriors empty from the Vinthalan ships, rolling a score of wains across the beach onto firmer ground. The fleet of ships began to move, turned, and Veradis nodded approvingly as he saw the ship split into two groups, one disappearing east, the other west. "Why are they doing that?" Rauka asked. "They are splitting to harry Mandros' fortresses along the coast," Peritus replied.
That way, if the fleet has been spotted, it will just be thought that they are corsair raiders. The battle chief turned to Veradis. It grates me to be aided by the Vinthalan, but they have strategic merit, I must confess. Nathair has a keen head on his shoulders. Aye, Veradis assented. He did not want to think about that right now. It was too close to his last memories of Aquilus, railing at Nathair over his association with the Vinthalan. Nathair had not spoken of the final words he had shared with his father while they had been alone. He hoped there had been some reconciliation between them before the end. The end. His thoughts turned to Michael and the conversation they had then had outside the king's rooms. He had resolved to question the councillor more, but discovered that Michael had left Geraldine soon after word of Aquilus's death had spread. Valin told him that Michael had saddled his horse along with the warriors that had set out in chase of Mandros. The stablemaster presumed that he was riding with them, but he had not. That troubled Veradis. Where had the councillor gone? And why had he left so hastily? Nathair needed him. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his eyes. Come then, he said. It's a long walk to Dunbaggle. They had chosen against bringing horses. Lycus could only muster 20 ships, and horses took up more space than warriors, so they had sacrificed speed on land for stealth. Besides, wains set the pace, and most warriors preferred fighting on foot to a horse's back, Veradis' warband more so. He was looking forward to forming a wall of shields against other men instead of dregs and giants. Aye, muttered Peritus, to Dunbaggle and vengeance. We are discovered, Peritus said grimly. As Veradis entered the battle chief's tent, Arauca slipping in before the hide flapped shut and closed out the night. Peritus stood bent over a table, a parchment spread before him. We have done well to come so far, Veradis shrugged. They could not see the old fortress of Dunbaggle yet, but it was close now, no more than a day's march. Aye, but now is the knife edge. Mandros will have a warband about him, at least equaling our numbers, likely more. Good. Then he may be tempted to leave his foxhole to fight us. He will send word for aid. Peritus jabbed a finger at the parchment before him. His nearest strongholds are Rain in the east, Iska in the west. We do not have the numbers to stop some of them getting through, but if our Vinthalan allies are right, their garrisons are low, most of their warriors sent east to await our expected passage through the mountains. The battle chief stretched wearily. We must prize him from his lair, bring him to battle before aid can reach him. Aye, grunted Veradis. If he does not march out to meet us on the field, I will shame him before his men, shout of what he did. He paused a moment, a tremor running through him. Murderer, whispered a voice in his head. I shall challenge him to the court of swords, anything to get him out from behind his walls. We could storm Dunbaggle, Peritus said. It is not impregnable, but it would be costly both in men and in time. Mandros is no fool, and until now has been no craven either. Our best chance lies here. He prodded at the parchment again, Veradis and Rauca coming closer, looking at the map spread on the table. Peritus traced a line across it. This river lies between us and Dunbaggle. There is no bridge, only a ford, unless we would walk half a 10-night out of our way. The ford is bordered by woodland on one side, hills on the other. It is a most excellent site to ambush us. Mandros will know this, and if he considers our numbers at least even, then I think it likely that he will seize his chance. Veradis smiled grimly. Let me lead the vanguard across the river. Peritus frowned. Even expecting an ambush, prepared for it, that will be a most unhealthy spot to be standing. Rauca laughed, a harsh sound that did nothing to break the mood. We are accustomed to unhealthy spots now. At least we won't have murderous dregs and giants tearing at us. I don't know, Peritus said. I am not inclined to return to Tenebra without our new king's first sword. You've seen our warband train? Veradis said hotly. You know we are best suited to this task, to bear the brunt of any ambush, any charge. Our wall of shields is made for just such a position. And maybe so. Peritus suddenly grinned. You have something of your brother in you, it would seem. Veradis grunted, unsure of what to say. Krellis had become firm friends with Peritus during their time at Geraldine, and he had spoken frequently of Aquilus's wily battle chief. All right, you cross first as our vanguard. We shall march at dawn, take our time reaching the river, and just hope Mandros acts on the information his scouts bring him this night. There was a tapping on the tent hide and a voice called through. Peritus's guard. Enter. 2 warriors stepped into the tent, a man between them. He was dressed in worn leather, a dark cloak pulled about him. He pushed back his cowl, revealing a broad, plain face, ruddy cheeks, and nervously darting eyes. Veradis heard Peritus exclaim under his breath. He had seen this man at Aquilus's council. It was Gundel, Mandros' son, staring nervously back at him. Veradis stepped into the shallow water of the river, ice-cold water swirling about his legs, seeping through his boots and numbing his feet. A loose row of some 80 men stretched either side of him. Gravel shifted under his feet, and he swayed, feeling the weight of the shield on his back. Before him, too far away, was the far bank of the river. Then there was a gentle slope leading up into woodland. He tried not to stare at the trees, to search for the glint of sunlight on iron, and kept his eyes on the water. Risking a quick glance over his shoulder, he saw most of his warband had entered the river, Peritus's warriors spread in a more disorganized crush behind them. Can't go back now, Rauka muttered beside him. Whose fool idea was it to march us first across this river anyway? Huh, grunted Veradis, a grin tugging at his mouth despite the fluttering weightlessness he felt somewhere deep inside. His eyes swept forward again, drawn inexorably to the tree line 100 paces from the river's edge. If Mandros was in there, he would wait until the warband was partially out of the river so that they could be charged from both flank and front. A head-on charge would keep them in the river, but a surprise charge to the flank usually wreaked more damage. It could even decide the outcome. Mandros. The thought of Carnatan's king banished all doubts. Mandros was clearly a servant of the Black Sun. The traitor had grabbed Nathair's own dagger, stabbed King Aquilus through the throat, then plunged it into the prince's side. He should not have let Mandros into that room. Justice, whispered the voice in his head. Justice would be done this day. Dark, merciless, bloody justice. Over halfway across now, 40 paces left till they reached the far bank. 30, 20. Suddenly, a cry erupted from beyond the trees, a keening, deafening war cry. Men swarmed into the daylight, iron flashing as weapons were drawn, feet thundering as they charged down the slope towards Veradis and his men. Veradis shrugged his shield from his back, yelling, "Shield wall!" He drew his short stabbing sword, hefted his shield and felt it connect with a satisfying thud to Rauka's on his left and Boss on his right. He had just a moment to set his feet on the unstable riverbed and glance over his shield rim at the onrushing tide of men. They looked confused at this tactic. Battle was not fought like this. His warband should have been charging for the riverbank to meet the enemy, the battle quickly fragmenting into a chaotic melee of individual conflicts. If not for the weakness in his knees, he would have laughed. Then the screaming onslaught slammed into the wall. Hundreds of shields crashed into each other, a thunderous cacophony. The wall trembled, but held, the mass of charging men pushing their first rows into a compressed, seething mass of limbs. Veradis bent his knees, shoulder against shield, and grunted at the enormous weight of bodies. He stabbed beneath his shield's edge time and time again. His blade bit into muscle, sinew, raked bone. Hot blood gushed onto his hand, his arm, and men screamed, bodies held upright before him only by the crush of men behind them. To either side of him, his warriors did the same, dealing out death with deadly efficiency. He shouted a command over his shoulder, heard the warrior behind him pass it on, and in moments there was a horn blast.
All in the front line of the shield wall stepped forwards, shoving the press of men before them, then another and another. Sand and shingle underfoot changed to flesh, leather, and wood as the dead were trampled. The river ran red about them, piles of bodies marking the tide line where the wall of shields had held. Slowly, inexorably, Veradis and his warband ground their way forwards. Some in the front ranks fell, stumbling over the dead or dragged from the line by sheer weight of numbers, but the gaps were filled instantly. Then Veradis felt the ground change beneath him, becoming more solid, and the riverbank also turned to red as men fell before the unbreachable wall of wood and iron. Suddenly, the pressure on his shield lessened. He saw the front ranks of his enemy had retreated up the bank, fear now in their eyes. Battles were often won in the battle fury of the first charge, when the blood was up. This should have been a slaughter, catching an outnumbered foe floundering knee-deep in a swirling river. Instead, it was overwhelmingly Mandros's warriors that had fallen. Veradis felt new strength fill his limbs and advanced with renewed vigour, his warriors following. It was easier going now. The ground was more solid underfoot, the warriors before him less wild in their onslaught. More of Mandros's men swarmed the flanks of his line as Peritis' men now emerged from the river, returning with relief to their usual combat style. Heedless, Veradis' warband ploughed onwards. Then a wild shouting filtered slowly through the clamour of battle. He looked up to see a mounted figure near the tree line and blinked with surprise to see the woodland so close. The figure was Mandros himself, screaming a mixture of fury and panic, eyes wild as he urged his men on. "Kill him," the voice growled in his head. A cluster of mounted warriors milled about Mandros, faces grim and focused. He pressed forwards, stabbing furiously, outpacing his comrades in arms. Pain punched his side as a blade thrust behind his guard but was turned by his shirt of mail. It slid down, bit into his thigh, and blood sluiced down his leg. He stumbled, suddenly weak, then arms were grabbing him, lifting and pulling him back. He saw Mandros and swore, spat blood onto the ground at his feet. He was so close. There was a baying of horns, high and to the right. For a moment, the battle seemed to lull, all eyes following the sound. Lines of warriors were forming on the rim of the hill that edged the battle, most of them on foot, a score or so mounted at their rear. Veradis saw one of them draw a sword and hold it aloft. Gundel, son of Mandros, gave a great war cry, and his warriors surged down the hill, screaming as they came. Chapter 51. Corban. Corban blinked